saw the delineation between a Jew and a Zionist. And you,
no, I was asking if you was cool with it. I was asking if you was cool with it.
Can you let me finish?
No, I was just correcting you.
Okay, thank you for correcting me, because you don't know what you're talking about. But then you made a statement.
I was correcting you based on what you said. I said I was saying, are you cool
Can I
with it?
finish? Can I finish?
My bad. I'm sorry.
You said what's going on over in Israel. You support what's going on in Israel. Then I said to you, what's going on over in Israel? I don't know. I don't watch the news. So why would you make a statement like that?
Because I be on Clubhouse and I be seeing the rooms and there's rooms saying that like they wilding over there.
Mm-hmm. So you believe everything is there in Clubhouse?
I mean, you can enlighten me, bro. Since you're the Jew, put me on.
I'm not the only Jew. There's plenty of Jews on stage.
Cool, put me on. I'm a master student, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm moving you down until you learn to shut the fuck up. And if you guys want to bring it back up so El Normo can teach it, because El Normo used to be a high school teacher, maybe he can. So please bring this moron back up.
I promise you, sir, you don't want to spar with El Normo. I've been there, and I say that out of love, El Normo.
Oh, Lord, this is gonna be...
Thank you, okay?
All right, Jaguar, I'm just telling you now, whatever outcome happens, I'm not responsible. Norm, are you there?
I mean, the worst he could do is shoot me, and I'm Tupac on this bitch, you heard?
All right, Tupac. Norm is big. You got it?
Wait, hold on.
I'm a Tupac man.
Hold on 1 second. Which part of Tupac? Or like when he was like taking ballet lessons? Like you gotta define your. Nah, I tend to get shot out of rooms, so I mean that's the worst you can do. I mean, it's a digital space. I ain't gonna die. I'll just respawn in another room.
Tupac.
I was just asking the question. I don't know what
this is
into
flashlights. Like fucking security guard, top flight security guard. Like shut the fuck up and go put your flashlight in the corner.
Wait,
I think there's some spit on your phone, gang. You need to calm down.
Hold on, Jaguar. Let me introduce you to El Normo. El Normo, this is Jaguar. He has a second grade education.
Nah, I'm a college graduate, bro. I'm a veteran, too. This is why we should defund the public education system. Oh, I thought you was going to say defund the military. I was like, oh no, I checked everything. Crazy. Don't worry, there's another check waiting for you. It's called welfare. I tried, bro.
Norm, are you there, Norm?
Yeah.
How you doing, my friend?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm good. So you get to deal with Jaguar and this other moron, Doug. Good luck.
It's a very entertaining room, I've got to say. So, I heard some mention of the Federal Reserve, and somebody thought that somebody Jewish on the Federal Reserve. So, do you want to revise that statement, Thug, or do you want to concede that you don't know what you're talking about?
Leave that man alone. Y'all beating up the rest of the day.
Hold on. Leave Brittany alone. Leave Brittany. No, I asked you a question. I don't want you to read excerpts. Just want to ask you what I asked you. Do you understand anything? Oh, you didn't hear.
I'm trying to give you some tips on the hand these niggas, man.
Okay, so Thug, did you say that Jews owned the Federal Reserve? Oh. Okay. No, sir, I didn't ask you who created. Okay. Do you speak English, or is that your first language? Would you like me to ask you in a different language?
I want to get around that fact. Go ahead.
No, it was a yes or no question. It was a yes or no question. So I'll ask you again. Did you say that Jews owned the Federal Reserve?
Yes, sir, I said that.
Okay. Do you understand that nobody owns the Federal Reserve? Did you not know that?
That's not true.
It's 100% true. So, would you like me to...
If it's not owned by anyone, like you said, who creates it?
Okay. Different question. Not what you said or maintained or said was...
Bro, y'all boys don't like being humble, bro. Answer that man question, bro.
So, why... Have you ever taken time to look into it?
He's on the phone, Norm. You want to go back to Jaguar? This scholar?
Jaguar.
So
Now,
why don't
do you have a country?
I was born in the Bronx.
Okay, so do you have a country?
Yeah, America.
Excellent. Do you have a right to be in your country?
Fuck yeah.
Why do you have a right to be in your country?
Because I fought for it and I was born here.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, so do Spanish people have a right to their country?
I think everybody got a right to their country.
Nice. So Jews have a right to our country, right?
I don't think y'all ever had a country, and I think.
Okay, now I didn't.
I don't know about any of that shit.
Wait. We have a country. The name of the country is Israel.
Shit.
Why? So why does everybody have a right to a country except for Jews? Shia, indeed. I'm not sure why you said Shia. So what's the answer to the question?
I mean, I think you just shit yourself. I mean, y'all was, what's that, like in the 40s?
Sir, we can talk about when every country in the United Nations was formed, because most of them right now in the United Nations were formed in the mid 20th century, around the 1940s or 50s. Every country, Greece, Pakistan, Turkey, modern Germany for that matter. You may not know that. Even the country. Yes, let's go back to Israel. Do Jews have a right to our country?
I don't know if y'all ever had one, respectfully.
Well, we have one. It's called the State of Israel. This is my second time telling you that. Now that you know that we have one.
You told me, don't
hang
gotta
on,
agree.
hang on, wait.
Right?
Okay, so let me try it a different way. Do you know what Israel is?
I think it's like, from what I heard, the whole text told me it means like,
I don't know what
the
you
father and child,
you know.
shit like that.
Wait, do you know
Israel.
what, do you, okay. You
If
don't know what
it ain't,
Israel is?
then you know you're Jewish. Tell me.
Okay, so you don't know what Israel is. You know what Spain is, and you know what France is.
Yeah.
You know what it is. Okay, but you never bothered to look up what Israel is, and yet you have an opinion about it. Why is that?
I mean,
How come you never looked it up?
I looked at some shit on
Is it a
Facebook.
country?
They said that.
Is it a country? Do you know if it's a country or not?
I know Palestine is a country.
Well, who's the president of Palestine?
You tell me, bro.
You don't know. So do you know?
I don't know. Do they have a president or prime minister? It's
You
different
don't
over there.
even know. Do they have either? Does Palestine have either?
I mean, I'm a master's student. I'm willing to sit at the feet of anybody that knows better than me. And for some reason, y'all just
you don't have opinions about.
I obviously don't know. You know what I'm saying? I
You
don't know. I was talking to JD, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why he ran off.
a whole story. I don't want to hear a whole story.
Yeah, I'm doing the story. It's like
I'm asking Jaguar.
I think
Let me just say this. I've been here the whole time listening to you, that you're an idiot. I feel bad for you. I feel bad for you.
Hold on, no. Let's give this a different type of energy here. This is the best and brightest that they send from the mysterious land of Palestine. Jaguar, thank you for gracing the stage with all your genius takes.
Chambers, you heard? Phone road.
I don't. Was that English? Jesus fucking Christ!
I'll translate. I'll translate. He says Cambridge, Fordham Road. Because I understand New York.
Home of the brave, you heard?
What year did you drop out of high school? Or did you make a country?
I graduated from Fordham University 2009, sir.
I find that very hard
On the
to
Air
believe.
Force is done.
Okay. I find that very hard to believe. So, and you never bothered to check if Israel is a country?
I mean, it's not on
Yes
the
or no?
top of my list.
Yeah,
I'm
yes
just
or no?
asking y'all,
Wait.
like
Hang on.
You got mojo. I thought I was gonna get a lesson.
These are yes or
He's out here in the back.
These are yes or no questions. Have you ever heard of Israel?
Yeah.
Did you know that it was a country, or did you not know that?
Like I said, I think they made like a state or an area in like the 40s. I don't know
You don't
about
know.
it being a country.
Let me try it this way. Do you know what a country is?
Yeah.
You do. Okay, what are some of the features of a country? Tell us.
They got cities and borders and
Yes.
rulers and shit, presidents, prime ministers and shit like that.
Yeah, and money. And
Yeah,
many of them
currency,
are-
all that shit.
Yeah, many of them are United States. So does Israel have all those things?
I don't know. I've never been there. You?
No, not asking you if you've been there. Does Israel have a prime minister?
Oh, Benji, right?
So you do know. So you're just lying. So are you lying and also a bad person, or are you just
Nah,
lying?
you gotta understand though, like countries and states are a little bit different.
No, actually they're not. So if you have a prime minister, do things or states have prime ministers?
I don't know. It's a weird place.
You don't know.
It's weird. It's like it's in a place.
No, it's not that
It's
weird.
a place in a place, kind
No,
of.
hang on, it's not a place in a place. It's just a country. And I'm a little bit. I think you're playing now. I think you're pretending not to know what Israel is.
No, bro.
Yeah.
I'm humble.
Okay.
I'm humble.
Yeah.
What's his name?
No, you're not
said?
really humble. You're
Anthony.
lying right now because you knew the name of the prime minister. So you knew that it was.
I be on Facebook, bro. I'm seeing his face a lot now. Maybe he's in my timeline.
So you knew that it had a prime minister.
The conversation got totally away from the Federal Reserve. Notice what they're talking about now. They don't want to deal with that.
Well,
Yo, I'm trying to show you something, gang.
The guy who did.
Hold on, everybody, hold, sorry, let me just say this. See, Doug, man, you need to put that ball down, bro. Because while you were in the audience, your boy here is the one that brought up Israel. He did.
Nah, we're not talking about Israel, JB. We talking about.
He brought Jack, but Jack.
No, I didn't, sir. I didn't do that. He did not bring that up. That L nigga came on and asked me questions.
Hold on a second. First off, I'm just gonna say this because I'm gonna get going anyway. Mr. Nathan Barrow, shut the fuck up. I don't like you. You're lucky I let you on my stage. And if you don't like what I gotta say, the leaf volley buttons on the top right. Respect my space. You can go gaslight another room. Well, I'm gonna pass this over to the other mods. Guys, have a good night. Be well. And good luck with this idiot making Mr. Barrow.
Jaguar knows a lot more than what he's saying.
Well, I know nothing. I see nothing. I know nothing.
I read
Hold on. So, if he's trolling, he's not even doing that well.
I mean, he had y'all hooked. He definitely had y'all hooked.
No. I think what you're missing is that all people that simp for the imaginary state of Palestine, they end up in the same place because they're all fucking morons. So it doesn't matter if you're educated or uneducated.
Imaginary state of Palestine. Did y'all hear that?
Yes, the imaginary state of Palestine. Yeah, correct.
Place them.
No, it's not. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, listen, the land laws and Narnia are more rooted in reality than the state of Palestine.
Well, many people in the United Nations would disagree with that. That is a fact. I mean, you can consider blatantly. Okay, there are people that don't consider it.
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let's see if you're right. So, where is Gaza? Do you have any notion? Sir, there's a war there. You probably heard about it. You know where Gaza is?
Yes.
You know? Okay, where?
Yeah.
Sorry, say again. Where is it?
It's right next to Israel.
Okay. What are the borders of Gaza? If you know.
So, borders is right next to Israel. And
What
right
are the borders of? What is this?
I just said.
Okay, Israel, you're very good. Is there a president or prime minister of Gaza?
Currently, no.
No, was there ever? Wait a second. Was there ever? Hang on. Was there ever a president or prime minister of Gaza? If so, what was their name?
I do not believe so.
So they never had a prime minister or president. Wait. So is Gaza part of Palestine?
Many people believe it is. Yes.
Okay, and those people, are you one of those people?
I do believe it is, yes.
Okay, so if it's part of Palestine, then it has a president or a prime minister or a king or a governor or what? Tell us. Who's in charge?
It's a war-torn country.
Oh, no, I know. It's a country. Wait. If it's a country, then who's in charge of it?
I guess many people consider, sovereign land.
No, I'm asking you.
You can say the same thing in Afghanistan.
No. I'm saying, who's in charge of
Afghanistan is a country right now. I'm going to go.
Say again? Wait. No, don't change the subject. Does it have a leader? Does it have? I asked you. Okay, if you don't know, just say you don't know. Does it have a president or a prime minister?
Out of those to no, they do not right now. No.
What does it have?
I know.
What?
Right now,
What does it ever have?
it's people. It's right now. It's a war-torn country.
No, it's not a country. Sir. Does it have a currency? Does it have a leader?
Currently, I do not know.
You don't know.
Right now,
Well, I can't hear you. You're having trouble with your phone. Hang on. Calm down. No president, no prime minister, no leader, no currency. So what would you call Gaza?
it's a piece of.
It's a piece of land. Huh?
It's a piece of land that's getting their ass kicked by Israel.
That's correct.
Torture people, and on the
Yeah, I'm getting it. It's a piece of land. It's not a country. Huh?
It's a sovereign place.
What is sovereign about? Wait, so who owns it then?
Because
Wait. If you said it's sovereign, well, how can it be sovereign if there's no sovereign? Who's in charge? How can it be sovereign if nobody's in charge?
it's challenging to have a place in charge where people won't have access to food. That's
Wait. Calm down. It can't be a country. Now you're talking food. Well, obviously there's food because everybody would be dead if there was no food. So that's sort of a stupid thing. So I beg your pardon.
We've had this conversation before, and you've been.
Well, you're trying to change the conversation. Let's just stay with. Listen. Hang on. I asked you if it had a president, and you said you don't know. Hang on. Calm down. So it's got no currency and no leader, and you said it was sovereign, but you don't know who's in charge. So when you say sovereign, does that mean that somebody owns it? Or that it is independent? Has anyone ever been in charge of Gaza that you know of? Ever? In its history?
They have not had a formal president or prime minister to those keys, to those definitions. But going back to
has it ever had a leader of any?
Hold on, Norm.
Yeah.
Let me tap in for a second because he's asking a question about Afghanistan. And so, yeah, I would consider Afghanistan a country. They actually have a prime minister. Do you know what the prime minister's name is in Afghanistan?
currently I don't, but last I heard, they don't really have an official prime minister.
Yeah, I don't. Well, hold on. So the Taliban is in power, and they have a prime minister named Hassan Akhund, and then they also have a supreme leader of the Taliban whose name is Hibatullah Akhundzadeh. I may have mispronounced it, but please forgive me. But yes, they do have a government. It's not a government that I like or that I would want to live under. But yes, to answer your question, they do have a government. Now back to the debate with you and Norm. Can you describe to Norm who has ever been the leader of quote-unquote
Gaza? Right? I honestly can't. No, I can't. But what I can say is, the majority of the United Nations have stated that it is the sovereign land.
It's the land, not a country. They put land and not a government. So who is it? So who is the sovereign of this sovereign land?
Yes, that's the United Nations. Going back to my...
Well, I'm asking you. No, wait, I'm asking you. You're the one. Why would I ask you? How is it sovereign if there's no sovereign?
Going back to my original statement.
No, we're going back to your original statement.
Let him go. But David, can you please address his question? Because I think what he's having trouble with is... Hold on. I will moderate Norm. But why didn't somebody move? Did he move on his own?
I didn't.
Oh, he got scared. He got scared because he was going to get asked a question. Jesus, it always happens. I was just going to simply ask him, if he could tell me what he means by the word sovereign, because he said it was a sovereign country, and based on your questioning, Norm, it doesn't sound like he knew what the word sovereign. Anyways, why do they always leave when they get asked questions?
I agree. Make their brains sick. So for those of you listening, just with the system code of law, Gaza has never been an independent anything. For most of its life, it was a part of Egypt until 1967, when Egypt attacked Israel. Egypt lost that engagement, and it lost the Sinai as well. Israel traded the Sinai back to Egypt in 1978 at the Camp David Peace Accord with Jimmy Carter. People won the Nobel Prize for that one. And then, when Israel gave the Sinai back, Egypt didn't want Gaza. So guess what it became a part of? Israel. There was never anything called a Palestinian there, and Israel in 2005 withdrew from Gaza and let them have elections. And they had two parties there, the Palestinian, there's some others, but the main ones are Palestinian Authority and Hamas. And the Palestinian Authority, which was elected in the West Bank, which we call Judea and Samaria, was defeated there, so a terror organization called Hamas, which tried to commit genocide on Israel, was elected as the legitimate government, quote-unquote, a terror organization of Gaza. It never had any real link to so-called Palestine. It was never part of the banking system, never had a currency, it never had anything but a terror organization in charge. That terror organization is Hamas. And that's up until now. It's been sort of floating there, not a part of Israel, not a part of Egypt, and run by a terror organization called Hamas. So it's very puzzling what Gaza is right now, which is why President Donald John Trump, as JB likes to call him, says he's just going to take it, because in truth, nobody owns it. It is not sovereign. There are some areas there that were once refugee camps that developed into cities, quite luxurious ones, in fact, with swimming pools and BMW dealerships and water parks and beach clubs. In fact, it became kind of wealthy on aid because the world kept pouring refugee aid into Gaza. Now, you just have to think about Gaza, the so-called refugees. Really, they get your tax money and mine, a lot of it. Joe Biden gave them $250 million just before they attacked on October 7th. Because 80% of the people are refugees that by definition, they're not from there, and they don't own Gaza. The remainder 20% are a bunch of clans, which have never been organized into a formal government. So what Gaza is actually very much up in the air right now. I'll just leave it there.
Hold on. I want to address the chat because sometimes we need to do that. Arthur K says, this room is called Healthy Debates, but there hasn't been any healthy discourse. Arguing instead of finding common ground to agree on to progress the conversation. So I would agree to a certain point here, Arthur. The problem is that when Norm was trying to establish a common ground to just figure out if the person that he was arguing with even understood what a country was, to understand if Israel is a country and what are the characteristics that make up a country, and the interlocutor was not a good faith interlocutor, and that person did not either didn't know or pretended not to know the answer to any of those questions. So there was no way of building a conversation with somebody that you can't build on facts, and so that's why we're here.
Yeah, he was asked if he knew what Israel was, and he said, I know. And then he was asked who's in charge of Israel, and then Clay out to know when he was
using your own figures against you.
not my age. But I mean,
When I say ignorant, I say ignorant, your ego. And
not my ego either. He acted like he was something.
he knew a lot more than.
Norm, you're gonna have to forget this Tony kid. He's never had conversations with adults.
Thank you. Adult.
But he was afraid to say what he knew because he was too filled with hate against Jews to acknowledge the Jewish homeland.
He knows that you think he doesn't know anything.
No, I don't think anything. We just have a conversation. He doesn't know what I think.
No, the way he was questioning, anybody that's smart understands what you was trying to do, then he was playing with you.
What was I trying to do?
He was playing.
What was I trying? Like anybody
He
was
was
trying to do.
playing. Hold on. He was playing with you. Now
Hold on. Hold on. Is playing with you similar to playing with you?
Jojo, Mojo,
Speak.
Okay. Listen. Yeah, the energy is intense in this room, and being present for it is difficult when trying to approach from a pure stance of neutrality. And the polarization between the exchanges here and the behavior that has been accommodating characters on the stage has been hypocritical. As in, I see the intelligent here punching down on those who do not. And all I see is just question, baiting, and ridiculing to insult the other person's intelligence. So if I could just bring to awareness of the accountability of, like, hey, how are we behaving? Is it according to, is it in coherence with who we are as people? So I identify from a non-dualistic perspective. I operate from oneness, and I'm the hippie dude that, right. So anyway, I see things from as a whole, and what I see is just combative communication. What would be healthy is non-combative communication, so that we can progress to growth, so we can agree and meet on common ground. Therefore, no one talking down or punching down to anybody.
So Arthur, let me ask you a question. At what resident? Hold on. I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a question. No, I'm gonna. Well, I don't know about that.
I park my tank.
Okay, good. You park it wherever you like. Free parking. I just want to ask a question here. Were you here when Doug was here saying that when he brought up the Federal Reserve and he was using it as a Trojan horse in his conversation about his hatred of Jews? Were you here for that part of the conversation? Oh, where'd he go? Oh, every time you ask them a question, they just like leave. It's amazing.
That's a good question.
Where they are. Oh, wait, hold on. Tommy, why don't you tell me what's bad faith about this? The person that okay, we'll back this up. When Thug identified as saying, hey, we should talk about the Jews, and then he said, let's talk about the Federal Reserve, and he went into this entire anti-Semitic thing, this trope about how the Jews control the money, and the Jews are controlling the U.S., and they do it vis-a-vis the Federal Reserve. All I did was ask him a couple of questions about the Federal Reserve. I will give you ample time to talk. But anyone that knows me on this app knows that I would rather you speak more than I do. I just want to say this. I want to give some context to everyone that might be listening for the first time, and then you can go ahead and tell me where you think I'm wrong. Thug made all these comments and established himself as being knowledgeable about the creation of the Federal Reserve. In fact, he indicated that he had taught from a book, and then when I asked him what the name of the book was, he didn't know the name of the book. Then when somebody mentioned the name of the book, he said, oh yeah, that one. So then he goes and he gets a picture, and he PTRs a picture of the book, and again, asserts that he's an expert in it. He's telling us who he believes created the Federal Reserve, and he made the comment that the Jews own the Federal Reserve. Nobody owns the Federal Reserve. If you guys are interested, we can talk about how the Federal Reserve was created, how it's structured, and you know that there is no ownership of it. There's a governance of it, and there's a couple of ways in which it's governed, right? And we can talk about all that, but we could talk about that with Doug because he didn't know what he was talking about. And when he said that it was not only owned, which he did first flaw, said it was owned, said it was created by Jews, the second lie, and then third, he said it's operated by Jews, which, by the way, the chair, when I asked him what the chair's name was, he didn't even know who the chair was. So he knew absolutely nothing about a topic that he brought up. All I can say is that if I'm going to bring up baking, I'm going to understand the ingredients. I'm not going to bring up a topic that I don't know the answers to or can have an intelligent conversation about. He brought it up, and then when he got embarrassed by it, then people that hate Jews decided to jump in on his side to say a bunch of other nonsensical shit, and you guys have been getting educated ever since. Now tell.
Okay, so do you know how to debate?
Never lost one, but go ahead.
Cool. So you know when you debate, you don't just ask a bunch of questions. You actually respond with a fact, correct? Not ask questions.
Are you telling me how the debate is conducted?
Yeah, I am telling you.
Got it. Okay, good. Okay. Do you want to speak to anything I said?
I am telling you how you was not in good faith. What you try to do is you try to attack Spike's intelligence by asking a bunch of questions instead of going back and forth with a conversation in a debate. Mean as in he says that it was controlled, you say no, it was not controlled. No, what you do is you ask a ton of other questions instead of giving your point on what it is.
Well,
you don't have to debate debatable skills. All you do is talk over, and then you try to embarrass them.
How about this? I am going to move myself down. Anthony, you can bring me back up. I will surrender my mod badge, and you can pick from any of the individuals that have a mod badge. You want to debate me on the Federal Reserve? Let's me and you have a conversation, and we'll let a moderator.
I'll tell you what you're doing wrong.
No, I'm telling you, if you want to have a fucking debate right here, Junior, we can fucking have it. But if you're going to pussy out and just say that people don't know how to debate, then just say you're too pussy to have a debate. Hold on. I'm gonna move myself down. And we'll watch how this little chicken shit backs out of this. Watch this.
I ain't asked about the Federal Reserve, so drop your stuff.
Roger without a mob badge is still Roger. Stop.
No, hold on. I'm moving myself down. Hold on.
That don't mean nothing then.
Like I said, not good faith. He's proving my point. The more he has.
All right, go ahead. Hold up. Who's gonna moderate this? Who's gonna moderate this?
I'm not debating.
Oh, you're not gonna debate me? Oh, I thought you said I didn't have debate skills.
You have really bad social skills also.
Interesting. Hold on.
You're not the man. No, you're not the man. No, wait. You're not the man. I was talking first.
He got that mind badge back.
Hey, listen, I didn't even ask for it, but all I gotta say is, look, if anybody wants to debate me, we can do it anywhere, anytime when it comes to the Federal Reserve. And all I can say is, this little fella named Tony thought that he was wise, said that I don't know how to debate. Listen, well, let's find that out. How about this? How about you pick the structure, and you pick out of these moderators who you want to moderate the debate.
I come here for your entertainment. I don't want to give a fuck about debating with you.
All right, well, I'm not here to entertain you. So fucking, how about that? When you grow up and you want to have a debate in a fucking house called Healthy Debates, come back. But if all you want to do is just fucking sit here and talk your shit, you go somewhere else with that shit. Listen, you guys brought up the Federal Reserve. Hold on. Did I bring up the Federal Reserve? Was I the one that brought it up? Anybody?
Hey, but Tony never said he wanted to debate the Federal Reserve. You just tell you guys.
What does he want to debate? What is it? What is that little uneducated candy ass want to debate you?
He was maybe about to have a debate. That's what he was telling me, that you was being disingenuous.
I told him he can pick any format he wants.
I'm gonna move on.
I told him he could pick the debate format, and he decided he didn't want to do it. I can't help it if you guys are afraid to interlock with me in a debate. I can't help that. I guess maybe some of you have been around long enough to know that when it comes to the Federal Reserve, you're not going to win a debate against me. I think most of you know that. Tony's just new. He just got he got off restriction with his cell phone. His parents gave him his cell phone back. He downloaded Clubhouse. Now he wants to come in here and act like an...
There's another white mass shooter out there.
Hold on. Remy said Roger IQ is low. Let's bring up high IQ Remy. Let's see where high IQ Remy is. Let's see.
Roger's relatives are out there shooting up firefighters, out there trying to do their job up in Idaho. 11 of them have been...
That's scary. I can't... still alive. Like, I would have thought that person would have died of diabetes already. Jesus. What's going on?
You know, meanwhile, her relatives are, robbing Foot Locker.
I mean,
Well, I just think it's rich, though, that people said that, that like, I talk down to people because I have a mod badge and I'm a bully. I moved myself down. I said, let's have a debate, and the person said they didn't want to have a debate. Okay, end of the discussion. Just acknowledge that you don't know shit about what you were talking. Horny ass little bitches. Who's friends with these people? How they even find this fucking room? I thought this room was from.
Don't blame me, I was clipped.
How did you get clipped? And then the anti-Semites get to stay on the app? Can someone explain that?
The Thug Sissy should have been clipped a long time ago. I think, it's very crazy how people don't recognize the things that he says in violation of the terms and conditions of the app. But hey, let's let Thug Sissy continue to be Thug Sissy.
If you don't know what the state of Israel is, and you don't know what the Federal Reserve is, but you have opinions about it, those opinions are somehow derogatory towards Jews, maybe you're an anti-Semite. It's just a thought. I mean, if you don't know anything except for the fact that you hate the Jews, maybe you should own it. Why be afraid to own it? Just admit it. You don't know why, you don't know how, you don't know who, but you hate them. Just say that. At least then you're standing, as JB would say, 10 toes down. You're not trying to bullshit about stuff you know nothing about.
Can you say standing 10 toes down again, please?
Why ain't you standing 10 toes down? Trying to imitate the only guy on the app who doesn't have an accent besides me. I don't know, the whole thing is kind of funny. I'm just surprised at people's ignorance. I thought they would have more self-respect than to put themselves out there naked, unarmed with any information or knowledge, and just expect to get through a conversation with somebody who knows even a little bit about any topic.
Hey, Tony, just real quick, before you go, Tony, I wanted to ask you a question. Tony, do you believe that culture is innate or is culture learned? Did you previously state that culture was innate?
Bro, I'm talking at normal. You trying to switch my topic. I'm not even about to go back forward with you.
All right, Tony, I got another thing just to tell you in brief. I do have a degree in anthropology, and epigenetics has nothing to do with anthropology. Epigenetics is the term for what you were speculating about. The trauma could be passed down from generation to generation through DNA, and the bottom line is it cannot. It's an interesting theory. Some people can be traumatized, and their trauma can affect the way they parent, so that their kids are going to have other kinds of issues as a result of being the child of a traumatized parent. But you cannot pass trauma down through DNA. Put another way, hang on, I'll end up with one sentence and then you go. It's okay. Trauma does not, that's quite all right. Trauma does not affect your DNA. There is no proof.
I was wrong I was wrong saying the word DNA. I was saying genetic. That's all.
Well, genetics, it's the same thing. There's no more record.
I put the two definitions in the chat just a minute ago. But
definitions of what?
It's the same. The difference between DNA and genetic.
Not really a difference.
It's called normal. You say let me talk right. I was saying DNA trauma earlier. I meant to say genetic trauma. For example, my grandpa might can have a lot of fear, attitudes, and everything else like that. Different traits to his personality, different things like that. Everyone knows when you heard the term, you act just like your dad, you act just like your mom.
That's learned behavior, not genetically transmitted.
No.
Yeah, okay,
is not healthy. This is not a healthy debate.
Yeah, it's healthy. Just take a nice breath. So whether you, by the way, there's no distinction between. Hang on. Hang on. There's no difference between genetics and DNA. Trauma does not affect your genetics or your DNA. And you can't pass. Hang on. And you can't pass it down from generation to generation.
Tony, shut up and learn something, you nappy-headed hooligan. This is the problem with black people. Y'all don't fucking learn. Y'all do not fucking learn. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'm not doing this with you, Tony. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Okay? Be quiet. Allow Norm to finish. Be quiet. Be quiet. Thank you. Go ahead, Norm.
I was just going to say, I mean, it's nice that he has these ideas, but they have nothing to do with reality. There are some theories that trauma can affect your genes, but it's never been established as true. It's not a real scientific theory. It's just an idea. I just want to put it a different way. No, you're gonna go after me. So there is no scientific evidence, none, zero, that trauma affects your DNA or your genetics, as you put it. There's no distinction there. And you can't pass it down genetically from generation to generation. Now go ahead, please do respond to what I said. Go ahead.
And please don't come up again. Thank you. Because you say healthy debates. You're white. You never.
No more meta, Tony. Tony, nobody wants to hear the meta. Just go ahead and talk about epigenetics. Go ahead. No, I'm not going to be pleasurable. That's for you to do. Now go ahead and address the topic and stop whining and complaining.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Listen, everyone stay on mute. Tony's gonna get 2 minutes uninterrupted, and I'll tell you this, if he doesn't get to the fucking answering the question within the first minute of it, I'm just gonna remove him from the room. He will have 2 minutes uninterrupted. Nobody will interrupt, no matter what he says, no matter how fucking stupid it is. But if he gets a minute deep into this without answering the question, I'm just gonna remove him and he'll never come back.
He didn't answer the question, but what I was saying was that trauma can be passed down. For an example, if your grandparents or whatever have like certain traits, goofy, funny, has an attitude, different things like that, usually be passed down to your pops, but it can skip him and go to you, and it can say you act just like your grandpa, different things like that, and whatever traumas that your past history or anything like that,
30 seconds.
And if you're in fear and different things that they can be passed on to you. That was all I was saying.
I don't know if you heard a word that I said. Yes, I do have a degree in anthropology. The field that you're addressing is called epigenetics. Again, I don't know if you heard that, so I just want to make it clear to you, and I guess you're not going to hear this, which is maybe, I don't know, I mean, maybe you can't learn stuff. So I'll make it really clear. There is no evidence, none, that trauma affects your DNA or your genes. Did you hear that loud and clear?
Norm, I think it's deeper than that. I'm sorry, just really quick. Norm, I think it's deeper than that. I actually think that the argument that trauma affects your DNA is a white supremacist talking point. I think white supremacists propagate that idea, and ironically enough, you have a number of people in certain communities who unintentionally don't realize how insulting it is for to push forward this idea. There's a book called The Bell Curve, all right, and it has a very racist point of view, but it's the same talking point that Tony is trying to push. And he doesn't see how ironic it is that he's standing arm in arm with white supremacists.
If I could add something, and I just want to talk from a scientific point of view, and I don't give a shit about, the politics that go along with it or whatever. But Norm, you're saying that there have been some studies, and trauma can affect, how your genes are expressed when you called it right. Epigenetics, and I'm sure you know more than me because you said you majored in anthropology, but there have been some studies with scientific evidence, and one was done on Holocaust survivors in 2016.
So can you walk me through the metabolic process? Can you walk me through the metabolic process
She wasn't
which
done, though,
genetic mutation actually occurs?
Adams, she wasn't done. Let her finish and then respond to it.
Yeah, I'm not fucking arguing with anybody, okay? I'm just having a conversation. And I already submitted that I'm sure Norm knows more since he has an anthropology degree. But I was able to find scientific evidence, which is what I thought we were discussing, and it's done the methylation patterns, suggesting that the trauma has impacted gene expression across generations. There's several studies. I can put them in the chat if anybody gives a shit.
So now we've made a distinction. It can affect gene expression, but it doesn't change your genes. In other words, an accident or a trauma can bring out a certain part of your personality, but it can't change your genes, and it can't be inherited, and it can't be passed from generation to generation. So that's the distinction. I am familiar with the study that you mentioned, and it is called epigenetics. So the idea, for example, that the trauma would be inherited by the child of a Holocaust survivor, no, it wouldn't be genetically or scientifically or biologically or medically. But yes, a parent who has been traumatized will have a certain kind of behavior, and that behavior, not the genes, will affect the child. And by the way, those things are addressable. You can fix that with therapy. There's no change to the genes. As you said, expression meaning some part of your personality that was otherwise not prominent could emerge as a result of trauma. Now, by the way, it could be a heroic response, or it could be a hurt response, because people respond to the same stimuli in different ways. That has to do with genetics. But no, a trauma will not change your DNA or your genes.
I said earlier,
hold on, Tony, hold on. I want to extend a warm, healthy debates welcome to Daki Tari, who seems to disagree with Norm, but as of yet has been a little too afraid, a little too timid to get up here on the stage. I want to welcome this person up here to see what they have to say. The chat warriors have a lot to say, but let's see if we can actually get somebody on the stage here. Let's see. Everyone root for Daki Tari. We're gonna see if this person can come up. Everyone encourage in the chat Daki Tari to take the stage. Oh, not yet. Rob Gulate is afraid to get on the stage. I heard Rob Gulate is a failed rapper from Houston. I wonder if he wants to get on the stage and argue.
I mean, the data contradicts what Tony is saying. The gene expression from the trauma that you feel proves that it's not being passed down.
Yeah. There are interesting studies about trauma as well, because a lot of people have been traumatized, and the more we study people, the more, in fact, we find how universal trauma is. So I want to say that again. The phenomenon of trauma is fairly universal, whether you've lived through a war, like people in Israel and people in Gaza are now, or whether you experience some sort of a horror, like being the victim of a crime, that's a trauma, or whether you've experienced some sort of child abuse, that's particularly traumatizing. But there are ways of fixing that. And that has to do with therapy and attention. There's a great book by perhaps the leading authority on trauma, Bessel van der Kolk. He's a Dutch guy, which is why his name sounds funny like that. And he has a book. He's the leading, I think, academician and therapist of trauma. And the book, and I recommend it to anybody here. But remember, since trauma is universal, maybe everybody wants to have a look at this book. It's called The Body Keeps the Score. And you can get tons of YouTubes and podcasts featuring Basil Vandercook as well. He's out of Boston, yes?
Author's name again, substance.
Say it again, that Liz? Say it again?
Was it Dr. Murkoff? Can you say that again with that after?
Did you just say Dr. Talk? I could swear you said Dr. Basil Vandercock.
But, but also, I wasn't just only talking about trauma, I was also talking about traits and habits and different things. When I say habits, I mean as in, like, interests and different things like that. I think sometimes when I speak, you're trying to, like, if it ain't exactly what it is, like the way that Miss Madison had described everything what I was saying or trying to say. And then you described exactly what I was saying a long time ago in the conversation, not now, but earlier. But like I said, interest in different things like that can be passed down. That's the reason why they have the term of saying like you act like your grandfather, you act like your dad, different things like that. They never even met that person, or their grandfather died a long time ago, and they say that and stuff like that. I only noticed that I had to take a fucking class twice. And
what was the class?
It was an anthropology class.
What was it called?
Anthropology. If I'm mistaken.
It wasn't just for anthropology.
Like you said, remember I just said how you trying to get exactly what it is. I'm
trying to get to the truth of the matter because people have been bullshitting on this.
Yeah, I'm not.
Stage for hours. But say you are.
I know what you're saying. I'm not speaking for nobody else. Like I was saying, but what you're doing with me is like, if it ain't exactly what it is, then I'm wrong. But you understand the concept of what I'm saying. I don't know none of this. I didn't know none of this before I went to that class. I understand like the first beginning of the class was all about culture and how the culture norms and different things like that and habits and everything. Then we talked about genetic trauma and different things like that. Everything I'm just saying, everything you were saying, I think get the words out. Everything you were saying is what I was trying to say. And then like you said with war and everything else like that, but also habits and different things like that. You can pick up if you're in that environment and different things like that due to the fact that they cause whatever you genetically was like your grandfather was probably doing and stuff like that.
So it's just like they're injecting CRT into the anthropology course. I mean, none of what you said is backed up by real science. You know, it just sounds like CRT. And just because you took a course on it doesn't mean that the professor or the teacher wasn't throwing a bunch of BS in there to fulfill some sort of like CRT goal of the university.
Tony knows about as much about this as fucking the other guy knew about the fucking Federal Reserve.
But I think he's coming with humility and a genuine interest and a desire to learn, and I just want to...
yeah, I'm literally just having like a conversation, exactly.
I want to support you for that. I appreciate the way you responded, and I can understand that these are complicated concepts, and sometimes they're hard to express. And between, I guess it was Madison and I, we got around to it, and I think we all learned something here. Hopefully it's useful. So the rare clubhouse moment in which we learned something.
And then this dude next to me to my CRT added critical race theory into it. It's like, bro, stop bringing race into every conversation. Not even about a race conversation right now. Just like,
actually, that's exactly how we got here, Tony. That's where you took us here. The title of the room was quite literally about white fatigue. We were talking about race, and then you brought that up. So I don't think that he's off base at all. I think you just forgot how you brought us to this conversation.
Okay, mindset. Very low mindset. No, so if trauma cannot, what you say is true. 2 examples. Do you agree that human babies, are scared of snakes? And second, why dogs love human?
What?
Yeah, dogs. Why dogs? Like baby dogs, they love human. Even though,
baby dogs will love anybody that feeds them. That's not epigenetics. And epigenetics is different from breeding and evolution. And what was the first part of the question?
No, the baby dog.
Why are people afraid of snakes? Babies are not inherently afraid of anything, but there are certain disgust reflexes. So people will quickly learn to recoil from disgusting things. That is, things that smell bad, that we've learned that smell bad, or people that or things that they've seen others recoil from. That's learned behavior. There are some inherent reflexes. Like, one of the few things that a baby is born with is the ability to feed at the mother's nipple. They actually are born, baby humans are born with less natural inclinations than almost any other animal. They're completely dependent on their parent for a lot of years, more than any other living creature. Like, you could say as much as 10 years, and some people it's 18 years. But almost nothing else is passed genetically. It's learned behavior. Personality traits, it's questionable whether they're inherited, but the things that we're talking about here specifically is whether trauma can change your genes. And the answer is that it can't. There isn't any evidence. But it can change your behavior, of course, and your behavior can affect those around you. So if, for example, there's somebody in your family who's an alcoholic, and they begin to disappear, or lose their jobs, or go into rages, or just do very irrational things, commit crimes because they're drunk, that behavior, that alcoholism disease can affect everybody around them. That's a behavioral effect, not a genetic effect.
What about spanning generations? Like, that's just within a generation.
That's right.
Can an experience in a previous generation or 3 generations ago be carried on by cultural forms, cultural humans?
Yes. By behavior, yes. So whether it's the family of somebody who endured slavery, that can change the behavior of the enslaved person, which will in turn affect the behavior of the children of the enslaved person, which will in turn affect the behavior of the grandchild or great-grandchild. But it's going to lessen generation by generation, and the effects can be ameliorated. Same thing with the Holocaust. And if somebody is a victim of, say, child abuse, that's going to affect the person's behavior and the person's mental state, and it'll affect how they parent. So the kid will have certain responses to that. But 3 generations down, it's going to be largely gone. And there'll be enough other outside positive influences to ameliorate that negative effect of the trauma. So culturally, yes, but genetically, no. And it is fixable.
What you just said, though, yes, it can be diluted within the 3rd or 4th and different things like that, but the only thing is it can still be easily triggered. It can still be triggered. I can say easy trigger, it can still be triggered depending on the environment and different things like that. Like the more it goes, like for an example, the dudes bring up CRT in the chat, right? But when you think about the civil rights, because some people like only bring up slavery, like not realizing that if you're in between the age of 60 and up, you experience some type of crazy stuff that was going on in America and different things like that, or they
like what, for example?
Civil rights, the whole civil rights area.
So you march. I was about
to say their parents. I was about to say
their parents. Nothing to do with your genes. That's your personal experience.
Yeah, so like I said, remember I was saying with the trauma and everything else like that, and you said it'd be diluted after a while. From what we're talking about, it's only been 1 generation or 2 generations or whatever from it. So different things as in fear or any type of like pushback or fight or fights and different things like that is still within the system of certain people.
No, that is not accurate. So give me an example from the civil rights generation, which I have to tell you is something I'm not unfamiliar with.
I'm pretty sure we come from the same background, sir. So, but the thing is,
You're a New Yorker?
no, we come from the same background. You're coming from a Holocaust survivor. I come from Serbian survivors. We have the same type of background, different things like that. Jewish and black people walking side to side next to each other with Martin Luther King and everything else like that.
I've never thought differently. I agree.
Thank you. But what I'm saying is that if your parents or grandparents was walking in fear of different things like that from the KKK or even a white person, whatever the case may be, like, or even marching to getting sprayed water downs or going to school in fear of different things like that. Certain types of fears, like I said, remember I said fight or flight. You know, you might not be scared of a white person, but the fight or flight might be still in you, genetically passed down if you're in an environment where you have to be in a flight or flight attitude.
Everybody has fight or flight. That's universal.
Yeah, but depending on your genetics and who you are, you might be a person that might just sit there. And then your mom might be might be a woman, or your dad might be a dude. That's been the type just they don't like confrontation. They're not like that, and you might be like that. You might pass it on to you and different things, but your parents might have been a person who like to fight when something comes to them. Now you picked up that trait if you're in that environment that you're quick to fight because of what was happened beforehand. That's what I mean by that.
Okay, so if you want to know whether we are composed based on nature or nurture, that's the usual debate. Do you know what I mean by nature or nurture? Whether it's cultural, whether it's cultural or genetic is another way. So we can pass on cultural traits, and definitely I think there are genetic components to our personalities, but trauma doesn't affect them. In other words, trauma won't change it.
The trauma won't, but your, like you said, fear, and when I say trauma, sometimes that can conclude, or not conclude, I'm using the wrong word, but with trauma sometimes you can either have fear or pick up any other traits or attitudes from it.
If one's mother is afraid a lot and the kid is around that, the kid will pick up on that. That's learned behavior, not genetic. Now, if the mother is great at playing the violin and then teaches the kid to play the violin from the age of 3 or the cello, because I've seen that, there's certainly a genetic component to talent, and there's also a learning component to talent. So hopefully they come together. And by the way, scientists don't know what part of the personality is learned and what part of the personality is influenced by genes.
Yeah, they still but they have some like I said, like Miss Madison, I can't repeat everything she said, but she made it clear about what I meant by that also.
Yeah, she made a great contribution. It's true.
No, what about fear of loud noises? Is that inherent to
That's a normal human response because it vibrates the membrane in your ear and it hurts. It's startling. It's a startle response.
Are you scared of it or
what? What?
I'm talking about fear. Like for example, fear of falling, fear of loud noises, are those inherently passed through genes?
They're not passed through genes, they're inherent in human makeup. So by the way, they can be conditioned out of you. But if God forbid your parent fell out of a window, that won't affect you genetically. So you might be afraid of heights because you learned that because something happened to your parent, but it's not going to affect anybody's genes.
It doesn't affect genes, but my question is that what is the mechanism for this fear to pass through generations?
Culture.
Yeah, and evolution.
No. I'm talking about, like, imagine a baby is born and, like, everybody around that baby is not afraid of height, but that baby will be afraid of height. It has to learn to be afraid of height.
It has to learn to be afraid of height, that's right.
No, it has to learn not to be afraid of the height.
Okay.
So by default, it is afraid of the height.
Yeah, I don't know if fear of heights is inherent. I don't think it is. Most of the things you're discussing are culturally transmitted, not genetically transmitted. A really good example was, I remember, you learn a lot about this stuff when you're raising kids, especially about things like gender differences and so forth. So I remember I had my kid in the pool, and he just took 2 steps. He was next to me. He was tiny, and his head underwater, right? He didn't know that he would die from that. He just was standing there underwater, not knowing what was going on, not thrashing or anything like that, no fear. And I thought instantly, because you develop like a radar for your kids, like you always know where they are and what they're doing. Again, he was like a foot away from me, and I just scooped him up under the arms. And he wasn't crying or anything like that. He was just standing underwater, not realizing that he would die very quickly if 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 I hadn't scooped him up. Now later on, people become afraid of water, but it wasn't inherent. So that was an example that I had. This is why we have to take such care of our kids. They're virtually incapable of survival when they're born. They can't feed themselves.
So my example is that my kid, I was like standing in the water on the pool, asked him jump, and he wouldn't jump. And I had to teach him that it's okay to jump. And so I don't think kids, if you put them beside the water, they just jump. They're afraid of jumping.
How old was he?
Like 2-3 years old.
Well, I don't think you tell a kid who's 2 years old to jump in the water. Was he in diapers?
These kind of swimming diapers that you wear.
Swimming diapers, yeah. Okay, so somewhere along the line, he just didn't want to do it.
No, I'm saying that by default, they're afraid of jumping. Human kids by default, and that's passed through some sort of genetic, I don't say gene, but some sort of genetic structure.
I mean, again, so now we're down to the evolution. Why are we afraid of snakes, as you said? Why are people afraid of bugs? Why do they have the disgust response? Why are we afraid of things like bees, beehives, and then we can overcome those fears, as you know, because there are people who keep bees.
Right.
There are other people who run away from them. These are all cultural things. My kid happened to love to jump in the. My kid loved to. I didn't teach my kid to jump in the water, by the way. He could jump in the water like for hours, for whatever reason. Jump in, get out, go around, jump in again. He just liked doing it. I don't know why. I have no explanation for it. I like to swim. I used to swim with him on my back. Maybe I just got him used to the water.
Take your kid to a diving place. See if they dive, but they will have hard time diving. Like I took my kids to these lakes that you jump from top stone in the lake. He wouldn't do it. I had to really convince him to do it. I had to hold him and jump with him. So later he found out it's okay. So there are certain fears which, you are right, for evolutionary reasons they pass through. And if that's true, then you can extrapolate. I don't know if it's scientifically valid to extrapolate, but you can extrapolate that trauma can also be passed on. Based on if these fears can pass on, so trauma is a kind of fear that can pass on. I mean, theoretically, I don't claim there is a data. I don't think these are like moral issues to gather data around. But if other fears can pass, so trauma is a fear. Why not trauma can pass through?
Well, give me an example of a trauma.
Like
getting hit on the head or something, or
no, for example, if you claim that, for example, blacks are generation after generation are scared of whites, that trauma can pass through black genes. So if you take a black kid, give it to white folks to raise, that kid inherently are scared of whites because generations before, like for many generations, those parents were scared and learned that you have to be afraid of whites. So that now past that fear of whites.
There's no evidence of that.
I know. I'm just saying that if that fear of jumping can pass through, why not this fear can pass through too?
Because jumping is a physical. So when you're going from a known environment like air, where we walk around all day and we're in the air, into an unknown environment like water, people are afraid of the unknown. People are afraid of falling because they lose control. People might not like the experience of falling. Some people get nauseous when they fall. Some people like roller coasters. Some people hate them. Some people like them when they're little and then hate them when they're older, like me. I don't go on them anymore.
Kind of in the same field, Norm, but I'd like to ask you a question in regards to this. When it's pertaining to substance abuse, chemical dependency, alcoholism, we do see, babies born to heroin addicts where that baby suffers some sort of addiction to this. Is that passed genetically, behaviorally? I might not be asking the right question, but maybe I'm in the right type of idea.
So the question is, okay, first of all, there are things like fetal alcohol syndrome. And we used to have something that they called crack babies when there was this crack epidemic, which I don't think is still going on. So drug use of the mother is passed on through the mother's bloodstream to the child. So a child can actually be born addicted to an addictive drug like an opiate. Smoking, if the mother smokes, that's really bad for the child too. If the mother drinks, that's not good for the child. Even a lot of mothers even give up on coffee if their doctor tells them not to, because what's in the mother's blood is in the child's blood. But I'm not sure if you were asking something else. If the parent is alcoholic, I think that affects the quality of the parenting. So it's not a genetic effect, but it is a behavioral effect. I think people who are addicted to drugs, if they're under the influence all the time, drugs or alcohol, it affects their ability to be responsible and to show up and to put the needs of the child over the demands that the drug is creating in them. Like, let's say they have to do something to get the drug. I don't know, maybe it's stealing or prostitution, or maybe they spend all their money on the drug so they can't buy the food for the kid, or maybe they just can't parent in the right way. So I think drug addiction does affect our ability to love effectively. So the children of alcoholics and drug addicts have a negative behavioral effect, which will affect their psychology. You can get over the addiction, in a few days, the physical addiction to an opioid, or a week. But the emotional effects take, I think, let's just say a very long time to heal in the individual who's addicted. And then the effects of the bad parenting on the child also have to be overcome as the child matures.
Yeah, no, that's a great answer. And I'm not really versed in this field at all, man, so bear with my normal questions, but there's like ideas that is a disease and that people can be susceptible to it. Doesn't necessarily mean the child will be an alcoholic, but can people be susceptible to substance abuse addictions genetically, or is it still behaviorally? Like, is there a susceptibility in a specific type of gene?
That's one of those questions where it's nature and nurture, and scientists don't know. They don't have a scalpel to separate nature and nurture. But it can definitely be a learned behavior. Like, you can find something like drug addiction passing through groups of friends. There are a number of social diseases, I guess you're going to call them. I'll give you a few examples. Bulimia is one, where if like a bunch of it would pass through young girls, I don't know, young women, like pubescent girls. There can be an epidemic of bulimia. We pass through a college dorm where all the girls are suddenly throwing up, throwing up their bulimia. That can become an addictive behavior. Or there can be a group of people who, again, maybe they're genetically or behaviorally susceptible. There can be a drug addiction epidemic at a school. I remember there was one at Wesleyan. There was a Molly problem there, and I'm still not really sure what Molly is, so you have to forgive me because I don't want to admit to being square, but I'm not clear on what Molly is. If it's ecstasy or speed or combination or something different. But in any event, somebody died from an overdose. There was a whole bunch of kids who were taking it, and it kind of destroyed a whole bunch of kids at schools. It was a social epidemic. There are social epidemics of cutting. So there are like a whole group of kids can like be cutting themselves. This kind of strange behavior. And again, not to wade too deeply into a controversial political subject, but this idea of being transgender, it went from like a tiny percentage of the population, like 3%, and it just skyrocketed in the past, say, 15 years, roughly, from something that was absolutely unknown to something that seemed to be a social epidemic in this country. And it was like happening in every school. I had people who said, well, I'm not a boy anymore, I'm a girl, or I'm non-binary, or I'm transgender, or I'm something else. And there are even kids who think of themselves as some other form of species, like not human. You know, they're like a troll, I'm a troll, or something, or I'm a cat, or stuff like this.
These used to be regular facets of youth growing up before we had cell phones and YouTubes and opinion pieces and blogs and social medias to work reality from our projected experiences. So because narcissism has been on the rise ever since the cultural Marxists came over and affected our society with selfish, narcissistic, disconnected, addictive behavior, because addiction is essentially disconnection from the present moment. What are we disconnecting from? The energy that's stale that would make us sick otherwise. So, if we are using to addict, we are disconnecting. Disconnecting what? From the present and the bodies, because the pain is too much to bear. So when we force sobriety, that's like causing someone to face their monster all on their own, and then get labeled with, oh, you can't use that because if you do, you become addicted, and now you have a belief, and now you've implanted this emotional attachment to a label that we are forced to identify as, all to justify our being. So just that we don't address the lack of connection, the lack of love, the lack of hugs, the lack of what the nuclear family used to stand for. Thank you.
Addiction is
former energy in the room for allowing me to transmit that. Appreciate you.
Actually, addiction is a restructuring of the brain. I don't think it has, like, you can be addicted
it's a
to
protection mechanism. It sends a person in fight or flight when startled, when death is, when we're close to death, fight or flight comes in to give the person a boost of adrenaline to get over their hump. Except we get addicted to this new numb feeling because culture programs us to think feeling anything is being a simp or pussy. So we shun that. We
get addicted to running.
And we don't address the dark sides. Then when we get triggered, the monster comes out. Everybody has these things. Thank you.
I mean, I'm talking about an abstraction. You can be addicted to running. You can be addicted to money. You can be addicted to power. You can be addicted to even God.
Because you're escaping being present, not doing. You don't know what being is. You don't know what just being and nothing and not thinking and just, oh my God, I'm here. I'm so grateful to be able to be alive. It's always some kind of.
Hey, Arthur, be mindful of the energy you're putting.
Correct. Thank you for checking me.
So if I can land my point, so addiction is a restructuring of the brain. People who learn fast, they are more prone to be addicted because their brain can restructure much faster than other people. So in that sense, an abstraction, you can say is a talent, is a genetical talent. People who can learn fast because their brain can restructure much faster are much more prone to get addicted.
They're much more prone to be in their heads, disconnected from their bodies, so therefore their heart doesn't have to feel they're disgusted. There's some mind tactics that go on that make sense. bastardized culture riddled with unprocessed trauma passed down either culturally or epigenetically via markers, whatever have you. It's in the air. It's not just blood or cells. We are far more connected than just physically and materially, psychologically, spiritually, energetically, bioenergetically. We have bio things and stuff. Yes, trauma is passed down, but that's because it's encoded, embedded in our vocabulary, our behavior, our emotional reaction to a baby crying. The grown adults who are supposed to be growing, instead of nurturing the child, they react and punish the child for being a child. So that the child is robbed of a childhood that was supposed to be nurturing and innocent and caring and able to explore, but ordered and pushed to be quiet and then influenced by the ignorance that are their parents. So yes, whether it's blood or whatever, what have you, they're far more connected. As soon as we can clean our room first, we can then get to clarity first. We can't see through our stained windows because we're viewing through tainted. You gotta get out of your fishbowl. Listen to someone from another perspective and seriously reflect our own being before we even dare judge somebody else. Thank you, Ami.
I will judge.
And I'll still love you.
I mean, I still fuck with it, and just as, I mean, all the principles in there, I mean, are actually, if you live by those, you don't have to believe in any religion or be a Christian. They're just like good fucking rules to live by, I guess. I try my best. Anyone that's been to AA, I guess I kind of came in here late to this addiction thing, and yeah, I've been a part of that community for a while.
Yeah, AA was actually formed by Christians, though, so a lot of those principles in AA are based on Christianity. You're familiar with that?
Like I said, Joe. Yes.
Yeah, I think believing that there's something bigger than yourself is a good first step of solving pretty much any problem that you.
Right, the higher power thing. Exactly.
Yeah, taking ourselves out of the me first main character perception and exploring other perspectives from other angles or angels to reveal dimensions or demons that we might need to process.
But back to yeah, I mean, they were developed by Christians. But I mean, the 10 steps or the 12 steps. There's no like don't cheat on your wife, all this stuff. It's all of like a lot of, just like own up to your shit and make amends and believe in a higher power. And it doesn't mean like have to be Jesus Christ or whatever you believe in. But they're just like good stuff. And I'm not perfect for sure. I don't even follow most of them, but I do reflect upon those, when I can.
Yeah, what if they're just carefully designed healthier codes for you to implement into your neck, to your operating system, to rid you of the bugs that tend to steer you into the ditch. So maybe it's all just frequency, maybe it's all, there's a science behind it. And the masters that came before the ones who wrote the books, they knew things, and they didn't have a way to communicate it because we didn't have the vernacular, the technology, it's their inventions of the mind too. So they invented stories, like allegories, Bible and stuff, to metaphysically paint you a picture for you to figure it out yourself. That
step 8. I think step 8 and 9 were the hardest.
Which, are you talking about
the 12 steps, which, what we were just talking about too?
I mean, I know my hardest part was like reaching out to people that I had, harmed or...
That's 9. That's step 9.
And some people were like, what the fuck are you talking about? Some people be, thank you. That's cool. Like, I'm glad you, like, reached out.
Yeah.
And some people, forgot about it.
That's step 9. That's what I'm saying. Step 8 and step 9. Step 8 is making the list, and step 9 is going around and making amends. But you don't have to make amends if doing so is like going to be like a danger to you. Like let's say if you've wronged somebody and like confronting them is going to like put you in a weird spot. You don't have to do that. But the idea is to just become self-aware of how the things that you do in your life might impact people that are around you, and if they might not see it as a problem, but you might have, and the part is just being accountable to yourself. You know, that's the big one.
And the first step, you know, is just admitting that you have an issue or I think that's the most important one. But when you get down there with your sponsor and other people, you're right. I mean, you reach out to some folks and they have no idea what you're talking about, but it might be something you've been dwelling on forever. And then you want to be careful with other folks, right? Like, oh, they have forgotten about this stuff, and then it just like rehashes like an old memory.
Yeah, but you don't have to listen. If you're actually working this step and you've got a mentor, they will. If you got a difficult situation like that, you can do an honest inventory of like, hey, is this something that I have to do? And like, not all people do you have to go make amends to. Like for example, you know, if let's say you were in a drunk driving accident and you killed somebody's kid, going and knocking on their door and saying, hey, I really need to get this off my chest, that's probably not a good idea.
Right. Of course.
So what is it a good idea?
Because it could be unsafe, because some people's reaction justifiably could be to, you know, to exact a little bit of
Yeah. So when is it safe?
When is it safe? Yeah, I think it's like when you're thinking about like, you know, the grief that you may have put your parents or your wife or your kids through because of your addiction, and to just be able to deal with it, but you got to remember, it's not just about like, you're not trying to heal them, you're trying to heal yourself, and the reason that you want to be vulnerable in some of these situations is it gives them an opportunity to, you know, like that might be the only opportunity that somebody, you know, gets to be able to tell you how your behavior may have impacted them, and then it allows them the opportunity to get it off their chest. But oftentimes what happens, from my experience, is that just the mere fact that you're willing to deal with your own shit, people are just like, hey, let bygones be.
That's good consideration.
I really like managers that are calm, like, you're trying to get in front of us, like our wheels. Like, they're like, I'm glad that we discussed it. Actually, like, we can break it down and reduce friendships. Don't blow my engine. Things like that. So, yeah.
Why not going back?
I wish to surrender.
It's also risky the person rehashing their own memories that they haven't dealt with. You're responsible for sending someone down a drug line. They thought they believed that it was gone, the pain was done, I'm not affected anymore. Their ego has screwed that. And then you go on, oh shit. That's rascal.
It goes to the extremes.
they're in their cups and doing their thing on a nightly basis and not really taking care of, the commitments that they've made, and they leave people alone, right? And like now, and where it gets really bad is if the person's a functional alcoholic, where then there's this codependency where like, oh, he is an alcoholic and he's not present, but he's also gone 40 hours a week plus working, and so then they're never around, and they're just kind of absent. And so I think step 9, it's the hardest one for sure, but I think it's also the one that if people skip it, I would say those that skip step 9 are probably the most prone to.
All the other ones are,
The chances of you seeing this
I feel like number 9 is 100 million YouTube channels, but the making the list too, there's all.
Yeah, that's number 8. That one's hard too, because the thing is like, if you're talking to a sponsor and you're trying to be honest, that's the point where people might like omit some things and like just like because some of it might be too difficult. You're just like, yeah, that's not gonna make the list. So like sometimes 8 doesn't get dealt with or as honestly as it.
For Volvo that's not in the list, could you give us just the titles of the 8 or 9 just to know what you might be referring to?
Yeah, so 8 is just to make. Yeah, 8 is just to make a list of the people that you've wronged that you need to make amends with, and then 9 is going out.
Oh, okay. Is it okay if I share a little with them about that?
Yeah, please do.
Brought to my attention my stuff that I've never done because of addiction. I actually work with shopping and I noticed that the effect was because some people like couldn't get access if I showed my face. And, I did my own business. Going down the people that I have feelings about. I just wanted to share that it worked for me, but only me. This Catholic was, writing it down on paper. So just imagining that I'm talking to them, looking at their picture, and just forgiving myself, writing down what I wrote. Do a little prayer, meditation, toss them in the fire, so there are alternative ways that this can be happening outside nature, such as those that we're doing. So that's all I wanted to share. All these are powerful. If they're not, because you're talking to their subconscious, you're talking to their conscious, they might pick up that frequency of consciousness. And essentially, you're still doing your thing, you're still correcting your path without interfering them individually.
I don't know which is right or wrong, but one is public and the other is private.
Correct, but sometimes things that can be not ready to hear can still be, like you can still send it out, and over time check back in, like, oh, does it feel okay? Can I go like that? Well, with that other soul, see if it's healthy.
Well, hold on, Arthur, number 9, you have to apply discretion to it, like in discernment. You look at this list and you have to ask yourself some of these questions, of what could potentially impact me. And while it is about your healing and to be able to do it, there are circumstances where legitimate reasons can cause you to just say, yeah, it's probably better to not go.
I concur. Thank you. And I think our guts tell us, our body, listen to the intuitive hits, just think of a person. Ask yourself, how is it feeling? Communicate. Check. You can say something in the present. Leave space for it to take effect. A mind gym, yes.
Got it. So, do you feel like addiction is kind of the byproduct of the mind's inherent nature to learn and absorb through repetition? actually could be counterbalanced by replacing it with something more healthy like working out. That's basically what I'm getting at.
Yeah, working out is the new drugs. Yeah. I use that. I binge and sit on the trees and read all day and escape into dreams that also be challenging philosophy. All this stuff. So I escape into my realism and I'm addicted to thinking. So that's my drug. That replaced all my other shit, which was consumerism, drinking, partying, and being in other shit. So I allow it, yeah. Become addicted to thinking, and that's how we lose all the material stuff. Just in the city, like literally up above, because I lost interest in the physical and gained so much from the immaterial that I think this, and I don't need anything more than enough to get by. That old behavior of needing and operating out of lack, being scarcity mode, and needing to transact with the physical world to afford my lifestyle, feed my addictions, pay for things, and that whole machine is no longer it's still there. I can fire that up anytime. No longer needing, in fact, dependent on it to fulfill my version of what I think my identity is causing me to do. To fulfill that big ass ego that I have, that I still have. But it's just no longer driving a big ass out to the city. It's no longer in the driver's seat, it's the passenger seat. It still has a say, it's still in the cab. I still listen. It just doesn't direct. And there's no destination. You go wherever I want. And I'm not dependent on any kind of substance except cannabis, because cannabis is said to be alcohol. So practicing.
I was going to ask you, like how many joints did you smoke before you do the Mr. Miyagi on top of the hill?
Yeah, you're right. This is far out stuff. Comedy comes when we don't understand or something, and we really cool. Yeah, I get it. This is.
No, I was joking. Like I wasn't trying to ridicule you.
I know, I'm joking as well. So, yeah, well, I'm a nerd, so I study the how and the metaphysics, geometry of reality. Reality is music, all that stuff. Universe, one song, it's a verse. You need one. So we're all one. Kumbaya. Brahman and Atman, Maya, illusion, all that duality.
Arthur, you just inspired me to roll a blunt.
Please do. You can meet me up there.
No,
I can ground it.
I'll be passed out up there, but I'll.
I can ground it. I just never done it in front of a room of how many people are in there with all this energy. I could attempt to ground it if you'd like. If anybody's interested in seeing
Your little steel grinder. Man,
no, it's just
weed. Nobody gives a fuck about weed, dude. I'm talking about like just. We were talking about. What do you think that was your thing? I don't know, man. That's
we jumps are to preferring that my IDs are high smoking, yeah.
But Arthur, also with your nerdy like intelligence, have you? You gotta check out a show, man. I think this is a good fit for you. It's called Pharmacopoeia. It was on the Vice channel for a while.
I don't do Vice Energy anymore since I have to now feel things actually.
No. It was a TV show. It was called Pharmacopoeia.
Okay, give me a synopsis.
It's like a chemist guy that would go around and he would talk about the things in drugs and they would explore those different deals. It was a Vice show.
Yeah, I've taken drugs and done trips and experienced what lots of many other heroes before me have done, and yes, I'm aware of, I'm in that, I'm able to channel and flow, and I've done acid to expose myself to 3D, I can see things, like staring in a corner of the room and just read you what I see, like I can go for hours, like this is just channel knowing, I've done, like if you study, have you ever read called Nietzsche? You ever read Nietzsche, studied Nietzsche? Anybody? Famous philosopher.
Yeah, people fucking know who Nietzsche is. Like, is this interesting to you?
What I was trying to refer to is I am operating from his Übermensch mentality. this essentially is.
No, you're not. You're operating in this fucking. I'm trying to be a fucking intellectual. That's just weird.
Sure. And if it's going to be met with that energy, then there's no point in being here because I'm going
And I bet if you went to the Sphere, if I took you to the Sphere in Vegas, I remember he left. That guy's headed with blanket.
I didn't kick him. No,
I'm kidding, Roger. I'm kidding.
He's probably fucking hanging out in a fucking park, fucking doing fucking Tai Chi right now. Like, it's such a weird vibe.
Tai Chi, come on.
You know,
you're
Tai Chi, bro.
I do. Combat Tai Chi.
With what? Your G.I. Joe man? Come on, you don't fucking do no Tai Chi.
You got different balance and stuff, yes. Like, it's not in the park.
Ringo, you were so
except
close.
on weekends. Maybe I used to. Okay, Roger. Okay.
You're bullshit. Hakima, you're into weird shit. What were you thinking about this shaman vibe?
But I know what I can do Tai Chi though, man. I mean, I can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
He was weird a long time ago. But for the record, I can do Tai Chi.
You do Tai Chi too? In a park?
My father was a master at Tai Chi.
Yeah, only on the weekends.
I'm going to tell you something right now. If I were in a park in a big city and I thought I was being followed, I think I would just stop and start doing Tai Chi because ain't nobody going to fuck with somebody out there crazy enough to do Tai Chi in the park.
But like you go to the class, and then it would be like go to the park on Saturday mornings, and you would join like a group and like do a group Tai Chi practice outside of the dojo thing.
Hey, Rod, hey, PTR, look at my picture, PTR, Rod, that's my dad. He was actually doing a film, and that's a little still shot.
Your dad is Lou Gossett Jr.?
Yeah, he don't look nothing like Lou Gossett Jr.
Hakima, you got a white mama?
Yeah, he has a white mama.
No, I'm messing with you, Hakima.
Hey, Akima, what happened with your cousins when you invited them in earlier? You were like, you invited some interesting folks on.
I wasn't friends with none of them. I sent them requests. I didn't know none of them.
Who do you think was hanging and banging the best?
I don't know. It was a mix. You was losing. You was deflecting a lot.
Oh, hold on. What did I lose? I simply asked questions like, I asked the man that said he was an expert in the Federal Reserve some questions about who ran the reserve, and he didn't know.
You don't answer questions, but you just ask a lot of questions. You won't answer shit. Like if somebody asks you a question, then you're gonna change it. You're not gonna acknowledge the answer.
Ask me a question. Let's go. Ask me 10 questions that are on your mind.
I'm asking one. You say that whole CEO is 30% is over 6 feet or whatever. But how many of them is white? That's gonna go to like 80%, 90%, something like that. So it's not just short. So white privilege is first. So like short and all that might come second, but white privilege is gonna come first.
Yeah,
let me ask the question though.
I appreciate the question, and I'll go look up the answer. I don't have it at the tip of my tongue. What I do have at the tip of my tongue is the height one, because that one, is always interesting to me that nobody brings up. Where 58% of the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies are 6 foot taller, and only 14.5% of the U.S. population is 6 foot taller. And then when you get to 6'2" and taller, it's only 30%, but only 3.9% of the population is 6'2" or above. And it's just interesting to me that when you mention that, nobody seems to care. like there's a disparity there. There's certainly a privilege between of tall people versus short people, and I'm not the one that ignores the fact that there is privilege. In fact, I started that entire conversation by acknowledging that I believe privilege does exist. I even acknowledge that I believe that white privilege exists. The caveat that I throw out there, though, is that I don't think privilege is a bad thing.
This for the record, 90% of the CEOs are white, 1.6% are black.
I think there's 3 black CEOs for the Fortune 500, I think.
So white privilege comes first before the whole short and tall. And white people are severely underrepresented in CEOs.
Got it. But would you agree that tall people are also overrepresented?
That may be the case, but I think the prerequisite is being white, though. That's the number.
You know the one thing we didn't get into that I was kind of hoping to, but like people just weren't ready for it, was when that guy in the video that was talking about how like why are all the serial killers white? I went to the serial killer database and like I posted some stats and like I even told myself, you know what? No, just wait, because I don't think you'd like to know what the statistics are from 2000 forward when it comes to serial killers in the U.S.
That's because they changed the definition, same thing like mass shooters, you know what I'm saying? What we grew up knowing what a serial killer is, that's not, they brought the definition to include a lot of other things, so like, you can change the definition all you want to and make it change.
But do you think it would surprise people to know that if there's like 14% black?
We need the phone call with this,
Sure. Adams, would it surprise you to know that despite only 14% of the U.S. being black, more than 50% of the serial killers in the U.S. in the last 25 years have been black?
That's interesting.
It wasn't like that previously. It's something's changed. It's interesting. Akiva brought up an interesting point, and I'll have to. I won't dismiss it at face value. He said that the definition changed. I'll go double check and see what definition they're using prior to 2000 and currently. But I thought that was very interesting.
This is where I want to ask Norm if it was genetic or behavioral that asked that.
I just think it's interesting because if you were to ask me prior to me looking it up on the database, if you would have said, hey, what's the the highest percentage of serial killers, I would have definitely said Whitey was the serial killer for sure. But it's interesting to learn that that's not true.
It's Mexicans, man. I mean, they do it all at once.
No, the Mexicans were actually quite low on the list. In fact, underrepresented for their population.
I mean, the white guys only get like 4 or 6, you know? But like, remember that Ramirez guy that would go on the trains? He'd get like 30 or 40.
Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. The interesting thing about him is the citizens caught him. They beat him up. That's like the ultimate dream, right? People sit there and go, oh, if I caught this guy, blah, blah, blah. It finally happened with the Night Stalker.
Hey, Roger, let me ask you a question. When are they going to demolish the Cecil Hotel?
Why would you?
I mean, you don't think that it's cursed?
Are you talking about where that woman like disappeared and they found her in that tank?
And Richard Ramirez lived, and Black Dahlia actually lived as well.
So here's what I would say. I don't think they should close it down, but I wouldn't stay there.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I've walked past it, and to be very honest with you, Roger, anytime I used to live downtown 2 different times in my whole life, and anytime I used to walk past the Cecil Hotel, I used to cross the street. I didn't even want to be in front of it.
Was there fat girls out there?
I mean, I'm sure
they're on heroin. They ain't no fat girls.
I got a question for Anthony, who just got back. Anthony, we're doing a little trivia here about serial killers. Do you know which demographic kills since 2000 that commits more produces more serial killers, and not per capita, but just the percentage of the U.S. serial killers? Would it be white, Hispanic, Asian, black? Who commits them?
My guess is going to be white women.
Incorrect, but white. So it's all men, by the way. The one truth we can't escape is that men are more violent than women. But here's something that's very interesting. Since 2000, more than 50% of the serial killers in the U.S. have been black.
Since 2000.
Yeah, for the last 25 years, consistently. Wow. In fact, there hasn't been a year that's gone by that wasn't true since 2000.
Right, where's the stat at? Where can I look this stat?
I posted in the chat earlier. I'll go find it again. It's from a site called Serial Killer Database or some shit. Hold on, let me go get it. I'll pin it up to.
So if you're a serial killer, I mean, you have to get you got to get 3, you got to get 4 before you get it.
That's an interesting question. Let me ask Google real quick.
You know, it's interesting. I feel like women are very much so underrepresented in the murder statistics. And I feel like as our boomer population and the generation behind it, starts to...
3 or more people, significant amount of time. I'm sorry.
Can you all hear me? I feel like as that population ages and, people start acquiring properties and start redeveloping, I think that we're really going to get an insight as to how much women actually killed in, the previous generations. I would say about 2 behind us.
The first serial killer in America was a woman. And she got away without serving time.
You see what I mean? Like, women kill ways. You see what I'm saying? Putting things in food, denying access to certain type of life-saving, things. It's just different.
Go to the link that I just posted. There's so much really good information in there that is shocking to me. Because when you guys were talking, somebody brought up serial killers on that video, and we played like 4 or 5 times, which was crazy. But when we played that video, I listened to all of that, and I was like, man, is any of this stuff true? And I started going from the top to the bottom, and when I got to the serial killer thing, I was like, wow, I would not have expected it. I almost didn't even look up the serial killer part because I thought, why? Like, I know the answer to that. Of course it's Whitey that's the serial killer. But, and that was true. Whitey was definitely the serial killer up until 2000. And then...
Anthony's answer was actually pretty clever because there was a recent study done that 70 to 80% of the audience for true crime shows dealing with serial murder and stuff like that are women viewers. So why are women more drawn to watching fictional stories about serial murders?
That's a great, Joe. I wanted to mention that stat too. Isn't that crazy? It's college educated, like white women are. I mean, they basically support the whole podcast industry.
Yeah, but they're not even the ones that are the drivers of serial murder.
Joe, did you not hear what I said before? Okay, I feel like women are underrepresented in the way that women have the tendency to kill, and the current statistics that are out there. I feel like a lot of women get away with murder, literally, especially women that are in caregiving roles and women that, I just like something like it's one of those things. You know what I mean? Even shaken baby syndrome, for example. Like people thought that sudden infant death was something that was completely different. Like a lot of women were getting away with, basically suffocating babies.
I mean, you go back in
I'm sorry.
Isn't that crazy?
This shit is wild. There's so much information here. This shit is fucking wild. fucking learn on Clubhouse, man. Yo, I gotta dig into these numbers. This is crazy. Yo, you guys need to look at it decade by decade.
Anthony, Anthony, you know what's gonna be fucking amazing? The next time you're in a room and somebody says something crazy like, you know, white people make up all the serial killers, and then you're gonna be like, hold up. I can't wait till you present this information.
No, you're like,
yo, I'm gonna get swatted if I present this information. Yo, right now, they have a GoFundMe to try to ruin my life, Raj. This shit is crazy. Yo, like I'm fucking trending on Clubhouse. This shit is unbelievable.
Have you guys ever heard of Munchausen?
the worst.
Yeah,
there's two different ones. There's Munchausen. There's Munchausen, where the individual, you know, focuses on themselves and victimizes themselves. Okay, and then there's Munchausen by proxy, where, you know, like, for example, what is it? Who was that girl? Oh my God! No, there's oh my God, what was her? Blanchard. Oh my God, what was her name? God, I can't even. The girl who killed her mother with her boyfriend, and she ended up going to jail and then getting out later. Gypsy Rose. There you go. So Gypsy Rose, her mother had Munchausen by proxy. You see what I'm saying? She was voluntarily making her daughter sick in efforts to gain attention and to, you know, basically benefit herself. You know what I mean? So Munchausen would be somebody who's basically making themselves sick. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's taking arsenic or, you know, some sort of chemical to make it look like they have cancer, you know, or some sort of mysterious disease. Like, it's a very much so real problem. Like, I don't think that people understand how dangerous those people are. That's why I'm very, very, very careful when I see campaigns about people being sick on social media and, you know, just with the TikTok videos and, you know, all the crap that comes behind it. A lot of those people have Munchausen.
Like a Lyme disease.
No, like they're not
fibromyalgia,
but they want this sympathy.
Fibromyalgia is something a doctor fucking tells somebody that keeps coming and saying, I have pain, and then they keep running tests and they can't find it.
That's why I said it. Fibromyalgia.
There is a test.
Google Lyme disease, man. All these celebrities get it. They're like, oh, I gotta chill. I've been bad for like, it's like fibromyalgia.
Dude, that conversation earlier was giving me fibromyalgia pain. Dude, that fucking, who the fuck was it? Fucking Jaguar and Tony and Thug. That was one of the more painful rooms.
Usually your rooms just give me gas pain.
When Doug didn't know who the chairman of the Fed was, you know, like that was, and he didn't know the name of the book that he taught from. I was like, yo, man, you can't make this shit up. Yo, Raj, I was like, you know, this is not even fair, man. And then the suggestion that you actually debate with that chick Chaya or whatever her name is, yo, it made literally no sense.
I can't imagine what topic she could pull out that I would have to say, okay, I mean, maybe if it was like, you know, who knows, like Tyler Perry movie trivia better. Maybe she'll beat me at that. But I don't think there's anything. She's a dum-dum.
I mean, you know, anytime, you know, Thug Sissy is in the room, it's always just this sparring match between, you know, him and Jewish people. Like, it's very exhausting to listen to. The man doesn't make any sense. It's all about conspiracy, and he's just completely misinformed about a lot of the topics that he talks about. And I'm actually really surprised he went to Columbia. That to me is very mind-blowing.
You know what's funny, though, is, like, you don't even have to debate people anymore. You simply just let them bring up a fucking topic, let them fucking talk, and then ask them one or two questions about the topic that they brought up, and and they fucking hang themselves. I mean, CO did it the other night when he was like, oh, hey, let's talk about that immigration bill. And then I go, let's talk about it. I go, you read it? And he was like, no. And then I was like, do you know what the limits were to be for encounters at the border? No, he didn't know any of it. So, like, why would somebody bring up a bill that they've never read and don't know the material facts of? Like, it's just crazy. I don't know. I almost think that debating people is like, I think they have to earn the right to debate it. Maybe if they bring up a topic and we ask them 3 questions about the topic that they claim to be an expert on, if they can answer them at all, even semi-correct, then maybe we can go into a debate. But I think that should be the gatekeeping of whether we even open it up for it.
Well, that Alaska woman, when she was trying to say she's such a friend of the Jews and she went to Tel Aviv to work on the Holocaust, you asked her one question, have you ever said from the river to the sea? She answered yes, automatically. She went right over her head. Yeah, sure, all the time. Unbelievable.
Yeah, these people are fun. They do not bring their best and brightest. That's fucking crazy.
Okay. I'm glad that you said best and brightest. If anyone has read that novel or that book, The Best and Brightest, it was about it's about these like work cabinet, and they were the best and brightest, but they actually like fucked up the Vietnam War, and it was like an ironic term to use.
Well, you know, I personally
best and brightest are in the fucking colleges and shit, the universities, man, and doctrinated that. I agree with that. That was that McNamara, who was that guy?
McNamara, he was in the cabinet. He careful.
Yeah, he used some formula where he was damn sure, you know, I mean, in math and all this shit, to where we just cannot lose. There's no way. You know, and yeah, I mean, air power was not enough. We didn't have enough soldiers. I mean, yeah, we fucked that war up. But, you know, we shouldn't have been in the first place. But yeah,
$1 million troops. And the estimated crippling casualty, the actual casualties were around 50,000. Crippling casualties that still left you alive were about double that.
oh yeah. I mean, I would say, I mean, have you ever met a Vietnam veteran? Like, a lot of them motherfuckers do not like the government. Like,
yes, my grandfather was one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I've met a lot of them, and rightfully so, because they were not fooled by what was going on when they went over there. They knew it wasn't to set these people free.
After giving their all, they came home and they weren't heroes. I mean, people were spitting.
Yeah.
So that was pretty sad too.
Oh yeah, I would think that was probably maybe the beginning of the generation that kind of realized, like, holy fuck, like, these guys do not have our best interests here. This ain't no World War II, no 50s American, man. This is some serious shit here, you know? And, yeah.
So why was the Vietnam War gotten into in the first place if it was a foolhardy venture?
Well, our military-industrial complex had a lot to do with that.
Slippage over time, boosting, like, continuing the escalations from a police action where we train people with Green Berets to the introduction of combat troops, either undergoing that, like the late part of the Kennedy administration, the early part of the Johnson administration. I think it's post-Tonkin Gulf resolution, actually. And part of the geostrategic reason was the quote domino effect, in which the Americans, with Kennan at the helm, believed that if the Soviets could dominate these countries with Marxist governments, then they would collapse one after the other until America was the only capitalist nation left in the world. I think I'm probably reducing what Kennan argued, but I think that's relatively similar to his argument.
You know, I will say this, as far as Kennedy is, I agree with Kennedy's vision, though, is that, like, you cannot
win a war with troops on the ground. Like the people have to win the war. And that's what he was trying to do with the. He was trying to get these South Vietnamese ready to actually, fight their war. And even everything we did, after he was killed, probably because he didn't want to escalate the war and the Bay of Pigs and failed invasion in Cuba. They killed him, and LBJ. He escalated it to half a million troops or something, wasn't it, Marshall? And we still didn't win that fucker, and the South Vietnamese couldn't do themselves. I mean, they just Saigon fell, and it was over with. So I think Kennedy's vision was probably the only realistic vision, and if that wasn't going to work, then we have to, get out of there.
Well, I think there's another vision that could have worked that we didn't allow to see, and that's what the generals wanted to do. If we would have listened to Patton after World War II, and if we would have listened to MacArthur during the 50s, I think the world would be a much different place. But we will allow, the politicians will allow for the war to take place, and then when the military says this is how we win this thing, then the politicians negotiate away the victories that the military fights for. That's the big problem that I have, is like, if it's so fucking worthy for us to go there, then get the fuck out of the way and let the military do what the military.
Yeah, but don't you think MacArthur and Patton were a little bit brash? Patton wanted to go right on to Moscow. MacArthur wanted to go straight on to Beijing.
Yeah, I think if you think about it this way, after World War II, if we would listen to Patton, there would be no Soviet Union. Russia would have fallen, and what replaces it, we don't know, but it wouldn't have been the Soviet Union. And if we would have listened to MacArthur, we wouldn't have a CCP in charge of China. So I mean, like, you can make whatever argument you like, but I think that those two things being allowed to happen, the formation of the Soviet Union, as well as the rise of the Communist Party, I think putting that stuff to bed when we had decisive military advantages would have been very nice, very advantageous.
I think we would have been able to beat the Chinese, but the Soviets, I'm not sure.
Why?
The Soviets were so willing to. I just don't know. I mean, you know how they were willing to. I mean, fuck, dude. Like the Soviets, they get down and dirty. The Eastern Front, dude, that war. I mean, they don't really talk about it much, but brutal, bro. I don't. Right, and then if you look, like Japan, they didn't just surrender because of nuclear bomb. If they didn't surrender, the Soviets were on their fucking ass. They were gonna invade and occupy Japan, and to this day, they probably still own part of it. But the Soviets were brutal, they were dirty, and they were willing to commit troops to kill. I mean, to be killed. Like, I don't think we could have beat them. But the Chinese, yes, but the Soviets, no. I don't think we could have.
I mean, like, let's be honest. The Russians lose more people in every war. They're not skilled at winning a war. They got the heart to fight. I'll give them that. But they lose. The only reason they were part of the victory celebration of World War II was because Hitler bit off more than he could chew and snapped on them. If we would have not jumped into that theater, if we would have allowed the Germans and the Russians to fight, and if the Americans would have stayed out of it, there's no doubt in my mind that fucking everybody in Russia would be speaking German.
Yeah, no, that was a very messy war. I had family members in the United States who fought in World War II, and also in the UK that also fought against them in World War II. Like that shit was very, very, very messy. But what I will say is Vietnam, that I feel like that generation handled that war in just a completely different way, as far as like how the people fighting it digested it, differently from Vietnam. Like, for some reason, I think that is, Roger.
I don't know how to answer that. I will say that when we were fighting proxy wars, whether it's in Korea, whether it's in Vietnam, or even in Latin America, there's something about the fact that our weapons were always better. Always better. With the exception of, like, if you're talking about a rifle, Russians did have good rifles, but anytime you start getting into heavier artillery, our weaponry was just better. I think in many ways, these proxy wars are really just a flex to just show the other side that, like, look what you're messing with. You know, like, it's like, I don't think it's anything more than that of, like, I think those bombs that we dropped in Iran, which I totally support, I think that was more of a message to Putin of, like, hey, look, man, a couple of these in fucking Kremlin, you know what I'm saying? I think that's what it's all.
I wanted to be a little bit more realistic about the effectiveness of air power. I mean, just air power has so much effectiveness. I would even argue, even though I love Trump, I would argue that the Iranians probably are going to be able to get this nuclear thing going again if they wanted to pretty fast. You know, I mean, if they wanted to.
Go ahead, Doctor. You done?
Oh, I was just going to say the effectiveness of air powers. I mean, you can only have so much effectiveness with air power. I mean, you just got to have boots on the ground for something. We've learned that, you know. I mean, it's just, you know, I mean, it's just the way it is, dude. So I just don't think that bombing the Kremlin would be a realistic thing, you know. And dropping nukes, it ain't going to do shit, you know. I mean, I think we need to be kind of realistic about some of these things. And, you know, the Russians, though, they are. I'll just, yeah, that's about it.
I don't know, I want to say something about the Russians real fast. If you've ever been to Berlin,
Ringo, hold on real quick. Look, I just want to point out, look, Roger, I largely agree with your point, but I don't think the dropping of the bombs on Iran was to flex towards Russia. It's to flex towards the other countries that do not have the nuclear bomb. I do think we have weaponry that we, and technology that we have not used or exposed to Russia that we would use in an actual war with Russia. I don't think Russia is intimidated with maybe the procedure how we did it recently with the bunker busters, but I think there's other weaponry and other things we will do to flex on them. One of the most recent ones is, have you heard about this guy talking about the Malaysian air flight that the allegations is that the CIA teleported the airplane away, and that was an actual flex towards China and Russia.
Wait, what airplane are you referring to? Are you talking about that mission?
Like a Malaysian air flight, the Malaysian air flight 370, yeah.
Oh yes. No, so let's get into that. What happened to that damn plane?
they thought it crashed in Kazakhstan.
What happened likely is that the ocean is vast and that there's not every place that can be, you know, watched and monitored all the time, and that's probably in the ocean somewhere, folks.
So
that's a likely scenario.
So here's what I think happened. I think it was either shot down or it was a malfunction. Wasn't that like a 737?
Yeah, I mean, it had almost, I think 230 or 176 people on there. I mean, it was a full plane, and I'm with you, Doctor. I think that's what happened. Like, if you look, a lot of the container ships around the world end up kind of in the Indian Ocean between Antarctica and Australia, you know, kind of that area. Really, there's no surveillance there. There's no way that we can monitor all the ocean at one time. The ocean is vast. We're covered in 75% water or 70% water. The likely thing happens is that it crashes in the ocean. So, I mean,
yeah, so that's where I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, they never found the plane. Okay, so this was the Malaysian air flight in 2014. MH370 was the flight number. There's this investigative journalist, his name's Ashton Forbes, J-U-S-T-X Ashton on X, and he's been interviewed over the last year. He was just interviewed by Tim Pool on Friday on his culture war. He was interviewed by Glenn Beck about a year ago. He has information regarding that it's teleport technology that the CIA used, and one of the reasons why it was there were 20 Chinese or Chinese allied scientists on this plane, and that this was a mission to try and hold back certain advancement in technologies for China, and that it was also a flex on China and also Russia to show them, well, this is what we can do. He's
Well, but Joe, what about the fact that they confirmed a wing that washed ashore on Reunion Island a year after it had crashed, and then after that, 26 more pieces were found along African coastlines. So we found debris from the plane.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. More or less, just telling you what this guy Ashton Forbes has been going around for the last year being interviewed about.
Yeah, you can read it on.
Guys, the plane crashed in the ocean. I mean, that's I thought you guys had known all this stuff, and they had found debris and stuff. They believe that it's probably between Australia and Antarctica, but it's so fucking vast that we're somewhere there. I mean, and like I say, someday we're going to be able to have it to where all the ocean, every square inch of it can probably be monitored. But until then, we got to rely on all the systems in the plane. And if they malfunction, especially when you're going across the ocean, and that shit can happen. It's rare, but it's likely what happens.
Well, we recovered a wing and 26 other pieces. I mean, I don't think there's much mystery left to.
Right, it crashed in the ocean. They know it. I mean, God, they've had fucking international teams, like 13 teams from different countries, with sonar equipment looking for the box and stuff, the black box, looking for the ping. Because it pings for a certain amount of time, to let people know just in case it's in the ocean until its battery goes out. But I believe that, they know it's in the ocean somewhere. They know they've got ships out there. That guy just blowing smoke up people's asses, hoping to maybe get on Joe Rogan. It crashed in the ocean, man. Nightmare scenario. For sure.
I think if a pilot knows that his plane is going down, just to fucking leave his mark on this world, he should just shout over and over, UFO, 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 just so we can all talk about that.
That'd be fucked up. Just change history forever.
That's right, man.
Oh my God.
On March 19th. On March 19th.
It's about those two pilots. The co-pilot was caught on the mic saying, "Man, all I need right now is like a blowjob and a coffee."
On March 19th of this year, Malaysia started a new effort, and they've got a company that won't take any money until it's found.
I swear, any pilot that does the route with Spirit Airlines from Miami to Long Beach, I definitely think that they should get a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that there was any pieces ever found, and I'm still skeptical about the entire situation. So some of the video that was released, and maybe it's bogus video, is it shows these 3 orbs circling around the plane before it disappears. And I did see this stuff a while back, and more video now has been released regarding it while it was in flight. It's funny you bring up Joe Rogan. Just a few weeks ago, he had someone on his show that was talking about it's called 0 point energy, and how that the United States government probably has technology now that is able to tap into unlimited energy sources. And that's what a lot of this posturing between America, Russia, and China is about.
I can believe that. Like, have you guys heard that? I mean, apparently our government can give people cancer, which is fucked up. Like, you can give people, they figured out a way, our CIA or something, to give people cancer. And I don't know how. I don't know if it's like directed beams or something or whatever, but they really
know how to give people cancer. And there's also a heart attack gun. You guys have heard about that, right? Like, there's a gun that...
That's why I was laughing at you, because, I mean, of course they give people cancer, and I'm going to bring up the heart attack. I agree with you.
Yeah, that fucking heart attack gun's scary, man. They can kill people from, like, 100 feet away with this gun. That literally just gives people heart and triggers heart attack.
Well, what about Havana?
That's fucked up.
Do you guys know about
That's
Havana?
real too. Yeah, it's you know, basically those magnetic microwaves that can go through walls and shit. And that's definitely real. And like, what's crazy is that only America and Russia are claiming to have it, and then our personnel are getting attacked by something like that, you know, in Havana, Cuba, probably by Russian technology that they gave the Cubans. Just fucking with us. I mean, I've listened to it on YouTube, what it sounds like. It sounds, I don't know, almost like just a high-pitched whistle, but apparently it's not. I mean, people hear it like in the middle of their head, you know, I mean,
we have somebody that's on, there's somebody that's on this app that knows about this, like, really well, and was explaining that how you could do it, even with the microwave. It wouldn't go as far, but there's somebody on here, I forget his fucking name, but he was explaining how it actually works, and it's pretty interesting. Apparently you can weaponize a microwave in a similar fashion, but you're only at, like, the range to take out your neighbor.
It's a lady that say that she suffered from it. Like, she was in Cuba or somewhere, and she was in Happy Debate before in the other room. She'd be crying and shit. I'm not saying she's gonna have to definitely, she suffered from it. And she talked a lot about it. A lot of people call it crazy.
I definitely believe that there's people in healthy debates that suffer from some sort of traumatic brain injury.
This is what's weird about this shit. It says Havana syndrome sounds like screeching, chirping, clicking, or piercing noises, buzzing, hissing, or grinding, marble in a metal funnel, low hum or pulsing, rushing water, cicada-like insect noises. Kind of weird.
Is it just me, or have the people that come in healthy debates gotten worse at presenting their arguments?
I think the latter.
Can we have an example, please?
I mean, I've given a few. I mean, some of the ones today were pretty bad. You know, like, you got, like, hey, I used to teach from this book. What's the book called? And they didn't know the name. And then when somebody said the name, then he's like, oh yeah, that's the book. And then, and he was trying to make the point that the Federal Reserve was owned by Jews, and then when we explained to him that nobody owns the Federal Reserve, he didn't know what to say to that. When we asked him who the chair of the Federal Reserve was, he didn't know the name. It's just very interesting. Like, it used to be, we would at least get, like, I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. At least, like, if Aaron came up on the stage, we would disagree with what he had to say because we have philosophical differences, and look at the world maybe from a different lens. But he wouldn't come up with just complete, like, hey, let me bring up a topic. And then, like, if he was going to bring up a topic, it was going to be something that he was willing to go and tell you about a study and a this and a that, and would have stood his ground. Which is why, like, and I'm not saying that he was, I don't know, like everyone found him annoying, but I think one of the reasons why they found him annoying is that he, on a particular topic that he felt knowledgeable about, he would go toe-to-toe with people. And then, it's up to the listener to determine who won, but we don't even get that now. Now we get people that are like, let's talk about this, and then you go, okay, let's talk about it, and then they're like, crickets. They're like, it's like the fucking frog in those cartoons, man, that, it sings and dances, and then when you try to put it in front of people, then all of a sudden it doesn't sing and it doesn't dance. It's just fucking...
If you have low IQ people and you have people who are low information, but they read one thing,
and they're never challenged. They believe it, and they feel like their views are equal to people who actually have done research, have studied something, and actually know something. And that's what we see with people learning small bits of information on the internet and thinking they know something.
Yeah, they'll read headlines, and that's it. And they're going up against people who've actually done all of the work.
But it's okay nowadays to just take that headline and think you have knowledge and challenge somebody. And like what Roger said, you ask him a few questions, and there is no knowledge there.
It's my mother. Oh my God.
Yeah, this guy was telling us all about everything that he knew about the creation of the Federal Reserve, and then I just said, hey, can you tell me who the chair of the Federal Reserve was? And then him and all of his cronies are like, that's a gotcha question. It's like, what? I didn't even bring up this damn topic. And then when I kept asking questions, they're like, Roger, you always do this. You're always just asking questions. It's like, you guys brought up the topic. I thought this was what you wanted to talk about. And then when I started asking the question, they just don't know. I think CO was probably one of the funnier ones, though. And I like CO, so I'm not going to go too hard on CO. But when he mentioned that immigration bill, my first question was like, oh, you read that immigration bill? Nah, I didn't read the immigration bill. So are you aware of the key points in it, which, where they shut down the border based on X amount of encounters? No, I'd have to look at that. And say, then why in the hell would you bring this up? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like if I bring something up, it's because, like, I know a little something about it, and I'm going to hopefully, the way it used to work is I would bring something up, and somebody might know a little bit about it, but I bring it up, and then just so I can, loop around, make a point, clobber them over the head with it. I don't even have to do that anymore. I don't have to even argue with people. All I have to do is simply ask them questions about their favorite topic, and they just completely implode and shit their pants. It's fucking...
You know what's crazy, Roger? People have this misconception that, I'm so anti-black, and, I'm not looking out for the black community, so to speak. And, I was discussing in actually this room, a couple of nights ago, as far as a real estate developer that I had a conversation with at a party. And, he was basically asking whether it would be something that basically they want to put a very, very, very high-end, assisted living facility in Inglewood. And he asked my opinion on it. And basically what I told him was that I don't think that culturally it would support the black people that were left behind in that said community from the standpoint of generational wealth and the price point that people are charging. And number two, I feel like it would usher in a certain degree of gentrification that obviously would, basically affect the people who are left behind. So it's very, very, very funny that, he wants to say that I don't show up or have conversations with Black America, and, I'm having this conversation in my own damn community here in Los Angeles, and from the standpoint of, is this something that is going to be lucrative for the black community? Like, it's very crazy.
I think it's very interesting. Have you guys explored, like, the clubhouse streets lately and go into some of these lefty spaces and listen to some of the stuff they're talking about? Have you guys done that recently?
Yeah.
I haven't been into the embassy recently, but those folks take crazy pills on a regular basis.
I don't even know if I've gone that far down the rabbit hole. Like today I was in one called Politically Correct, which was pretty comical.
Yeah.
That one was comical. Like, it was like, it's so funny. Like, they all feel like they're on the front lines of, like, this war, and, like, they're soldiers in this fight, and we gotta talk about tactics. And it's like, let's hear your tactics. Let's hear your brilliant tactics. Let's see how did your fucking tactics go in the election? Your tactics have led to your own demise. Your tactics was to fucking run Kamala Harris. Fucking the lady that washes her fucking greens in a bathtub. That's what your tactics led you to.
I'll tell you what, I was in the most niche, craziest room that I just went in, and it was all these like African expats talking about a coup in Southern Sudan. And I mean, I have a background in like geopolitics and stuff, and I went through and I was looking up all the different generals, the coup factions, and I mean, it's like they were planning a fucking overthrow of like some crazy shit, dude. No, it wasn't a Republican room. I mean, this was like Africans talking about their community.
There's a club called the Republic.
I was like, what the fuck is going on here, man? You know? You know what I'm talking about, Marshall? You know what that, it was wild. It was interesting. I actually hung out there for about an hour because I didn't know anything about all these different factions and Southern Sudan and all these different like overthrows and these coups and
yeah. So there was another room today, and it's the first time I've seen Goat on this app in a long time. Like I guess he just goes to different spaces or whatever that like I haven't been in, but I forget what it was called, political something. Anyways, I go in there. Yeah, I go in that room, and what was funny about that is like. It was like one or two people just like droning on and on and on, and then everybody else just doing the fucking emojis. Like, oh yeah, fucking. Like, by the way, like, even if you agree with what I say, please don't feel compelled that you leave a goddamn emoji. I think it's weird. Yeah, like the best way to use the emoji is to troll people. I don't think we should take the emojis and like butter people up. It's just fucking weird. But I've noticed that crowd that used to be willing to engage with other people, ever since Trump won, they've decided like, oh shit, we're taking fucking losses. We can't have a conversation with the people that beat us. We can't have a conversation with people that don't think like us. And so they've ran and they've retreated into their own spaces. Bubba, please be quiet. Sorry, I gotta deal with my dog real quick. All right, if you guys are gonna be quiet, I'm gonna go ahead and just let Bubba cry.
well, back to that room, man. I mean, these guys were not like they were not bullshitting around. This was a fucking meeting, like a serious meeting. There were no emojis or any of that shit, right? I was like,
yes, I understand that they were talking about overthrowing their government, right?
Yeah. Or like what to do next, and I'm sitting there writing this stuff down, I'm listening, and I'm doing some research, and I'm like, what in the fuck, you know? I don't know if you guys know this, but like there's a lot of educated people. If you ever gotten a cab in a city, that person driving your cab might have been from, you know, he's probably been a professor or maybe a doctor, a highly educated person that had major important, you know, role back in their former country before they had to flee. And so there was communicating back and forth. I mean, it was kind of fascinating because I'm not that familiar with African politics and things. But it was just real ass talk. It wasn't bullshitting around like we kind of do like here and there on these rooms.
Those are the rooms that Edmund should stream.
In the political correct room, Patty mods me. She calls me her DEI hire, which I think is just absolutely hilarious.
You know what it feels like to me? It like when I look at like some of these houses that now in 2025, it's like if you've ever watched like TV shows that just went on for too long, they you know, like down the road, like the extras and the you know the supporting cast become the main cast, And, like, that's what it seems like. You go into these things, and it's like, dude, those were, like, the little chat lizards that, you know, that used to hang out. Like, oh, they're on the stage. Oh, now they're talking. Wow, that's advanced for them. It's just, it's fucking hilarious to me. I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to sound like an elitist, but Jesus Christ, this app used to be better once upon a time.
Like, what do you mean? I mean, are you saying?
I'm saying that the people that fucking used to participate in rooms, like, had interesting things to say, good points to make, were knowledgeable on the topics that they were talking about, and now what we have is we have the retards that are left.
Well, I wish we could have a serious meeting about overthrowing a local government, right? But
wait, what's wrong? Like, what's happening?
That's not me anymore.
Gringo wants to overthrow his local government. Oh, good luck.
No, shut up, man. It ain't even about that, right?
You know what's crazy? I was just having a conversation with, hold on.
If you want to talk about, like, lizards, man, if y'all know about law lizards, has anyone known any truckers or been to does anyone, like, fill up their own gas? So.
Those are whores.
Okay, so they're whores, yeah. And so my friend's the trucker, and he saw one of those law lizards squeegee herself off after leaving another truck. You know, at one of the truck stops.
So
I mean, that's crazy, right? I mean, if you're down, man. But a lizard's a lizard, right, Adams? I mean, god dang.
So I was just having a conversation. Sorry, I had to leave the room, but I was just having a conversation with two immigrants from India. I was walking down Hollywood Boulevard, and they were standing next to Donald Trump's star, which has been defaced. And, you know, I asked them the question, Diddy's star is a couple of stars down. Why is his perfectly intact? You know, the fact that we saw that video of him beating women, you know, as opposed to Donald Trump, who is our president. It's crazy. And Joe, you would be happy to know that there is there's like a little kiosk set up next to Donald Trump's star selling MAGA hats right here in Los Angeles on Hollywood Boulevard.
Well, what the fuck not? And also, Diddy's gonna beat those racketeering charges.
No, he's not.
Bet.
No, he is not.
Adam, you can easily go deface his star if you feel that strongly about it.
I don't. Listen. Gringo, hold on. I think the most likely outcome with Diddy is for him to quote unquote commit suicide.
You're gonna get Epstein, huh?
They dropped a few of his charges. Didn't they drop a few of his charges? But they're gonna get him on trafficking.
Hey, Roger, I didn't know you was a conspiracy theorist.
That's why they parked the weapons charges. I mean, that's federal crime. Like,
he has different cases in different jurisdictions. Like, do you understand that? Like, he has different cases
like that.
Gringo, he has different cases in different jurisdictions for different circumstances. If they're not going to nail him for this, they're going to nail him for something else.
That's what I'm saying. We're on the same page, okay? That's why they didn't charge him with the weapons stuff this time around, because I think he's gonna beat it. And so once he beats these charges, then they'll hit him with the weapons charges, with the filed numbers.
You know what's really crazy?
He'll 1 or 2 years.
Gringo,
Probably 1 or 2 with it.
You know what's really crazy? Through this ordeal, his house in Holmby Hills, like, as this case is unfolding and we're listening to, like, the different highs and lows of this case, his house has come on and off the market. Has anybody noticed that?
Why do you think that is? I mean, that's a real question. What do you think?
I mean, it was very crazy when it was, you know, before his bail hearing, he put the house on the market, and, you know, the house came off, as people continue to testify, it went back and forth on and off the market. Like, it's very, go on Zillow, look at it. All the information's there. If you scroll down to the panel where it has price and tax history, it will show you, exactly what I'm talking about.
Is it open up to a street, or is it like on the bird streets?
No, that's his house. I believe it's on Mapleton.
Oh, so does it open up on a main road? Because we know that LA people do not like
No,
that.
it's in Holmby Hills. So it's down the street from Kylie Jenner's house and the Playboy Mansion.
God. Yeah, that's interesting.
Whose house you talking about, Evan?
Diddy's. So his house in Holmby Hills.
Is there any celebrity that's still like simping for him? Is there anybody that's out there like, oh man, you guys got it all wrong?
Yeah, Kanye and Diddy's son cut a track like 2 or 3 days ago. But Kanye's Kanye.
So it's 200 South Mapleton Drive. If you guys want to look it up.
Yeah, he's these racketeering charges and RICO stuff. He's gonna beat it. We'll see this week when he goes to when he goes to the jury.
Listen, almost every time you get somebody high profile, what you do is you bring additional charges. You start threatening other people with charges. You try to get more testimony. Honestly, I don't even think this is the most interesting thing. I think the charges against Vince McMahon are much more interesting.
And the security guy for Diddy has everything on camera.
What's Vince doing? I thought he was done with all that. I thought he got the divorce stuff, left the company, and was doing something else.
No, what's his face? John Laurinaitis, who was implicated in some of this stuff, just decided to turn witness, and so he's no longer named in it. He's cooperating, and John Laurinaitis was supposed to be along with Vince doing all this stuff. Some of this stuff was crazy. Like some of the accusations are just like weird petty grievances, but some of it's really bizarre shit, like getting the divas in a hotel room and like making them like shit on each other and stuff like that.
Are you serious? Where's the fuck?
Go read it. Go read the stuff.
I'll look it up right. So he would get the divas like the Bella twins in there to they don't little shitty freak-offs.
They're not naming them all by name, but one of the interesting things was this one woman that's got a grievance. She mentioned Brock Lesnar, but she said that basically Vince put it in Brock's contract that he would get sexual favors from this chick, and maybe not written into the contract, but it was part of the negotiation. And then she's got like these text messages from Brock, like while he was married, saying like, "Hey, I heard it's cool, and she's got all these text messages. It's very crazy. All of it's very crazy.
So let me ask you a question, Roger. You don't think that it's very interesting? Diddy's house is for sale, $61 million. Jennifer Lopez right up the hill, $59 million. There's something going on. Like there's a shift that's happening in Los Angeles. I feel like surrounding this case.
Adams.
Hold on. Before you go, I want to respond. Hold on, I want to respond to the chat. Somebody asked, the former linebacker. No, John Laurinaitis was an executive with the WWE. He used to be a pro wrestler. He used to go under the name Johnny Ace, but his brother was well known as one of the Road Warriors. Joe Laurinaitis was Road Warrior Animal, and Road Warrior Animal's son was the linebacker that you're thinking about. So.
That wrestling. So back to that, but But Adams, you seem to know a lot about the real estate up there in LA. And you know that like Brad Pitt had his phone, or not his phone, sorry, his house broken into this past week, right?
Yep. Everybody was over at Jeff Bezos' wedding. So I mean, like Los Angeles has been put on alert. You know, celebrities are, you know, hiring private security. Like I'm even noticing a different, you know, level of security up the hill, like further the hill from where I live. And you know, everybody's at Jeff Bezos' wedding.
So you saw his house, you saw Brad Pitt's house, right? Because they had the chopper up there, the news chopper, and all the press. What do you think about that shitty pool that he had? I mean, it was a nice pool for a normal person, but that pool was like...
I mean, Brad Pitt lives, you know, relatively humbly. You know what I mean? Like,
definitely.
You know, people with, you know, half of the net worth of Brad Pitt that have, you know, more grandiose type of homes. Like, that's just LA living. You know what I mean?
But it was just a pool, you know? That's what it was, so...
You know what I'm interested to know? Matthew Perry, the house that he was found dead in, did it survive the fire in the Palisades? Does anybody know?
If anyone's out there on a podcast, I want y'all to listen to one called The Orange Tree. It was an apartment that was next to Beach College. The Orange Tree. And what happened when I was in college, this guy like chopped this girl up in the bathtub. And they like fled to Mexico. It's like a whole like one of those crime drama series. It's pretty wild. But my buddy, one of my fraternity brothers owned that place. And I mean, you're never gonna sell it, right? After all that crap, all that insanity.
No, you'd be surprised.
The reason I thought about that is because of you, Dr. Adams. It's like, I mean, how are you gonna sell this place that they got from friends?
People buy it. You know what I mean? Like the Nicole Brown Simpson condo. You know, I actually met the owner when they were, you know, conducting a real estate transaction for their daughter. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, there's some sort of value behind these properties. You know, I mean, even look at, what's another good example?
Like Zach Baggins, you know, the guy from Ghost.
The Menendez house, for example. Like the Menendez house. Like I'm sorry?
He bought that tape woman from the
No. I'm talking about like one of the Menendez brothers murdered their parents. Like that house still exists on Elm Drive in Beverly Hills. So I remember driving by that house, you know, after the whole Menendez brothers things, you know, became like a big to-do for society, and they actually had to gate, you know, with one of those, you know, Andy fencing companies, you know, those like chain link fences around the house, you know, just because of the media publicity. Yet, you know, the house, I believe the last time it sold for like $17 million. So, I mean, it's kind of one of those things. It's not obstructing anybody from buying it.
That's when he brought up that fence. The only fence, or the only house I've ever went to actually see and gawk at was the one from Breaking Bad in Albuquerque. I had some time to kill, and they had one of those fences up, and they had the old woman of the house, and or I guess her neighbor, some old guy, and they were just drinking beer and just yelling and screaming and stuff. I took all these photos, and I'm like, fuck you, because they were like, she was talking her shit, you know. But I guess I get tired of people going to that little cul-de-sac where they live. But that's just my story for the day. That's the one house that I wanted to actually go see.
Yep. You know what's really crazy on the Kardashians and some of the mid-seasons? They actually actually had video footage of a house that they didn't even live in, just because they wanted to avoid that circumstance.
Like some B-roll of some shit in Calabasas or something, or wherever?
No, so the house when she was still married to Bruce is actually in Studio City when they live in Hidden.
Why do you guys know so much about these people?
Well,
that's a whole nother room, Roger.
Hey, did you never watch Breaking Bad? You watched Breaking Bad, right? That house where they did the pizza on. That house. I want to see it. I mean, that's what I know about. But I mean, I don't live in LA. But
I would venture to say that the average American would probably do a better job answering questions about the Kardashians than they would about how the U.S. government works.
You're absolutely 100% fact. Whoever said that, fact. Double fact.
Well, so Roger, part of the reason why I know this is because, again, I used to work for Zillow, and the other part of it is, practically having experience in the real estate market and encountering many different people. Like, yeah, the real estate activities and the tricks of the trade do come up. You know what I mean? So it's no secret that house on Keeping Up with the Kardashians, the facade of that house, that is in Studio City. And the actual house, the inside with the double staircase with the checkered, black and white floors, that house is in Hidden Hills. So, I mean, that's just a fact. Hold on, my sister's calling me. This is crazy.
I think it's funny though, like, what's the not America's Got Talent or American Idol, but what's the other one where their chairs turn when there's an artist and they get to select them? You guys know what I'm talking about?
The Voice?
There you go. Okay, The Voice. I would bet that there's more people that know the judges on The Voice than they do the judges in the Supreme Court.
Only because of the commercials.
That's true, Ms. Lopez. They run those fucking Voice commercials everywhere. I don't care what platform you use.
And I don't even watch TV. Normal TV, I don't, but I see these commercials. My husband knows I'm a local.
Let me ask Adam K a question. Is Canada as misinformed, uninformed as Americans?
I'm sorry. I don't know.
What do you think? What's your gut tell you? Do you think? I mean, you hear us talk about shit. You think we're?
I doubt Canadians are more. I mean, they may be misinformed, but I would say the U.S. are more uninformed.
Interesting. Yeah, it's fucking fascinating.
I mean, there's a good chunk of people in the States that, I mean, the United States is the land of 24-hour news, of course, but I think if you, a good way to measure it would be probably the percentage of the population who have Canadians have fewer passports as a percentage of the population in the United States, but I also doubt that.
I think the whole thing's fascinating about you got a country with 350 million people, we're at the center of every fucking news story globally, it seems like, or at least we're a player in all of these news stories, and yet Americans, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is the fat and happy thing. We're just, we've got the big, beautiful oceans to protect us, so why worry about it? But the lack of information that people have just about, like, our history, what's going on currently, it's just fucking mind-boggling. I wish we could bring some of your Canadian news into the conversation here.
Please.
Well,
if you mean Canadian news in terms of like the Canadian news broadcast.
No, I was thinking more of like the only thing Americans did. Like I knew about Bret Hart because I liked wrestling, and then Republicans knew about the trucker convoy. But the fascinating thing is like the way that your government is like being like, you know, like a pawn, you know, between India and China, you know, to be like essentially a satellite state for one of those nations.
Oh, but don't forget the EU and the United States.
I'll reduce this to something real simple, Adam. You got Netflix. If you do, they have a new series on there called Trainwreck, and they have an episode about the Toronto mayor, the guy that was smoking crack and stuff. It's just awesome. Yeah, this is so fascinating. Yeah. It's one of the train wrecks, man. He's a long ass dude. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, the thing about it though is, he generally basically showed up for work, and
isn't that crazy that he was able to do that?
He didn't lose a lot of weight either. He really kind of gained a lot of weight smoking crack. I don't know if that's ever happened. One thing, the weird thing, the difference between Canadian politics and U.S. politics is we generally don't give a fuck about our politicians' personal lives. It can be quite common for, you don't know if they're married, if they have kids. Like, it doesn't really matter. People don't care. That's just not the job. So why bother? But I was just looking at the passport. So it looks like about 50% of folks in the States don't have a passport. It's about 30% in Canada.
Adam, give me a good reason why we don't just absorb Canada into the U.S.
Because it would become a Red Dawn scenario.
Would it?
The Canadians
don't
want it either.
Except we would be Patrick Swayze and you would be the Soviets.
You see, don't burn it, divide them in half.
I just don't buy it. Like who's gonna fight? John Candy?
Taking people against their will.
You got millions of Canadians. It basically would turn into the South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. That's basically what it is.
I think you could take like the central part of Canada, like the south central part of Canada, and absorb it into these not very populated states that we have up against our northern border, and then just call that, like, you know, it would be big, but you just call that one state. I think that'd be a way
Upper Dakota or something like that. Yeah, I mean, if you got southern Alberta and southern Saskatchewan are going to be places where you're going to find probably the greatest concentration of buying for becoming part of the United States and the entire country. Definitely.
And then Vancouver being part of the Pacific Northwest would be interesting.
No, British Columbia is not going to buy it now. British Columbia is becoming part of the United States. There is a split though. Like there's like, you know, rural, blue collar, resource economy, British Columbia that you're going to find more buy-in, but that's going to be in the northeast, kind of in the oil, the gas fields. But even a lot of the rural rednecks in Canada are not keen on becoming part of the United States. They're not keen on Ottawa, but you'd get more buy-in with like a Cascadia concept or something. Like if Oregon, Washington, Northern California, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, Yukon, and Alaska were to form its own country, that you would get more buy-in than becoming part of the United States.
Interesting.
don't really. There's a lot of great things about the United States, and there's a lot of things working for the United States. But there's a lot of negatives too, and I mean, maybe one of the reasons, because Canada is also geographically isolated, like the United States, much we were explaining earlier about how, like, because it's kind of a drift in afar, the United States is went up against others and care about what's going on elsewhere. But I think a big difference is people, mind your own business, right? I think that seems very Americana. The horizon is as far as I can see through my own eyes, and this is my land, and I got my own business, and fuck off. Do your own business. Don't get involved in mine. And I think that tends to ground perspective in a person's immediate surroundings more.
Well, I think if there is a major world war where things shift, I think we should opportunistically figure out a way to, when it's over and borders change, that essentially from like Guatemala north is the U.S. In the Western Hemisphere. I think that would work for me, including like the Caribbean.
I mean, it would work for you, but people don't like manifest destiny or whatever. I don't know, man. Like, there's resistance to this. You got people. More on the left-wing spectrum, and this is sort of one of the things that I think persists in the new left that you found in leftism of the 20th century, is this antagonism or sense of dread of U.S. world hegemony. That there's a imperial nature of world domination that is built into the American psyche, and there's people in the West that think that counterbalances are necessary. You guys holding up the cards is not good for the world. And a lot of, I think, folks in the States that do believe in these ideas look at that perspective as stupid and baffling because surely, I mean, what is greater than the United States? What is greater than the model that the United States has presented? Who can measure up in the outcomes? Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think that rather than just spreading the U.S. mojo around the world, it's just more of a, how do we resist tyrannical powers from expanding their influence around the world? And that's the only reason why I think the influence is important, is because there's going to be a vacuum. If the U.S. leaves somewhere, certainly, China and Russia are going to want to have influence anywhere that we don't.
Yeah, but you see how you become the tyranny you're fighting against. Maybe just in a nicer way with, more rules.
It beats eating cabbage and starving to death in China.
Can I say something about, or I kind of want to ask Adam too. I don't know if anyone's been following, but rumor is she is out of power now. Not publicly, but
yeah, in these two.
Yeah, and so this will be interesting. I think China could be much less hostile in the next year or so than we've been seeing.
That's the assumed pivot. I mean, you could always go the other way, but maybe we're entering the early 80s Soviet scenario, right before Gorbachev came in and sort of normalized things, where China could be swinging wildly as it tries to find its new direction under new leadership. But I think you're right. I think that the assumption is likely accurate that if anything, China is realizing that the pre-COVID normal is the better option, or that going it can't go its own way. It was disproportionately affected by COVID. It's pictures of that. It has many of the same problems as developed Western societies, but scaled way up without the institutional memory or infrastructure to deal with demographic imbalances. But the flaws they have is they built everything all at once, right? And so and some of it poorly. And
Adam, isn't the wild card India though? I mean, because as long as India is building, and by building I mean they're growing their population, they're becoming they're becoming something that everyone's going to have to contend with at some point, and they seem to lean very anti-China today. I would think that the biggest influence that, or the biggest justification for China to become more friendly with the U.S. would be that the less friendly they are, the more chummy that we're going to be with India. I would think that would be China's.
I'm going to respond to that. The average IQ in India is 75. They're not a factor.
Well, that's it. Wow. I don't know. I mean, that it's maybe that is an aspect. I don't know how important that aspect is, but
I literally don't know what to say.
There's a lot of things going for India, and there's you can't. It is a player inherently because it is the most populous country in the world now, and its population will continue to grow throughout the majority of this century. It's perhaps already in decline population. It's sort of like, this is what Nixon recognized in China. China was isolated, was very poor. Probably a lot of people wrote it off, kind of like you just wrote off India, Agent, in the early 70s, but late 60s, early 70s. But I think Nixon correctly recognized that regardless of its contemporary status and standing in terms of its economic prowess, it was at that time the most populous country in the world. And like China, India is also an ancient civilization. India has been far more successful in its lunar missions than Japan has of late. In Japan, average IQ in Japan is probably top 5 in the world. So,
plus they make the best movies and have for the last 30 years.
Yeah, there's a lot going for India.
I was actually talking about.
They're making the largest bulk.
I was talking about Japan making the best movies.
Yeah, I was okay.
Wait, which one's your favorite?
Yeah, Battle Royale.
Oh yeah, Battle Royale is fucking.
In the last 30 years.
I would say that
I've seen a lot of Japanese films.
Of this century, Battle Royale is gonna have to battle There Is Blood and No Country for Old Men. Those 3 are like the top 3 films of this century.
Well, I'm not sure if technically doesn't the century start in 2001?
Oh, is that the way that's the game we're gonna play now?
You're splitting hairs here.
Does that mean that the 90s don't start until 91?
Well, it doesn't start year 0 is year 1. Are you serious? I think those are good films. Yeah, not good films. Those are great films. I don't know. I really like Tar. I thought recent films, Tar and what's that Holocaust film?
The Adrian Brody one?
Well, the pianist, but no, the recent one, Zone of Interest. They're both very good films. There's also there's a new P.T. Anderson film coming out in September. Speaking of There Will Be Blood, with Leonardo DiCaprio and Benicio del Toro and Sean Penn. One Battle After Another, shot in Vista Vision. Anderson's.
Will it get a theatrical? Will it get a theatrical release?
It's going to get an IMAX release. A P.T. Anderson film has never made more than $100 million. His most expensive film was There Will Be Blood at $40 million, and Warner Brothers has given him $150 million to make this film. It's a big, huge extravaganza of a movie apparently, and it's getting the royal treatment in theater release. Yeah.
Well, what'd you think of the last one?
That was Licorice Pizza.
Yes.
Okay. Really liked it.
I thought it was a good movie, but you know how like some movies are like a good mood, like a Linklater film, like Dazed and Confused. Like there's just this good vibe about it. I watched Licorice Pizza, and I'm like, it's technically it's a good film. There's a lot to like about it, but it's also a mood that I don't like.
Well, he's not always. Sometimes those films lack like clarity. Like you are more. It's more obvious what something like Dazed and Confused is delivering.
I like Bruce Bomb.
But Licorice Pizza is a little like in some of his other films are like this. Phantom Thread was like this. The Master's like this. Inherent Vice, like where it's a little bit. Foggy.
There was something about that relationship though that made me uncomfortable.
Well, he's 15 and she's at least late 20s.
Right. And what's interesting is that usually in a film what we get is we get the opposite of that. And there was something about people watching that and not commenting on it. I know that some people did, but there was the people that were quiet about that part, like, to me, are suspect.
Well, I think that he kind of plays an interesting trick in that film because on its surface, the conventional wisdom is that okay, it's a coming of age film about this 15-year-old guy and maybe his buddies, but it's actually a coming of age film for this woman. I think that's what that film's about. It's a coming of age film for her, but she's a late bloomer, obviously. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm fine. Hey, but are you gonna? The obvious follow-up question is, well, do you think it was okay with Macron? No. Mm-hmm. But I think there was context to it. But now I'm sounding like a fucking Polanski apologist or something, so I don't know, man.
Well, what's interesting, though, is the vibe of the movie, though, can help how you want to feel about this. Like, for example, like in Almost Famous, when the young guy is getting exposed to this rock star lifestyle, like, you're almost cheering for him. Like, yeah, go have fun. And, like, but in Licorice Pizza, it's not that vibe. It's not like, like growing up. It's more of, I don't know. There's a lot more focus, at least for me, on the subtlety of what that relationship was all about. And I think that's what makes it more real. Whereas, like in Almost Famous, you're watching it and you're just like, man, go get it, kid.
Well, it's a lot, again, like that's another example, like Dazed and Confused is a lot more straightforward, right? Like it's obvious what's going on and what's being presented to the audience. But I do think, I think it's a coming of age film for her. it's about her. It's not about him. He's there. She's not. She's the one that's, sticking her tongue out, trying to make him jealous because she's with fucking Sean Penn. I mean, the age difference between Sean Penn and her two love interests, it's got to be probably, 50, 60 years? With her kind of almost smack in the middle. Maybe that's it. It's just that it's about her growing up, not about him. He's grown up. He's fine. He's there.
I've never seen Dazed and Confused, but I guess I should watch it.
What? Oh, it's a great movie.
The best hangout movie of all time.
Hey, I have a question. So what are the rumors behind why G's being removed? Is it like incompetence, or people are unhappy, or what?
You mean Xi Jinping?
Yeah.
He really overstepped. I mean, things have been getting shitty in China. Largely down to Xi's aggression. Look what happened during COVID as well. Their economy's really, it's never been this bad in like 50 years. And I don't know if you need more reasons, but a big one too is then he did a public purge at the last party congress of Hu Jintao, who was the former premier or chairman, and like he had him dragged out like old communist style in front of everyone, humiliated, and this was symbolic of like, we're like purging, like we're done with the old guard. Now she is just in total, and she had done a lot to like put all loyalists, but there were still some old guard CCP people were still at the very top who had just been there forever. And they basically, after seeing that, I think was the big trigger for them. They were just like, this has gone too far. And so they basically all ganged up and then the guy who's head of the military was like, I will back the old guard. And that was it. Then that was it. So now he does what they tell him.
He's also getting older.
Yeah, it doesn't. He had a stroke a year ago.
Yeah, that succession, that's a big factor in this as well. He's not quite there, but it's, he's not Biden levels, but like he's moving it, they gotta start moving that direction. And transition plans, right? So but they have to sort of rein him in because he has been a more assertive cult of personality than we're used to in previous, iterations of chairman since, whatever, the John Gateway moves. And it's like, that's a bit of a tricky dance because he has been so dominant. But they have to really, I think they're in the process of maybe spitballing what they're trying to kind of let him appreciate his finite nature.
See, like publicly, it's just gonna be kind of like facade. Like he's gonna look as if he's in part. They're not gonna actually.
Yeah, in part they just want to do things slowly in the background while they're reshuffling. They've got a lot of restructuring to do to clean up all the shit, and they're purging people now, purging the Xi loyalists. And then they don't want to panic the public either. So they're waiting for the next part. I mean, they're fine with like small rumors. They don't care about. They need to maintain order. So they're waiting for the next party congress, and then they'll kind of announce Pence, yeah, she's retiring. Now we have, there's a few people up right now. They're kind of sharing power right now, and then they'll pick one to be. But they'll split it again. There used to be like, you know, the military was one person, then there's like the chairman is one person, then I can't remember all the big pillars or whatever, but like she basically for a while had it all consolidated under him. And so yeah, they're like sharing power again. But yeah, the people they're putting up are like are basically pro-Western, pro-liberal. And another big thing, like Trump already hinted at that he signed a trade deal. And I think part of that trade deal, the rumors I'm hearing are, it's basically, yeah, anyway, they agreed on like the tariff levels. I think it's like 20% or something. And then, the big thing is, hopefully this is true, that like China's gonna totally open its market to US companies. And that includes internet companies, so the Great Firewall would be going down.
What impact do you think this would have on is China invading Taiwan time frame?
I would think much less likely.
Oh, that's good.
I don't know. I think that was somewhat of a nothing movie to begin with.
Really?
I never really.
Yeah, it's all just to manipulate the public, to keep people thinking about it's a boot camp to scare people, distract them from their shitty lives and their lack of jobs and lack of opportunities.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, I mean, also China's looking at, I mean, there's this massive increases in military spending in the West now, right? Like, massive. I mean, the 5% commitment, Canada alone, that this is, by 3035, and we're talking $120 billion. And that's just Canada, you know, little Canada. I mean, Germany's already scaled up massively. Even the French are, they've really taken the lead in armament manufacturing, like artillery shells and stuff like that. They're, you know, about a year out from probably exceeding Russian artillery manufacturing. The UK's got a bunch of this and that and the other thing. Australia's doing quite a bit of like submarine, just as I think right now there's new US bases in the Northwest, I believe, nuclear submarine bases in Australia. And one of the benefits as well, like even though there is India in the picture, India I think has doubled down on its, you know, sort of third way, one way sort of approach. It's not going to fall under the wing of East or West. It's going to stand on its own two feet, kind of like how it operated in the Cold War. So it's
Adam, why do you think Iran hasn't built up a navy with the importance of the Strait of Hormuz? Why did they never build up a navy?
I don't know. Maybe they're more continental orientated, right? Like
it's also too easy to sink. They're like right up against Saudi, like they're so vulnerable.
And I don't know that the major centers on its coastline aren't in the southwest, you know, which was also the focal point of where a lot of the Iraq war happened. It happened across the board, but there's a lot of heat there. I think also where you do find Sunnis in Iran, it's in the southwest too. It's not that they haven't historically had sort of an orientation towards the sea. I mean, the Persian Empire and so forth. Like they were traders. A lot of the Persians were linked to the Saudi Peninsula. That's where Swahili comes from. So, but yeah, it's their exposure to open sea is somewhat limited, right? Their water access is a bit squeezed.
Let me just say to the people calling out Kitover in the goo, who's, for those of you who don't know, he likes to stream these rooms. I've kind of changed my philosophy on this. Like, I as he knew, I didn't like people recording the room, streaming them, because people don't consent to that. But since the app has made it possible for people to be anonymous and for us unable to do it, everyone just has to assume at all times you're being recorded. And if you don't like that, you probably shouldn't be on the app. I also want to say that I think that some of the things that he's streaming, which are far more interesting than this room, he's done a good job. I don't compliment this guy often, but he is streamed rooms where people were making comments and threats that are actual crimes. And so I think in the end, the guy that we just found is annoying might end up, he might end up on the right side of the fight, and something good may come from his annoying tactics. And so, if you're listening, John, I see what you're doing, and I appreciate some of it. It's about as far as I can meet you.
Wait, his name is John? Or is it Edmonds? Is the same person?
Yeah, but he goes by different names. I don't know what his real name is. I don't care. I have heard that he's running for Congress. I've heard that's a thing. But I'm not sure what his real name is. There's a lot of people that take a lot more interest in that. I don't care who he is. The only beef I've ever had was, I told him, like, very straight up, like, just back when, you could turn the replays off and you could kick people out if they were streaming and whatnot. Hey, if there's no replays, don't record it, don't stream it. And he didn't seem to care about that type of thing. I would have even worked with him, to say, hey, look, let's do a room where we announce to people that we're putting the replays on and go ahead and stream it. I don't know. The guy's a character. If you've ever heard him speak in rooms, he's got a personality. He's far more knowledgeable than most people would give him credit for. He just has this annoying tick that he does. And but like I said, I think now what he's doing is because there are some really dangerous people that are on this app, and he's streaming that. I don't think there's anybody dangerous in these rooms. I would wonder why people would even listen to this. If you're not on the stage participating or listening live, if you guys have ever gone and listened to a room that happened yesterday or a week ago, it just doesn't have the same magic. And so I don't know. I don't know why people would record it. But anyways, I'm starting to see that there could be a benefit to what he's doing. And so, and then also you got to concede that there's nothing you can do to kick him out when he's in these rooms. So there's that. He wins. He wins social audio. He's the victim.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to like it. I've never understood the pushback on, oh my god, someone's request. It's like we're in the comments, right? it's the privacy concerns.
But Adam,
people who strangers talk.
Adam, here's what I can tell you is that, because I've read a non-trivial amount of rooms, if you, prior to this new feature where you can't kick the anonymous out, if you had a private room, or forget about private room, but let's say you have a public room and you have the replays on versus the replays off, it's a different vibe. There are some people that will not go on stages when the replays are on. There's some people that, if they do go on stages, they're a little more careful and guarded about what they say. And I think that because it changes the way people interact, I think it's a bad move for somebody to just kind of drift off of that and say, hey, I don't care if you guys are trying to have this non-replay room, I'm just going to stream it anyways. And it's not for money. Like, anybody that thinks he's making money off of this is crazy. Like, the money that he spent on the 50 phones that he has to be able to stream all these things, he'll never recoup. I mean, like, if you look at his most viewed things, and I'm not asking you to go look at this content that he puts out there, but I know how that algorithm works, and I know how you get paid. I can tell you that any money that he's made wouldn't cover a single phone that he's ever bought. So he's not making money. I think he might legitimately, like, some people just write him off as crazy. I think he might think of this as like art. And if that's what he thinks of it as, then okay. And now that the app itself is, basically saying, look, we're going to allow people to be anonymous, they can do whatever they want, then I think it's really on the people that come into the room to decide what they want to do. But I liked it back in the day when you could give people the flavor of replay rooms versus non-replay rooms. And I can tell you, the flow is different in both of those environments.
Dude's incredibly intelligent. He's crazy. He's very intelligent.
People keep saying that. I may be too dumb to understand the depth of his vast intelligence, but he's never said anything that I've found at all interesting, enlightening, or.
Basically, you have to enter Geo's rooms. Because Geo just doesn't tolerate bullshit at all. And so when he is in Geo's rooms, which is very rare, like, you sort of get the true side of him and what he thinks on things.
Well, you act like people haven't been in rooms when he's spoken before. Like, we've all heard him. There's a serious side, there's a performative side, there's all of those different things. And I don't know why he doesn't just, like, live within the parameters of that. Like if a room's like, hey, we would prefer you to not stream, then jump in there and, like, use one of your personalities and bring some levity and some comedy to the room, or bring your intellect. I will say this: he's very knowledgeable about a broad amount of topics, but I think that the magic for him is that while he's in this troll mode, he can still recall, like, information very fucking quickly. There's a small handful of people that are really good at being able to recall information in the middle of a conversation and respond very. He's super witty. I'll give him that. I just think that he doesn't do boundaries very well, and that's my critique on him. He's just not good at boundaries.
He's not funny. And his weird voices are very cringe and creepy.
I predict he will clean up his act before October. Meaning, he won't be so funny. He'll be more serious.
He used to be more normal-ish. I mean, really, honestly. But he used to, I don't know if it was he would go on forever. He started getting kicked out of rooms. And then everyone started kicking him out of rooms. Like, everyone.
I don't think everybody knew he... Yeah, no, that's what it was. People didn't know how much streaming he was doing, and once they discovered it, that's when he got kicked.
He's
been doing it for a long time. Because back when we were doing Joyride,
he was never doing it when I first met him. So, I mean, this isn't recent, but like I remember a time where he didn't do that. It was just, you know, a normal dude. But wow.
Over here, John.
He changed.
I remember he streamed Late Night Later, and that house has been closed for over 2 years.
Yeah.
I will say, Lou just mentioned Geo. I haven't seen Geo on this app in forever. I don't know if he has me blocked or if I have him. There's a new account, so I don't have him. But that was one of the least entertaining people that I've ever seen on this app. Like, that would be a guy that would, like, read a book and, like, get so obsessed with it, and that was, like, the only thing that it was on his mind. Like, I remember when he went through this phase where he was reading about, like, Adams and Jefferson, and, like,
he's not talking about them every day, and he's on this app about 14 hours a day.
Well, I didn't know he was still on this app. All I can say is, like, I never found him entertaining. I've never, like, he could read a book, just one book, and then recite that one book over and over and over again. But I don't think, he's one of those guys that, he runs in place intellectually. It's like, I'm going to read Adams Jefferson, and I'll focus the next 2 years of my life talking about it. Very weird.
An inflated sense of self-importance.
I think he's often misunderstood.
We don't have time for misunderstanding, especially if you're running for a position. We're
talking about something different. Geo.
No, Geo, I am too.
He's not running for anything.
He's running for fuckwit of the...
For what?
You know, the only person...
You went to the Matrix.
No, I think he left the room because he really respects Geo, so I don't think he did.
Who left the room?
No, I was saying Malone really, really loves Geo.
I'm sorry.
Well, you know what? Good for their man.
Lit.
Geo's moved me on quite a few topics. Like, I'm not at all like a monarchist, but like, I used to sort of think that I used to have a very different idea of what monarchy meant prior to meeting Geo.
He kicked me out of his space because I called slant eyes.
I think it's scary that he has the ability to move anybody off of a political idea. I don't say this about most people, because, I mean, there's a lot of dumb people on this app. I just think that combination of boring, just nothing interesting about that dude. Like, nothing interesting at all.
Okay, one time, so all I said, and I swear to God, this is all I said, is that I find Chinese food to be so much better than Korean food. And this guy went ape shit, literally ape shit. Like, he got so fucking enraged. I've never seen someone that incensed in my entire life. And oh, by the way, AK, in the audience, your opinion doesn't count, so just shut the fuck up.
Is that your Simon?
I'm not Simon, no.
Okay.
Yeah, there's inferiority complex written all up and down.
Yeah, I don't think he, like, I think, you know, Geo's reasonably intelligent guy. You know, there's a shit ton of dumber people than Geo on this app. But man, I really found his pressure point
Special point, like, do not compliment any Asian nation. Like, one time I asked him, so why is it that Japanese handicrafts, their artistic sensibilities are just so much finer than Koreans? Like, they make really high quality arts and crafts across the board. And what he told me, he gave me this whole history lesson on how, like, Japan stole all the art from Korea over the centuries, and then they claimed it's all Japanese art. Wasn't made in Japan, it was made in Korea. I'm not kidding. Like, I'm not kidding though. Like literally, he gave me this. I've never heard that in my whole life.
I believe you. I just want to say, if I'm not in the room, ping me if you want to talk about me. We're having Pride Geo and Pride Edmund.
Well, Edmund's here. Edmund, all he'd have to do is raise his hand. He could come up. That's all Edmund would have to do.
Come on now, Edmund.
He's gonna have to pause his YouTube stream though. Like it's like a 50-50. Pause the YouTube stream, raise his hand.
Here's what I would say. If he gets these terror seps thrown in jail for the threats that they use on this app, if he could lead to convictions with the streams that he's doing, I would fly out to his house. I would volunteer my time to organize and train people to knock doors for his campaign. If he could pull that off, I would get so far in the Edmund camp. I would help him run.
Yeah, but nobody knows. Here we go. Nobody knows his platform, and none of us know half the people's platform we vote for. That's why fuck the R's and the D's. Look at your agenda of the people and what they've done in the past. And I don't know that he's done anything.
Also, you can ask Gio to come up because, ironically enough, so he just blocked me after I made that statement. The guy just blocked me. So he's obviously in the audience, one of these accounts.
Weird.
Block me too. Ass.
Oh wow. How sensitive.
No, I mean he literally blocked me in like the last 2 minutes. So yeah. I suspected. I was like, I wonder if Gio's listening to this. I bet he is. And yeah, Gio, now I know my suspicion.
Well, he's probably had one of his little boyfriends in here, like, ping him and go, hey, they're talking about you in the other room.
Well, that was, what's his name? Malone. Malone sucks his dick.
Yeah, no, he can block me. I'm tired of seeing his little fucking circle jerk rooms in my hallway anyway. Block away, butt boy.
You guys are being mean. I like Gio. We're not dating, not yet.
No. I didn't say anything negative about Gio. Like, I didn't say anything negative. I just talked about a couple of interesting interactions I've had. I think the Malone is the most interesting dick sucker I've met in my life, though. He really sucks the strangest sort of dick. I've never really quite seen a dick sucker like a.
I don't have a problem.
I like Gio too, by the way.
You guys are talking mean about my friends.
I have no problem with Malone.
Which ones are your friends, Lou?
Agent and Gio. And all of you.
There's no accounting for taste. I mean, here's the thing. I have friends who are friends with asshats, and I don't judge them for it. Just don't want to be in the room with that.
I mean, I just couldn't. Hold on a second. I just couldn't imagine reading a book and then spending 2 years on an app talking about one book. Like that. Like, just tell the world that you don't read a lot of books. It's like one book just changed his world, and like everything is Adams Jefferson.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I think you have maybe misunderstood. He reads a lot of books, but yes, he loves the guy. But he reads a lot of books.
Gio was a smart guy. Like I personally have nothing against him. I think he's reasonably intelligent. Um, he likes to think deep. Malone is a very surface level. Like Malone is like right at the edge of the water. Like that's close to evaporating. His intellect is like not even a millimeter away from evaporating, compared to Geo. Like Geo is like at least 1,000x Agent Malone's put together in terms of intellect. Um, but yeah, like, and the dick sucking part. Nothing against Geo. Like, I don't blame Malone for sucking Geo's dick. Geo's reason. Like I can understand why Lou would be friends with Geo, but yeah, the other guy's just straight up dick.
I question anybody who sucks Geo's dick. There's much better dick.
Jesus. I don't be sucking anybody's dick on here. I'm married, honey.
Well, it's been interesting. One thing I remember when I first met Agent on this app, he was like fairly, like pretty far left actually, and he swung in the opposite direction quite a bit on a lot of things. It's one of the few people that I've noticed. I'm not saying that there's not a lot of them.
Who is this?
He was pretty far left, Agent.
Here's what happened with Agent and others is that there was so many far lefties on here that if you disagreed just one little fucking bit, they would then drag you. And then, so they don't realize how toxic they are. I'm glad, I don't talk about this because I'm glad they behave this way, but the way that they cannibalize their own, like, first they'll argue with people they disagree with, then when that's over, they'll argue with people that agree with them on 98 to 99% of their shit, and on that 1 to 2%, they want to give you this purity test. And I think that's what happened with Agent, is like some of the groups that he went into, just by raising a question of like, I don't know if that's true, like shit like that, he'd get torn apart. I've been in rooms where like the left was like going after him, and I don't know how much he's changed his mind on things, but all I could say is the people that he kept company with, they kind of like threw him under the bus.
The thing with Agent though is like, he doesn't have anything original in his brain. As far as his thought process is concerned, it's literally, he doesn't rub two brain cells together in a day, right? He rubs other.
Listen, I don't even know who you are. All I can say is that I doubt if Agent were in this room, you'd be saying these things.
I 100% would say it to his face, 100%.
I think you would say it to his face. I have a very different view on Agent.
Well, Lou can vouch for me. Lou, do you think I would say this to Agent's face or not?
Oh, you absolutely would. But I have a very different take on Agent. I think he is a smart guy, actually. A very smart guy. But the way he talks, maybe if you haven't been around him a lot, I could see how the way he talks and his mannerisms might come off as someone that doesn't know what they're talking about. He doesn't speak very confidently, but I think that's like an autistic thing. I don't think he's a dumb guy at all.
I've never heard him say something in substance worthy. They're all hollow statements, and he does have a tendency to ramble a lot. I guess the autism makes sense. He rambles. But yeah, there's no substance there in his speech. There's no freaking, say something. Like, he's just like saying a lot of words. Doesn't have a.
Yeah, I disagree. Respectfully. Did you get clipped, or did you just change your name?
To me?
Makeover.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know who you are, S500, but and maybe you would say these things to Agent, but you haven't said anything in this room that makes me think that you have IQ higher than Agent does.
We're not really discussing a topic of substance we're not talking about the intellectual thus far. But so far, I've been in the room
I will
about
say not that I'm an arbiter of IQ or anything, but I've been in rooms with S500. He is a very intelligent guy.
Yeah, but you're the guy that vouches for Geo.
Yeah, I get it. That's fine. Take it.
Yeah, I appreciate it though. Regardless of like the way Mojo shot that testimonial down, I still appreciate.
Lou, who's got a higher IQ, S500 or Geo?
Geo. Sorry, I'm not.
I don't know you either.
I don't want to know you. How's that? No.
Nobody knows anybody.
That's right. Hi, Devin. How are you?
Hi.
Okay, wait. I do remember now. What was that guy named Ali Alexander? You used to be on his dick all the time. I do remember.
Who?
Aguirre? Lopez? Miss Lopez?
Me?
I do remember. Okay, I do remember you being on Ali Alexander's dick all the time. Beyond that, I don't.
I was on his dick.
I don't think he likes her kind on his.
You don't think what, Liz?
I don't think he likes her kind on his dick because he likes the.
Yeah, we were just friends, but nothing like that. No.
It was more like a apostle and a worship relationship dynamic.
No, I did not worship him. No.
So
I thought his job was fascinating.
What was it about like guys like Ali Alexander and the fucking Dotasby bro guy that made conservative Clubhouse like center those dudes and wash their feet when they came into a room?
I think their proximity to higher politicians.
I think specifically with Ali, he could articulate an argument much better than most of the people on the right. Whether he believed the things he was saying, it's one thing. But the guy, again, I'm calling everyone intelligent. Ali is like, he's a smart guy. Like, he's a very, very fucking smart guy. He's got a lot of weird, shady things in his past and whatnot. And he might be a grifter. He very well is probably a grifter. But he could articulate arguments and stances that people have on the right in ways that like most people on the right just can't do. And he could rebuttal a lot of the talking points from the left, and a lot of people on the right will just kind of be stuck and not really know how to respond to.
Got it. So because he was better with rhetoric, you guys overlooked all of his problems.
I think that's basically it, yeah.
You don't think it was because of his job and what he did?
Oh yeah, he definitely has the clout. I mean, I think that's gay when people are just like, oh, you know people, so therefore my fault. But yeah, I think that played a factor for sure. But hey, do you think? I'm curious. Do you think John that John is somewhat electable, or a campaign could be like carved out to where you could get him elected?
Not for that type of role, no. I think if he picked a different role, he could. There's a lot of winnable races. That's not a winnable race for him. But I don't think he's in that to win. I think he would be in that to get a platform to then be able to, I don't know, just get a little bit more exposure and put. But yeah, I don't know him, but I'm guessing that he does all of this as like a performance art thing, and I think that this is just like an addition to that. say if we're comparing people from that side of Clubhouse that everybody's aware of, I would say Edmund's like 100x smarter than, let's say, Geo, for example. Like 100 times smarter.
I think Edmund is arguably maybe the most intelligent person I've met on the app. Like I hold him in high regard. He's a weird guy. He's very intelligent.
So I have had like, out of the thousands of times I've heard him speak, I have had a couple of times where I had like serious conversations with him, and I would agree with Lou in the sense like, okay, when he's a serious guy, he's pretty damn smart. But the problem is like he can't hold his focus beyond more than 10 minutes. So what happens is like, after, beyond 10 minutes, like he starts going into troll mode, and but yeah, like if you can find those serious conversations with him, like there are those kind of flashes of brilliance. But my question was for Bojo. When you're saying he's 100 times smarter or 1,000 times smarter than Geo, are you talking about EQ or I?
Well, I think people that say the term EQ are funny. I'd love to understand how you measure that. It's a really weird thing that like lowly intelligent people like to throw out there. So you've just kind of told on yourself. But
maybe I was asking that question to be funny. You don't know. So.
No, I'm just being honest. I like when I hear people talk about EQ. EQ is what you do when you find somebody that you like and they can speak well, and or let's say a guy that's charismatic enough to get some pussy. You'll go, hey, but his EQ is off the charts, and that's what people would say. But
you don't think there's like a street smarts versus book smarts?
Show me how to measure it.
So you can definitely measure the book smarts. The street smarts is like.
Hold on. Let's stay on topic. Tell me how to measure EQ.
First of all, the IQ test is not a good measure of intelligence.
So there was this guy named David Goldman, I think. He wrote a book, Emotional Intelligence. They make like almost every college kid.
I get it. All the dumb kids with their Che Guevara fucking decided to read a chapter or two of this book. But my question to you is, how do you?
That's such a tough one. I'm tempted to say, I really am tempted to say estrogen levels.
Okay. Well, and Lou, is this another one of your friends?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Imagine that.
Adams, why did you get clipped?
CEO.
Oh, okay. You were having fun with the blacks.
With the blacks.
You just called someone a bitch. Can you imagine he got clipped for calling someone bitch in the chat?
Exactly.
Well, for the record, you don't get clipped for what you say. And you don't even get clipped for what you type. You get mass reported, and you're getting clipped for the mass reporting. Now, when they go back and they look at the evidence of it, you may get his account back. You may not get his account back. But the algorithm, the way that they have it set up, they don't have a team of people that are like. It's not like they got some customer service fucking hotline taking these complaints. It's people put in a bunch of fucking negative shit, and it triggers a suspension at a certain level because they figure mistakenly that if somebody mass reports you that there must be something here. Where there's smoke, there's fire type of thing.
Yeah, I know, but what triggered them to decide to mass report him was just calling someone a bitch.
Yeah, but my point is that you missed is that he could have not wrote anything, and they could have they could, right now they could say, hey, we don't like Sarah, we don't like the way that her voice sounds like at this time of night.
They could just say, "I'm gonna go mass report you," and then if they did that, you could get suspended because of the mass reporting, even if you've done nothing at all. Now, when they go through and make their finding, which now I don't even know if they have people that would go and do that. So theoretically, you could get lost and and be penalized because they set it up to trigger it with mass reporting, and then if they don't have anybody to go back and validate it, what used to be a suspension could turn into an actual loss of an account.
I'm sure how long your account is.
July 28th.
Oh, that's not bad at all, man. If you've got a date, you're back.
Yeah, but it's a final, like it literally says final strike.
That's
Really? That's the first time I've heard that.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at him. I just can't believe he did that. That was a disgusting.
Does anybody remember the story about how my account first got clipped? First got suspended.
I didn't even hear about it.
Wait. So I'm posting the receipts, right? So look at my PTR. This is literally my final strike.
So the first time I got suspended, it not only lasted for like 24 hours. I was in a room with a bunch of these fucking commies. They're not even on this app anymore, but like I don't know if you guys remember what like the legit commie, not the little candy ass Democrats that we call commies, but there was like this group of like communists, right? And I went in there and I had this is back when I had a picture of Danny Glover as my picture, and they got in their little Discord or whatever fucking channel, got me mass reported, and the message that I got from Clubhouse was that I needed to change my PTR and that I was suspended. It had been reported that I was using digital blackface because I had a picture of Danny Glover.
So good. That's like racist when you think about it. It's like full on racist.
It was actually pretty funny. Like we ended up doing rooms about it and everything. It's like everybody's like, "What happened to your account?" And then when I showed people, they were just like, "Dude, this is crazy. Like how is that even a thing?" It's fucking Danny Glover. Like the most embarrassing part is like let's say you want to be hypersensitive about race, and let's say that you make a rule that says white people can't post pictures of black people, but shame on you for not knowing who Danny Glover is, for fuck's sake.
Well, really,
Danny Glover.
do you think it's because it goes through a program first, an AI program first before it gets to anyone? Do you think that maybe is what happened?
I'm pretty sure that was another algorithm thing, but the problem was the email that I got. This is back when you get suspended back in the day. They would send you an email to the account that you registered from, and they would tell you what the problem was, and which you kind of like getting a little more detail. They stopped doing that, but that was crazy.
Yeah, they really do need to tell people what they did wrong so they can correct it and know. If you don't tell people, if you're giving them a ticket or you're reprimanding them, whatever it is, in a job, legally, whatever, you have to be able to tell them what they did wrong. How are they going to correct it?
Don.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I can send you Outlook screenshots in the conversations that I've had with the management of this app. It's mind blowing. It's incredibly mind blowing.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, just a little, like, they're oblivious or they're leaning a certain way, or
Well, for example, the doxing. Like, I literally gave them evidence on a silver platter as far as the doxing that occurred on this app, related to myself and other people, and it was met with a sentiment of dismissiveness.
I see.
Someone's saying this app is run by North Koreans. What are you saying?
I don't think that's it. That's gotta be a trick.
I know, it's like, what are you, like, why North Korea?
Ron, I have a sort of a question, or maybe it's a topic, but I have to look more into this. I think it's a bit silly, but maybe it's just I have a very surface level understanding. But like, what's your take on anarchy and anarchism?
Anarchists are retards. Full stop. It's something that's born on the left. Now there's right-leaning anarchists. There's the anarcho-capitalists that think that that's a cute term. The problem is that if you have a quote-unquote anarchist society, the rest of the world isn't going to recognize you, and you don't have anything for them to recognize. And so if you don't have a state, if you don't have borders, and if you don't have a system to build a military around, you're just going to get fucked over. Like these ideas. Like, have you ever talked to these guys about their fucking anarchy fantasies? Like just ask them simple questions, like, hey, how do you think a 98-year-old woman would fare in an anarchist society? And they'll come up with like this weird shit about like, oh, they would do much better than they would today because they wouldn't have the government that it's taxed them their whole life, and they would just, and the community would rally around. And it's like, dude, I see the way people deal with their 98-year-old grandmother. Nobody rallies around them. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, it's one of these things that, like, it's like basically inserting, like, sci-fi into, like, a serious conversation. And for whatever reason, there's been people that have entertained this idea over time and, tried to make it this, like truly intellectual thing. But I've debated with anarchists, and they lose every time. Because when you ask them about simple questions, like, here's a question to ask an anarchist. Hey, let's say you had an anarchist society here in the U.S. Let's say you won. Government collapse. And they'll go and tell you how anarchy is supposed to be this beautiful thing. But just ask them simple questions like, so who controls the nuke codes, and who possesses the nuclear arsenal? And what's to stop nuclear proliferation? And then just sit back. Don't even ask another question. Just sit back and just watch them try to explain away how in an anarchist society where there's nobody that makes the final call on these types of things, how it would work. Anarchists are fucking retards.
Yeah, I have a similar. That's sort of my take. I feel like the answer to that question would be something like, well, like a private security firm would be hired to like analyze and hold the nuclear codes or something like that. It seems like they're not actually anarchists, and they do want the same roles to be filled by an entity that they're just not going to call it government, and so it's okay.
Yeah, so here's the interesting thing. Anarchists and minarchists, which kind of describes me.
What's that? What's their name? Minarchists or monarchists?
Yeah, minarchists. We simply believe that
government should be very small, very limited in scope. But the idea of government is just crazy.
It's so insane.
Well, one of the things that the anarchists are inspired by that also inspired a lot of us minarchists is the novel Atlas Shrugged. And in Atlas Shrugged, the anarchists will talk about how the government was oppressive, which it is, and then they'll talk about they try to frame it as if the book is giving you the guiding principles of how you get to anarchy, which is funny because Rand thought anarchists were just as retarded as I do. But more importantly, if they read the book, they would know that in Galt's Gulch, which is this community of people that have just kind of had it, they still have a judge. And that's the thing, that even if you had these security forms, right? Let's say you had the money to hire your security, your private security firm, and I had money and I hired my security company. Who do you go to when a crime is committed? Like if I go to my security firm and say, hey, this person stole from me, and then you tell your security firm, no, he's wrong, I didn't. Who adjudicates that? Under what authority do you adjudicate that? Is it just simply whoever paid the most to a security firm that determines innocent or guilt? And when you start asking them who would be the judge, they don't like the idea of there being a judge. It's fucking, they're just mental midgets. They're fucking retards. They're every bit as bad as communists, to be quite honest, because their ideology would lead to fucking communism, fucking no doubt. That'd be the next.
Yeah, I mean, anarchy to me seems like, that's what I'm looking for. Just as utopian as any of these, lefty ideas of everything being, equal. It almost requires I think it does, frankly, require everybody to be on the same page, for it to work. I still think I probably need to look more into it. I have come across people who I know are not stupid, and so I second guess myself and think well, maybe I just have too much of a surface level understanding of this concept, because I genuinely think it's so silly that there must be something I'm missing.
Ayn Rand novels are a good cure for insomnia.
She's wrong on a lot of things.
Yeah, Rand, I think, is misunderstood. She wrote that it's porn for conservatives. I've never met a conservative that's ever read Rand and understood it. I don't think conservatives get it at all.
You don't think Issa gets it?
Ayn Rand?
Yeah.
Let me care about. I like Issa. I'm not going to say anything about Issa, but I'll just leave it there. No, I don't think any conservative really gets Ayn Rand, because conservatives are trying to uphold traditions, and Ayn Rand was trying to free us from certain trappings of these traditions.
They're almost opposite, right? Rand is creating a philosophy for a world without God. Conservatives generally see things through.
Well, here's an interesting thing back to anarchy, right? Try to get a left-wing anarchist, right? Somebody that's read Proudhon, that wrote that property is theft, and then get an anarcho-capitalist in the conversation, and then ask them, okay, so if there is no authority to make these rules, and you believe in property rights, Mr. Anarcho-capitalist, and the anarcho-communist believes that property is theft. How do you decide what happens to this property? Do you just fight over it? And if that's the answer, then you really don't have any solution other than just complete fucking tribes constantly at war. Because even within anarchy, you still have to have this divide line of, can you own property, can you not own property? And one faction says yes, the other faction says no. And what's interesting is most of the people that I ran around with that were identified as anarchists, they were the right-leaning, anarcho-capitalists. If you were to ask them this question, they would just say, well, I would protect my property, and they wouldn't be, that would be the argument that they would give. But what they don't contend with is that globally, 90+% of the people that are self-identified as anarchists are anarcho-communists, not anarcho-capitalists. And so they don't really know what they're talking about. Like, there's just a lot of, it's just a lot of fantasy. It's like talking to people that have watched too much Star Wars and they start fucking speaking in fucking Jabba the Hutt language. They go down this road that's just, it's just ridiculous. Even Michael Malice, who identifies as an anarchist, he'll tell you it's okay to be red-pilled. You just can't take the whole jar.
Roger, can I add something about anarchy?
Go for it.
I mean, look, most of the people that believe in anarchy are the ones that are more in the individual portion of it. Just thinking from their perspective of how they would live in that type of society. They don't know the true type of vision of what an anarchist ideology would look like. That's why I even wrote in the comments, a pluralistic anarcho-sovereignty is the true form of anarchy. Well, overall, I mean, some may say that it's those type of utopian societies. Others would say it's just another way to, in some way, perfect how the nation should look.
What did you say? Pluralistic anarcho-sovereignty? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I think.
How is that different from? I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
All right, let's just say with the communists, the far leftist anarchy, right? They think that everyone should be equal. That's true anarchy. If anarchy is about you as an individual doing whatever the fuck you want to do without any limitations. The rightists, they only want to defend for the proper.
Hold on, that's not. Give me a source where that's a definition of it.
I don't. I asked ChatGPT for this type of society ideology.
Well, listen. Here's the thing. I don't think you'll meet an anarchist that will tell you, I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want to do, because even the anarchists will say that they can decide, what's permissible and what's not permissible within whatever community that they've formed. So the idea of doing whatever you want, you're still going to be frowned upon by whatever cultural norms that they want to try to enforce on you. And that's the part that's weird. It's like, if you start asking an anarchist what they really, how it would really work, what they start describing, think about this. Hey, we'll have a private security force. What would they do? Oh, well, they would investigate crimes. They would apprehend people, and then what would they do? Well, they would take them into a place where you would hire an independent third party to look at that matter, and then it's like, you're describing police departments and courts. What the fuck are you, they don't even have enough imagination to describe a world outside of the one that they live in. All they do is they say, we're going to eliminate government, and then we're going to recreate another thing that operates just like government, but it's not going to have any fucking authority whatsoever, but we'll set it up the same way as the thing that we were trying to avoid. They don't make any sense. I think the lefties, the left anarchists, are probably more logically consistent, but they're also more fucking evil because they genuinely believe that people shouldn't own property. The anarcho-communists, if they had their way, if you had a home, they would say, well, you can't own that, and they would just take it from you.
So who did you say? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You guys were
What was your question, sir?
Mojo, who did you say has that mentality?
The anarcho-communists.
Whoa, I did not know.
So is the difference between the left and right anarchists of just a free market versus like property and stuff? Am I getting that right? Like
the big divide, is property theft or is property an alienable right? You know, like the idea of life, liberty, and property. The property part gets completely cut out, and they believe that nobody owns the land.
Sounds like we're confusing communism from anarcho-communism. Otherwise, explain the difference between anarcho-communism and
Perfect. I'm happy to. Communism is this idea that you're going to first you're first going to subjugate the capitalists, take their property from them, and you're going to go through a period in which the state controls the means of production. And then this benevolent state that you create is somehow going to then return the means of production to the people, and then it would be publicly owned. That we never get to that stage. We only get to the government taking the privately owned means of production and making it state-run. We never passed it. But the anarcho-communist, I don't know if you've ever read Proudhon, B-Master, but the anarcho-commies, what they believe is that there should not be a government, but they reject all forms of private ownership. That's and by the way, communists that believe in having that state control as a middle ground. The big difference is that the anarcho-commies don't want they want the state to just be dismantled, whereas communists want to leverage the state to get to where they want to go. Would you disagree with this, or would you disagree with Proudhon?
So the idea is that you're talking about communism, where it would be for a centralized authority doing that, and then anarcho-communism would just be a bunch of different sects of people doing that, and it would be centralized.
Yeah. Well, I guess my question for you is
because how can you, if it's anarchy, if it's anarcho-communism, they're in the anarchy part that's right. That's saying that there is no centralized authority. So if there is no centralized authority in anarcho-communism, you can have a communist state if you choose to. If you want to have a capitalist state in anarcho-capitalist, an anarcho-communist society, you'd be able to do that too, because ultimately it won't matter.
I'm so glad you're
the anarchy.
I'm so glad you're here.
First.
I'm so glad you're here. So okay. So let's say Oregon decided to be anarcho-capitalist, and let's say Washington decided to be anarcho-communist. First of all, anarchists don't believe in borders, okay? So when you get to this thing called a border that neither side believes in, right? If I lived, let's say I owned property prior to the anarchist wet dream coming true. Let's say I owned property in Washington, and now the anarchists have overthrown the government, and their core belief is that property is theft. What would happen to my property?
Roger, wouldn't it just be in the neutral zone?
Would it be neutral?
I mean, I'm shooting like.
If your fundamental principle is that property is theft, you would remain neutral about.
Well, no, but think of it like this. So it's in between both of those states, right? It's a neutral zone having both of the values or the systems of those different forms of ideologies. So in the neutral zone, anything could happen. Anything.
Well, let's ask B Master. Is that what would happen? In this, would there be a neutral zone?
No, I don't think it would be a neutral zone. I would just think that you would just congregate according to like minds. It's simple as that. That's why it's why the anarchy comes first. It's letting you know that there's going to be competition. You know what I mean? That's the whole.
Right. But let's say you have your group of anarcho commies, and I own property. Let's call it 20 acres, and I've got a home, and it's by a lake. But your founding principle of overthrowing the government is that you believe that property is theft. What would happen to my home and my property?
So it's anarcho-communism. I don't know if I don't think just saying it over and over is going to do anything for you. Like that's the point. If the anarchy comes before the communism, they're letting you know that their first principle is anarchy, which is there's no centralized authority, which means what do you understand anarchy to be? What's the definition quickly that you understand?
No rulers.
Right, exactly. So no rulers, right? So if you have no rulers, you have no centralized authority.
Wait, did you ask that question because you thought I didn't know? Like this?
No. I just wanted you to say it. And
okay.
You know.
Okay. So if there are no rulers, but your founding principle of anarcho-communism is that you believe, your core tenet is you believe that property is theft. What would happen to somebody that lives on 20 acres of land that's near these marauders?
So that's like the marauders part. That's what you're talking about. They would have to establish whatever type of contracts or mutual agreements that they decide that they want to reciprocate because they're anarchists first. They're not saying like this is the way that it's going to be across that's communism. Right, they're not saying.
But I would be able to present to them. I would be able to present to them like, hey, here's the deed to the home. I have a contract. I bought it. What they would likely say is like, yeah, but that contract was upheld by the government that has been overthrown. How is my contract going to be?
What do you mean how your contract is going to be valid? Your agreements with the group of like-minded people.
But prior to this, I have a deed that says that I own this land. But my deed that says I own the land was with a government that existed that no longer exists. And so you said that we would have to have contracts. So would I have to sign a new contract to be able to maintain my 20 acre?
No, I don't think that's how that would work. I think most people, I'm not going to speak for everybody because I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a large, beautiful range of different type of anarchists that are going to say a bunch of different things. But what I do understand is that if you're putting anarchy first, right, they're letting you know that there's going to be competition. They're understanding there are no rulers. There is no centralized power that's going to come and shut you down by force. So there's going to be discussions. There's going to be different types of agreements between a bunch of different types of groups, and it's going to be all over. You're going to be able to have anarcho-communists, next day anarcho-syndicalists, next day anarcho-capitalists, and you just congregate like minds.
But I have a question. So I have 20 acres of land that I bought, I own. It's my property because I believe in property rights, right? And then people come along and they challenge the idea that, well, hey, you can't own property. I'm going to just camp out here. Would I be free to throw them off of my property?
This is what I'm talking about. Like you would have to discuss that. There would be discussions. You would likely be with the anarcho-capitalists, right? And if there's anarcho-communists, there's definitely going to be other sects of anarchy. That's why that comes first. The anarchy comes. Otherwise, like I said, it would be communism. So if our anarcho-communists are going to know that there is no one way all. There's going to be room for whatever type of whatever else is going to exist. So if that exists, whatever that.
So on my property, if rubbed right up against my property is a group of anarcho-communists that believe that property is theft, do you think it's logical that they would challenge my ownership of my property?
No, because no, that's exactly.
They wouldn't challenge somebody's ownership of property when their fundamental principle is that they believe that property is theft.
So that's what they believe. So when they come together and they begin to congregate and they build their society, that's going to be their idea among those people. That is what their understanding is going to be. But why are they going to aggress upon other people who have different things, different ideas of how society should work? Whether it's mutualism, whether it's panarchy, all these different other agrists, it doesn't matter. Right, most of all of these anarchists.
Have you ever talked to an anarcho-communist?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So when I asked them that question, like what would happen with my property, they would say that they would disregard my rights to. That's what they would say.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a lot of that. I think if you were.
One second. Were they specific on like, let's say if it was in their territory or something?
No, they disregard all property rights because their fundamental belief is that you can't own property privately, and that it's communal, and that it's not a right that you have. Well, that's what anarcho-communists believe, and so we can have these lighter, fluffier versions of communism, but the majority of communists globally are anarcho-communists, and that's precisely what they believe, is that property is.
I think that in most of those cases, like when you come up against them, I would challenge what the difference between a communist society then is and an anarcho-communist society. There is a difference. There's a very specific difference, because if they're saying that that's what they're going to do, and they're going to initiate violence and violate whatever is going on, they don't believe in anarchy.
No,
they do
believe
believe
in
centralized authority.
This is the part
that whole kind.
No, but the part that you're missing is that they don't believe that they're committing an act of aggression, that you've violated them by your claim to ownership of property, which is a right that they believe you don't have.
And that's all that I'm challenging. I would challenge you to say and to question and to push them into admitting that what they're actually championing is actual communism, because if that's what they believe, that's fine, but then why add the anarchy? What's the point of adding the anarchy if they're willing to aggress upon other people to say, no, there are going to be other ways, there is not going to be, because what you're saying is there is going to be a centralized authority, there is going to be a specific objective morality which you are going to fulfill and advocate for and move towards, and that's all that I'm saying. So push those who say that, because they're not advocating for the anarcho-communist part. They're just advocating for communism.
Well, what they're looking for is they're looking to normalize their worldview that property is theft, and the reason they reject authority is they understand that any common sense person that sees people operating that way, seizing private property, that an authority would be against that. That's why they don't want the authority. It gives them reign to be tyrannical like that. So, which is why anarcho-capitalism is a lot more benevolent than anarcho-communism. Because, and again, go listen to their own rhetoric. I've debated these people. They'll tell you straight, yeah, if you own property, you're not allowed to own property. They will disallow that.
Right, they would disallow it once they begin to build this society. But the idea, and this is what I'm challenging you, this is what I'm saying, next time you have a conversation with them, push to really have them give an explanation as to what the difference between communism and why add the anarcho-communism or the anarcho-communism. Because if they're admitting that there's there should be no rulers, there should be no centralized authority, there should be no monopoly on violence, then why would they be the one to say, I'm going to go ahead and move objectively to say this is the way things should be done? It doesn't make any sense. It's contradictory of ideas.
But it's the founding principle. It's what they're rallying around is that people can't own property, and that we can't have a government that enforces private property laws. This is the core of their position. Now, I agree with you. What's the fucking difference if it's quote unquote anarchist violating your property rights, or if it's a communist government violating your private property rights? There's virtually no difference in my mind, and I think you and I agree on that. But that doesn't change the fact that that is precisely what their position is, which is why I think anarchy in all of its forms is absolute fucking horseshit.
Well, that's it, and I understand what you're saying, but listen, I'm not going to keep saying it over and over, but I would just say push to have them really explain the difference and really challenge them, because if you challenge them, everything is going to dissolve. There's going to be no foundation that they're going to be able to build it. There has to be all types of anarchists, no matter what type of anarchist you are, you have to be able to, you're going to recognize territorial boundaries. It's absolutely necessary. You cannot, you wouldn't be able, otherwise you're saying that there's going to be a centralized authority.
If you're an anarchist, there's no borders. If you're an anarchist, there's no borders. They don't believe in borders, right? They don't believe in borders. There would be no country, there'd be no state, there'd be no city. They don't believe in borders.
Right, but a border, hold on, but a border as in a centralized authority versus voluntary people coming together and saying, okay, this is the way that we're gonna come together as anarcho-communists. We're gonna live in a decommodified cooperative commune. All the resources are gonna be shared. No, there's gonna be no wages. Property is held in common, right? But now also because it's anarcho-communists, we understand that nearby, like maybe a mile north, there's a group of anarcho-capitalists, and they're living in a market-based town. Property is going to be privately owned. There's going to be value exchange. There's going to be a currency. There's going to be services that are going to run for profit. They're going to be able to do that. But in order for the anarchist part to happen, that they have to be able to recognize territorial boundaries and say, okay, well, these groups of people came together voluntarily, and we're choosing to live in this time, and that's all that it is.
So here's the issue, right? If the anarcho-capitalists had taken over and said, hey, look, we're anarchists, but we believe in property rights, you then allow the anarcho-commies to live in their commune, and they can be fine. Hey, that's how you guys want to live? You can live that way. The anarcho-capitalists would allow anarcho-commies to live the way they want to live. What they wouldn't allow is for them to impinge on their freedom. And this is why an anarcho-capitalist society, you have anarcho-commies. In a society that's ran by with the prevailing wisdom of anarcho-communism, they will not allow you to be an anarcho-capitalist because they will say that you cannot own property. And so you're violating their core tenet. They're incompatible with each other. It's the capitalists could allow for the commies to be there. It doesn't work vice versa.
And yeah, that's exactly what I'm challenging, because then there's no reason to have the anarcho-communist part. The anarcho just drop that part. Now you're just a communist. You're just a bunch of people that are holding the communist ideals, and that's fine. You could just for whatever reason, anarcho-communists, these types of thinkers, they feel like they're skirting away from the actual communism, that there's some type of new breed, so that they're going to add the anarcho-communism to make it seem like it's less of a harmful, because what's the point? What's the point of adding anarchy if there's just going to be a bunch of people that are going to uphold the communist profile?
Respectfully, adding anarchy to any other ism doesn't make an improvement. Like making it, I think we agree that if you were anarcho-communist, that's not really an improvement over communism,
right? And it's certainly not a fucking improvement over capitalism to add fucking anarcho-capitalism. Anarchy just doesn't improve anything.
It depends, but it does in some way. If you think about it in the long term, or not even long term, the bigger picture of things, of how the society could run, what could be produced in terms of technology, weaponry, every form of area of, just think of like the larger picture, and everything could be produced into this type of society. There's no restrictions or limitations of what could be created and what could be produced from a larger scale to something more impactful.
Lordness, who's going to control the nuke?
Nobody. That's the point.
No, but nukes exist right now.
Of course, and corporations.
So okay, so Marshall, how many nukes do we have? Like, if you had to give it a number, 28,000, something like that?
Something like that.
Okay, so let's call it 25,000, 30,000, whatever number works for you. Lord, of the 25,000 nuclear warheads that the U.S. has in your anarchist society, who could?
Everyone.
Everyone?
Everyone controls nuclear weapons.
It's a free-for-all. It's a free-for-all.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think, like, okay, there's 28,000. Let's say there's 350 million people, so not everybody can get one because there's only 28,000 of them. But let's say the 28,000 lucky winners of a lottery for a nuke were to win them. In your experience, do you think that it would be safer if you had 28,000 people with different levels of mental stability and temperament controlling nuclear weapons than it would to have a central authority that has specific rules of engagement on when they would use them and how?
It's not about safe. It's the true anarchy type of society that allows people to have, produce, purchase whatever they want, to live the life that they want to live without any limitations.
Okay.
So if they wanted to implant themselves with a nuke, they could do that. If they needed to make an explode plane.
Got it. Okay, so let's we waved our wand. The U.S. government is gone tomorrow, right? Gone. These weapons exist right now. We have aircraft carriers. We have fighter jets. We have bombers. We have submarines. We have weapons. We have forget about the nukes. We have all these weapons, tanks. We have all this stuff. So who gets that stuff?
Well, it depends on who you know. Obviously, the people that are in the government, since the government has been abolished, are going to go into their own types of sub-factions, have their own forms of military and defensive. People then choose their sides. Some people could even just, continue to go off the radar and just live on their own. Overall, it's just going to be a full-on, think of it like Mad Max, which is...
That's your selling point? Think of it like Mad Max?
In the beginning, for let's just say,
I'm good. I don't want my world to look like that.
1 or 2 years, probably turn into a Mad Max, but over time it'll start to become a more different type of society.
Are you guys listening to this? Like, because when we first brought this up, I was like, oh yeah, talking to anarchists, it's fucking weird. They got these weird ideas. And then, like, we go down this route. Am I crazy? But like, when you hear an answer like that, like, hey, yeah, whoever wants one, if you can do it when you have one. Like, does anybody think that that's a good idea? Does anybody think that's a...
Yes, as long as I get...
Exactly.
Oh, well, you got some support for that.
What makes you special to get one of the 28,000? I want one too.
Well, and not to mention, Liz, what if you had one, but Edmund had two?
That shouldn't matter.
There you go.
Don't you think if you had 28,000 people that each had one, the likelihood of someone using one would...
Absolutely. Like I said, I would shoot for...
But the point is different forms of weaponry technology could be produced in this type of society, so overall, a nuke probably wouldn't do that much damage in comparison to another nuke that could probably destroy the planet.
Very interesting.
Do you mean
like tactical nuclear warheads have less yield than, say, just regular nuclear weapons launched out of a Trident missile, Ohio class submarine using a Trident missile. Here's the other problem with this. Never in society has there been an anarchical period where somebody did not then try and consolidate the power. So if you have an anarchy society, you may very well end up with a dictator. That, as you might imagine, is not a way to go.
No, of course, but that
Well,
depends.
hold on, Lourdes. Let me talk about this. So, in Seattle, they decided, to defund the police people, show up, and they decide, look, hey, this is an autonomous zone, okay? This is what you get when you get people together that have some thoughts around anarchy, right? Hey, we're going to take these blocks, and so then the cops leave, and then a rap group from Tacoma shows up, and these guys have they brought their homies with them, and they've got machine guns, and the first thing they did is they put barriers to these streets. You used to be able to drive down these streets. Used to be businesses that operated. They shut all of that down. They put barricades up. And then this rap group from Tacoma and their homies show up with machine guns saying, we're the police now. That's, this is so obvious what would happen. By the way, Sarah, I want to tell you something. That thing you wrote in the chat, writing that term that I'm not going to repeat, we're going to have to start cleaning things up around here. I don't want language like that. I know you weren't saying it, you were quoting somebody else saying it, but I want to say it to you just because so people know that you're my friend, and if I'll scold you on it, I'm going to scold anybody. There's certain things we shouldn't say on this app, and that's one of them. And again, I'm not trying to get in your shit. I'm just saying it more for everybody else to hear that, there's got to be a little bit of restraint on the way that we talk to each other in here. And I want free speech. I want people to be able to communicate openly, but there are certain terms that are so fucking polarizing that once you start using them, you can't take them back, right? And the reason why I'm saying it to you, Sarah, is because if people know that I'll scold you for it, then the people that that I'm have disagreements with that might say it, they can't say that I'm playing favorites. I just want everyone to know that there should be a consistent. I know, and I'm
offensive, racist slur.
I agree.
Middle Eastern. So.
I agree, and Sarah, what I'm suggesting is I think that all of the mods should come together and talk about this. That there are certain things that we shouldn't let happen. There was earlier today. There was people threatening people with violence. I tossed them out of the room. I don't think there's any place for that. And again, I don't try to tone police people. I don't. I really don't. But this isn't about tone policing. This is that there are certain words that the only direction that it could go is very, very bad. And I think that if what we're here to do is have conversations and try to have productive ones, I think that we should be able to stand up and say, hey, there's certain things we don't want to say in here. I don't know if any of the other mods want to jump in and jump on that, and then we'll get back to this anarchy.
I am not a mod, but I would like to thank you, Joe, for saying that, because I was modded in this room last week, and I asked if people could do me a favor and not use that word. And the response was, well, I'll just leave because nobody's ever told me that I shouldn't say XYZ, and modified my right to free speech. There's a lot of rooms where you can go hear that ad nauseum. It doesn't need to be here. Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think one of the things that the moderators should get together and talk about, and by moderators, I don't mean the people that you see, opening the room, or that includes them, but, anybody that's ever been given a moderator badge, we should have input on this. I think that if we're going to try to foster better conversations,
there's certain things that I just think that are out of bounds, and there's certain things that I say that we need to have a conversation about. Like, you know, do I have to stop saying faggot? Do I have to stop saying retard? Maybe. You know, I don't see those as words that rile people up, because my lived experience is that, like, you know, the kid that didn't want to come out of the house to ride bikes that day, that was the guy you called a faggot. You weren't. It had nothing to do with sexuality. And the guy you called a retard is the guy that doesn't like, you know, the movie that you like. You know, like, oh, you're a fucking retard. You don't like Star Wars? So that's how I mean it. But if those words are crossing the line, like, because here's the thing. I do think there's a lot of inconsistencies all across Clubhouse and in this house and in the rooms that I've monitored. There's a lot of inconsistencies. And I'll raise my hand and say I'm guilty to some of this stuff, because, like, sometimes it's said fast, or sometimes it's said in a particular, you know, way that, you know, you just kind of, it slides in. I think we should have a conversation and maybe look towards posting some basic rules of the road. You guys know me. I'm not going to try to over moderate shit, but I do think that there are certain things that would make a better space, and one of those is, you know, taking a look at, like, the words that we know are going to, you know, be inflammatory into a way that you can't you know, that you can't walk back very easily. I don't know, Ro, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I've got a mouthful. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Look, this topic that's come up more so probably over the last couple of weeks than it has for quite a while, for good reasons. All three of us, Roger, Mojo, myself, and Kelly, have actually steered away from, I guess, Clubhouse entirely for probably close to about 5-6 months, and the rooms that have been held they've been quite different. So there's been a new culture that's been look, from my recollection, you know, going back a number of years, there've been lines that we've been drawing. And one of them is an absolute, we don't use the N word in here, okay? You know, people have been saying kike and stuff like that, and there's a whole lot of dialogue in here. It's really just been incredibly offensive. It sort of slipped in. So, look, I prefer to be able to lean away from racism completely. There's so much opportunity that happens in so many other fucking rooms. It's like it doesn't need to be happening in this house in the slightest. And that's been my position on this. I think it's great to be able to have a healthy conversation, to be able to battle up against minds and so forth. And sure, things are going to get, you know, heated at times, and there are going to be times where things get slipped through the goalposts, and, you know, because they happen too quickly. But for me, I tend to be able to agree with you, Mojo, and we've had a brief conversation about this. I've given it some more thought, and it's something I'd definitely like to be able to put in place, and to be able to perhaps, I don't know, draw a line into part of recapture part of the culture.
Yeah, I think a posting of some rules, and they don't have to be super heavy-handed, other than just like, hey, look, these are the rules of the road. And then that way, if we apply them across the board, so people can't get cheeky and be like, oh, I wasn't saying it, I was quoting somebody else. Like, there's all these little games that people could play. I think we could up the level of conversations in these rooms. I really do.
And Mojo, can I add something? Like this person who said this thing to me, which is my PTR row, if you want to see. I don't even know this guy. I've only seen him twice in this house right here, in Healthy Debates. And both times he harassed me, you know, like telling me that, no, I'm white, he knows better what my race is, and he calls me like racist and stuff like that. And then yesterday in a room, he's like, again in the chat talking shit 2 days ago, and I'm like, yeah, I'm white. And he's like, no, you're not. Now he's calling me white and calling me racist. Now after that, he said this slur, you know, and honestly, I think a little bit of moderation is not bad, because I really don't think he would have gone this far if he knew that you can't just say whatever you want to people. Like, He really did harass me here. And then today, in another house, in another room, he was like saying what he told me, which is my screenshot right now, my PTR, and he was laughing, like if it's something to be proud of.
Look, I've always had sort of been on the frame of thought is what happens outside of healthy debates is what happens outside of healthy debates is something not something we've got any sort of level of control of, right? But moderators here have got a level of control and also responsibility to make sure that there's a relatively safe environment. This is not just repeating. This is not a safe space. Okay, this is a space to be able to combat ideas. And people, if that can be done respectfully, this shouldn't be an issue. Unfortunately, when it comes to having a bit of heat, coming up from certain topics, then this is going to happen. And it's really up to the moderators to make sure that there's a level or a temperature that is sort of reasonable, but also making sure that it doesn't get to a boiling point where people are being constantly people are being piled on, but look, that's my feeling on it at the moment. Mojo, what are your thoughts?
I agree. And again, I don't think that this would be stifling a conversation in any way. To be quite honest, if what your desire is to really put someone down, which it happens from time to time, things get all heated. I think there's better ways of doing it. I think there's far more creative and colorful ways of, telling somebody off if that's what you're trying to do.
When you say colorful, you are speaking of
Well, that guy is gone. Here's what's funny. He probably thought that was like a good joke and that everybody was going to laugh. Now all that happened is he got removed from a room, and now he's on my block list, and now he won't come into these rooms. So, what did he win from being an idiot? It's weird. Pandora, how you doing?
Hello.
For those that don't know, Pandora is OG Healthy Debates royalty. She's one of the original mods in Healthy Debates. Pandora, we were talking about it a little bit last night. What do you think the difference is between Clubhouse from 4 or 5 years ago till the Clubhouse now? You've been off the app for, 3.5 years?
Yeah, I think the biggest changes is that people don't have a lot of tolerance for different people, at all. But they don't want to hear people through all the way, and we can't have passionate debates without people just going crazy. Remember in the past, we would be up all night in one room, and people would be taking shifts. Remember? Somebody was like, "I need to go to bed."
That shit was fun.
It was crazy. It was fun. We had crazy liberals. I feel like liberals were real crazy back then too. And I feel like they would call everybody TERFs and stuff, but they would still be in the room listening. I don't know. It was interesting. It was different.
Yeah, it was. It was fun. There's been all these different eras. I actually proposed something to a couple people. I don't even know if I should talk about it until it's going to happen, but to try to get all of the original mods back, get the ones that have been together, in different eras, from 2021 till now, the people that have modded these rooms, meaning going back and grabbing some folks that had left the app and just said, hey, one night only, let's fucking do it. This house is about to hit 50,000 people. It's at 45,000 right now. It'll be at 50 probably before the summer's up for sure. But I think it would be cool to get that whole array of old school mods, talk about the differences, that have happened over time. I think that would be very, very interesting.
Where has Kalen been? I have not seen Kalen.
Yeah, he popped in here a few times, maybe like 6-7 months ago, like before the election. He was kind of curious what people were talking about, and he didn't have a ton of time to jump in, but I think he was just curious of like what was on people's minds, right before the election. I chatted with him via text a little bit, and I need to reconnect with him probably this week. To ask him a few things, but he popped his head up during the election.
Were y'all surprised I just left one day?
No, when Kalen and I think when everybody left, they all left for different reasons. I was gone for like 6 months just recently, and sometimes you come back, sometimes you don't, but that original lineup of moderators, you and I have talked about this. We had this kid named Rhett from Texas, and he was like a whole different vibe. Like he was like he wanted all the smoke,
That was my boo. That was my boo.
He wanted, like, his style of moderation was like he wanted somebody to talk and then he would argue with them. It was basically like Gary Bumgarner's room if Gary Bumgarner wanted to talk shit. Like that's kind of like what it was. It was like you let somebody go and then he would like just tear them apart. And then the first fracture in healthy debates was like kind of a conversation about direction of like, hey, should we have more serious conversations or should we continue to go down that road? And then Kalen, who created the house, wanted to just have a more serious conversation. And I do think that the rooms got better after Rhett left. That being said, there was definitely a different vibe when he was here. And I wouldn't mind if he came back, let him, do the thing that he used to do. He was a fucking
brother,
character.
right? You have his brother on here, right?
Yeah. His brother's still the brother.
Brother, and I don't know. Y'all need to like just make up, just kiss and make up or something. Cause Rhett was funny. I liked Rhett. He had a nice voice.
Yeah, Rhett was funny. Then there was, do you guys know Alexander Robinson? That was famous from the COVID rooms. You guys remember him? Anybody?
I think so.
Yeah, he was one of the original mods. And then there was Britt Skulls.
I loved Britt. She was so hot.
She was funny. Super funny. And then Evan, who Adams knows. Evan was great. Evans was cool because, like, people would, like, a conservative would say something, and, like, somebody that was gay would be like, conservatives hate gay people, and Evan would be like, and then he would, like, give his take. It was pretty funny. The diversity of that original lineup was so fucking funny, because, like, we had people that were still in college, we had people like myself that are old as fuck, we had everybody in between, black, white, I mean, shit, half the mods were black, and that didn't stop people from saying that even back then, like, healthy debates is racist. And it's like anything where you have, like, diversity of opinion, there's going to be some people that say that that's racist.
Yeah, dude, me and Kaylin, oh my god, we had so much fun because we're, like, suburban black people. And I don't know, like, they were just, like, I don't know, they just, like, I don't know, I guess they'd never...
Wait, guys. Guys, we're being streamed.
Oh, no.
Edmund, turn off the stream. Turn off the stream, Edmund.
Actually, why don't we do this a different direction? Why don't we invite him the opportunity to join the stage, get rid of his anonymous thing, come up on the stage, have a quick conversation, and we'll all acknowledge that we're being streamed. Let's give him the invite to participate. Maybe the ostracizing him is not the right approach. Edmund, you're welcome to come on stage this day.
You know what's crazy, Mojo? I'm going to screenshot this. This is absolutely
Wait, so now people are streaming rooms? Is that a new thing?
Yeah, and now because they have this anonymous feature, they can stream it, and I can't like I can remove everybody from the room except for the anonymous person. Fucking hilarious. But the anonymous person can't chat. They can't really do much. They all they can do is listen. But in this particular case, he streams. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the interesting thing, Roger, is that
Roger,
the contracts
Roger,
that we
go ahead and PTR. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, I was busy PTRing. He's a character.
Do you see this shit?
How can
Like,
you
do
tell
you
when
see
people are
this shit?
streaming? How can you tell when people are streaming?
Because people on here know what to look for on YouTube, and they can find when the room is being streamed.
Well, the bookcase sure does have the age that this person has.
You should have kept this app exclusive.
I will say, if this was still invite only, I think it would be better.
It would, because I feel like there's just a lot of like unhinged people on here, and they just do weird things, and it's just like, why do you not want to have fun? Like, we used to have a lot of fun on this app, a lot of fun.
Yeah, this app, once upon a time, it was better.
Well, alright, look. Are we going to continue about the anarchy convo?
Yeah, go ahead. You were saying something about everyone's got a nuke.
I mean, they get it from a larger scale that there's no regulations that could stop you in this type of ideology. Think of the corporations, there's no limitation with their technology and progression. Would you rather let's say Amazon being able to have their own type of private military and being able to produce any form of technology without any restrictions or regulations?
No, I think it's all a terrible idea, and I'll tell you why. One of the favorite lines of anarchists, they'll say that the state has a monopoly on force, and that's their opposition to it, right? And I have to tell you, I prefer that to the democratization of force. We need less people having force and having the authority to use it, not more. And so, again, I don't know from what strain of anarchy that you're reading from. How about this? Tell me your three favorite anarchist philosophers.
I did not read any. The anarchy I'm speaking of, I spoke to ChatGPT and tried to merge a couple of ideologies into one.
Okay, so ChatGPT is giving you your ideology.
I mean, it's from a game, Stellaris, type of ideology game, type of shit, like a simulation type of game. But the point is, I had to, try to merge a couple of ideologies and perspectives and all that, and I just created this ideology.
Okay.
You're probably being tracked right now, so Christine knows probably watching you.
Well, but I want to go back to this question that anarchists struggle to answer, and it's 28,000 nukes, and you said that everyone could have one, but only 28,000 people at most could have them. Probably what would happen is the people that are active duty military would commandeer them anyways. I can't imagine some anarchists from fucking
northern Idaho taking a nuclear sub away from our fucking Navy. I just don't see that happening. And so I would imagine that what happen is the first warlord of this new anarchist society would probably be a commander that's respected amongst the military. Maybe you'd have some fracturing and you'd have a couple of divisions of that, but I imagine that those people that appreciate having order and having a chain of command would probably seize the opportunity to just say, okay, well, we're the ones that are going to restore the order. And so I guess my question for you is like, how do you determine in an anarchist society, like, things that we've come to over thousands of years to say we don't like rape and murder and, just theft and violence in general, like, how would you write a new set of rules if it's a...
Well, because it depends on the so with this type of anarchy, there's different forms of ideology within this anarchy. That's why when I was talking about with the borders and all that, there's neutral zones. The neutral zones have literally no rules, and most of these ideologies within the system, some of them do have rules, some of them don't. Because like a common society could exist in this idea.
Who makes the rules in these areas that have rules?
Wherever that has the most guns, money, and power.
So do you think that it would be an improvement over today's society, which is a rules-based order, to just allow the person that had the most money and guns to make?
And population to actually keep the ideology, yes.
That sounds like we're going back into medieval feudalism. Actually, it doesn't sound like it. That's what medieval feudalism is. In what universe is medieval feudalism better than what we have today?
Well,
because people can,
Mad Max or the other.
Because people can still have the choice to do something about a situation that they don't like, or let's say the most fucked up thing that let's say like a pedo, right? Let's say a pedo. You see that kind of shit on the public? You can do something about it. They can't fucking do this shit underground. They can't do all that. Not really fucking shit.
But Lord is under whose authority?
The individual. Anyone could do something about it because they're. And this type of ideology.
Wait. Let's play this out. So you find a pedo and you kill them, and then the pedo's brother finds out that you killed him, and then he kills you. At what point do we have a system of...
There isn't.
So what it boils down to is everybody's equal, but some are more equal than others.
I love allowing people to say these thoughts out loud. But you know what's funny is even the ones that are like more well known. I think Michael Malice is incredibly smart. I think Michael Malice is one of the funniest guys in the world. But even Michael Malice, when you start talking about things like this, will melt down. Like, Michael Malice is probably the smartest anarchist that's ever walked the planet. He's also one of the biggest trolls. He's also, he's hilarious. He's quick-witted. I almost bet that he's not an anarchist and he just knows that this is like an avenue that he can do and to become popular. Because I can't imagine people seriously believing this shit. Because, by the way, if you really were an anarchist at heart and you wanted the government off of you, you know the first thing that I would do? If I was to the point where I'm like, I am so fed up with the government, I don't want to live by their rules anymore, and I wanted to stay in the U.S., I would just go to fucking live in Amish country. They figured out how to throw the yoke of government off them better than anybody. Who says shut up, Roger? Why shut up, Vincent? What's going on here? Out there throwing pearls away. What's happening? What's going on? I don't understand. Anyways, I like hearing people talk about this stuff. It's amazing. I think one of the dumbest anarchists that you'll meet, but you guys would probably, some of you would probably find him entertaining, Dave Smith. Dave Smith calls himself an anarchist, but he also is a huge closed border advocate, which I like. One of these days I'm going to.
That's amazing.
One of these days I'm going to get him to reconcile those positions.
Didn't you interview him on here?
I did. Man, look. I used to. It's one of the things that's broke my heart the most with the Libertarian Party is that there's certain things that we can agree on. There's like, and then there's this retard mode that they get into, and where the split with Dave and I have happened, and it's me and the Libertarian Party in general, is they have this very bizarre interpretation and inconsistency when it comes to the non-aggression principle. And one of those things is like, do you guys know who Scott Horton is? Anybody? Okay, so Scott Horton is a guy who's wrote several books, and he operates a website called antiwar.com. And Scott Horton just hates the West. He hates NATO, he hates the U.S., he hates Israel, but he calls himself anti-war because that looks good. It's fluffy, it's like, and then you can bring in different cohorts that will embrace the idea of this benevolence because you're just this anti-war guy. But really all it is he just criticizes the West, period. His name's Scott Horton. You can go look him up on antiwar.com. Dave Smith has basically checked his brain at the fucking altar of Scott Horton. And I've had this conversation with Dave. Like, I challenged him on Twitter to a debate. There was a long thread where he declined debating me because he knew he would have got eviscerated. But the main thing that he got upset with is that I told him that he doesn't think for himself anymore, and that he lets Scott Horton do the thinking for him. And then he's like, that's bullshit. And then so I played the audio clip on Twitter for him of him being on Joe Rogan, and the last minute of this Rogan interview, Joe Rogan's, they're friends from the comedy circuit, right? So that's how they know each other. And Joe Rogan goes, man, you're smart, man, you know all this shit. And he goes, and this is his quote. He said, I don't know if I'm the dumbest smart guy or the smartest dumb guy, but I listen to the right people, and I can memorize what they have to say, and then I can repeat it back. And then Joe Rogan's like, oh, like who? And then he goes, like Scott Horton. So then what I called him out on is like, dude, you don't think for yourself. You let Scott Horton do the thinking for you. And then he thought, oh, that's bullshit. I played the clip, and then everybody was like, yeah, he kind of fucking said that. And so he's basically become, because he's not deep in foreign policy and he's not deep in the philosophy, period. So what he's done is he's decided, like, oh, well, people seem to respect this guy. Let me go ahead and hitch my cart to his wagon. And I think that's the beginning of the end for Dave Smith. Also, Dave Smith came out and endorsed Donald Trump, and now Smith is calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump because of the strikes in Iran. It's like anytime the U.S. does anything bad, but go try to find something where he condemns the deeds of Iran. You won't find that. Like they could strike with no kickback at all. But if the U.S. does anything about it, that's where he has his objection. I've lost all respect for Dave Smith. Doesn't mean that I disagree with him on everything. There are some things on, economics that he and I will probably always agree on, but his foreign policy is fucking. I hope Edmund can stream this and get a copy of what I just said about Dave Smith to Dave Smith. That would.
Oh, did he block you on Twitter or something?
I got off of Twitter and I'm back on there, but I follow 5 people.
Well, send me your thing, so unless it's private.
I literally only use it to follow fucking Elon, Donald Trump, and a couple other people.
Okay, we're not friends anymore.
If I ever decide that Twitter is something I want to do again, I'll let you guys know. But I lost interest in a lot.
Was it because of the direction it was going, or you just wanted to not be on social media?
No, it's just, like Spaces is just boring as fuck. Like it's glitchy.
They need to fix that. Like that. I tried to do the whole Spaces thing. I don't know what it is. I don't like the idea that you can't really talk over people. Like not that I'm in favor of people over talking people, but there's just something about the flow of conversation that just doesn't. It's just different, dude. I don't know. It's very. I don't know. It's just different. I can't.
You guys want to get back to anarchy? Lordness, okay, we'll move past the nukes because you didn't have a very good answer there. But let's say somebody steals my car. Who do I call?
People that you know.
I call people. So I call Marshall and I go, hey, somebody. So I call Marshall and I go, Marshall, somebody stole my car.
You could either do that, or you could just handle the situation yourself.
But I don't know where my car is.
I mean, in this type of society, currency is a little bit more extreme, let's say. So, I mean, you could get yourself a new car.
Okay, so wait, just so I can understand you.
Well, why not just steal one if there's no consequences?
I mean, you could. There's nothing stopping you.
Lord, are you hearing the words you're saying?
Yeah, why?
So you're saying that if someone stole my car, I wake up and I go outside and the car's gone. Typically, what I would do is I would, in the real world, I would call the police and say, hey, somebody stole my car. And then they would investigate, they would put it out, and eventually they would find it, probably stripped down or whatever. Maybe if the person's still driving, depending on how soon I contact them, they'd be able to track them down, they'd be able to figure this out. But my question for you is, genuinely, I walk out the door, oh my God, my car's stolen. You recommend that I call?
I mean, like, it varies on the situation where you're at too, and all that, in this type of ideology. So overall, I mean, from my perspective, really, what you should do, man, is get yourself a new car.
So somebody
That's
stole my car.
the best answer I've ever heard.
You call the towing place first.
What if you don't have enough money, Lordness, to get another
But you
car?
call the towing place first. You call the local tow place to find out if your car was towed. I mean, that's what you do.
No. We're talking about my ideology. We're talking about my ideology. We're not talking about real life right now.
Yeah, well, in an anarchist society, see, nobody would have the authority to tow, you know? I mean, I guess randomly they could just go towing. I mean, that might actually, if anarchy took over, what we should do is just go invest in a fucking tow truck. So then what we could do is we just go tow trucks out into the cuts, hotwire the shit, fucking, and then boom, we got new cars.
Do that, though.
See, the first thing that you do when you recognize that your car is gone is you call the police department, right? So again, every tow truck company has to notify the police department. Every repossession company has to notify the said police department. So that should be the first person that you should call.
Yeah, but there's no police department in this scenario.
Yeah. They don't have a sheriff?
No, it's anarchy. Remember, it's anarchy. There's no government, so there's no sheriff, there's no police, there's no firefighters. Okay, here's another question, Lord. I didn't like your answer.
Wait, Roger. Let's go down the route that, let's say, for example, you were in a corporation ideology within this type of ideology, right? Let's say that, right? Then yes, you're able to call in the corporation authorities to do something about the situation.
Wait, so you want to privatize public security, like public safety? That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
In the hypothetical, in this type of ideology, if you were living under a corporation, a different ideology, a religious ideology, if you were living under any of these other massive ideologies that a majority of people would probably fall under, yeah, a lot more things could be done. But if you're just living on your own or living in a true anarchy system that there's nothing that's going to stop you from blowing yourself up with a nuke or something.
The reason they don't allow everybody to have nukes is because one person's going to get more nukes than the next person, and they're going to use their nukes to subjugate and force said other person. Like, I don't understand why you would argue for an anarchist society. It doesn't make any sense. It's like this airy-fairy idea that humans can make all the right choices and manage to do things. Not to mention, your solution is either like deal with it yourself or round up a group of people. I'm not sure if you know this, but the group of people is called the lynch mob, and we had nearly 100 years of lynchings, and they were bad.
Let's continue asking.
Hold on, can I just say,
you
going a bit. Let me just say one thing. Is because if you want to privatize everything, it is an interesting concept. It does make me think differently in terms of, but if you want to privatize everything, it does make sense that you privatize towards the corporation. The corporation will protect the people, and the people will be protected by,
hold on.
I don't think I agree with it, but it's interesting.
Hold on. I'm big on privatizing a lot of things. The problem is that certain things require an authority in which to act. For example, if somebody stole my car, if we don't have a police force, who's going to arrest them? And if somebody was arrested, whose courtroom are they going to take them to? Who's going to be the judge? Who organizes the jury?
But if we can't trust the judge in our judicial systems and the laws that are in place because we can't trust the judicial system because the police are enforced by them, then it becomes a whole, that is where the line crosses, in which maybe you want to align yourself with a corporation that has security to protect yourself. I mean,
Okay, so hold on. Let me ask this question, and anyone can answer this. I wake up and my neighbor's house is on fire. I pick up the phone and, well, shit, are we even going to have utility companies?
No.
Maybe the neighbor doesn't like you, and they're going to say you put it on fire, and, who cares about your car? And
what if they want their house to burn?
Hold on. Their house is on fire. Okay, my neighbor's house is on fire, and let's say my house is pretty close to his, and if it blazes any higher, my house could catch on fire. So I pick up my phone. I don't even know if there's a utility company, but I would try to dial 911, but I realized, well, that's a government function, so I could be able to say, hey, there's a fire, send the fire department. But there's no fire department. Who puts out the fire?
Look, it's either yourself or, again, if we're living under a corporation or different ideology. Alright, again, if we're living under a corporation, for example, the corporation could do it. If we're living under a religious ideology, most of the people already have their own jobs and roles within that ideology. But overall, within a neutral zone, you are going to have to do something about it.
Got it. Okay. Quick question. Who, so let's say you've got a corporate fire department. Who pays for the
corporation?
What corporation? Wait, hold on. Do you guys realize that corporations exist because the government registers them as a corporation? If we have no government, how are we going to have corporate?
The people are paying for it because they're paying for their product.
And they're paying for an organization that actually manages the licenses for corporations because it's all privatized.
This sounds like the mob, where if you don't want to pay,
if you privatize everything can be privatized. If we want to go in this direction, everything can be privatized. It's an idea. It is true.
Well, see, here's the problem, right? Is that you guys were talking about, you guys are locked into the constructs that we have today and trying to say we should break free from them. And you were saying the corporations. If you have no government, you would have no corporations. Incorporating is something that you do where the government deems that you are a corporation, and they give you the license to operate as a corporation.
You don't really need, you
Wait, see, just wait.
The government doesn't need to be broad. It can be really simple. You don't have to have all these people. That's the thing, is at the end of the day, you can set this up and such that you don't need to have all these. There's ways that you could actually do it, that you don't need to have this broad, powerful, bureaucratic government. You don't need that. You really don't. You can register in Delaware.
Hold on, guys. Just relax. See, you're gonna have maybe do something, couple of deep breaths or something. I want to have this conversation, but I want to also point out that I'm normally the small, limited government guy, but when I, go off about how stupid anarchy is, I find it amazing how the room will find all these creative ways of how we don't need the government anymore. I think this is a very good thought experiment, and maybe this is the approach that I should use. Instead of telling people that we should limit the power and scope of the government, I should tell them how stupid anarchy is, so then they can tell me of all of the things that we could do without within the government. I think this room's been fascinating.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Yeah, I just like to take full credit for bringing anarchy.
Yeah, you did, Lou. Lou, you bring. This is why I gotta say this out loud. I like Lou. I think Lou has very bizarre company that he keeps on this app, but I don't hold it against him. I think Lou's smart. I think Lou's a good guy. I just don't get the company he keeps, but whatever. I'm not gonna judge you. Lordness. Let's get back to this. So there's no fire department. There's no police department. What happens if China decided they didn't want to be anarchists, and they continue to build their navy, and they decided that they're going to head 500 ships our way across the ocean to wage war against us? How would, in an anarchist society where the nukes are owned by 28,000 separate people, the subs are not coordinated, you have no central command, how would we fight a war against China?
Now, you brought up the beautiful part of this ideology. Oh, yes.
I think this is a bit of a trap, actually.
Think of it like this, sorry, because this ideology is this constant war and all that, we would have produced technology that would be far more destructive than what China or any other nation would have in the whole world. So really, if they tried something, this whole planet could just be broken to pieces.
I mean, you're okay where I thought you were going to go, but I thought you would...
Go ahead, sorry.
I thought... No, it is. Look, I don't think this world would work, 28,000 people with nukes, but I do think if 28,000 people in a large landmass area did have nukes, I think China would, or any country for that matter, would really second guess invading.
I mean, possibly, but if there's no coordination, you end up with a bunch of disjointed responses, which allows your adversary to take you apart at a time and place of their own choosing. Which is not how you want to go. You want to be able to set terms for the battle space yourself, not rely on other people for those terms.
Question Lordness, though. Lordness, what is the punishment for murder?
Nothing.
So there's no punishment for murder. Interesting.
No, there's... Why would there be no punishment?
You guys die on these hills.
It's hilarious. Honestly, you don't even have to tell them they're wrong. You just keep asking them questions. So there's no punishment on murder. And which, by the way, was a trap, because if he would have said that there was a punishment for murder, then I would have said, well, who executes? Who's the judge that determines that? Who is the legislative body that made it illegal? So at least he stayed logically consistent, despite how bad this would turn out. But I just want everybody to know that what he just said was that in his society, this ideal society that he's dreaming of, murder is legal.
Yeah, I mean, it's ideology, or I would say it's the true anarchy.
And why the hell would you want to live in a place like that?
Because there's no restriction on creative technology or weaponry. there's no limitation on how much money you can make. There's the poor, like, think of a poor person, right? Right now, currently, for the poor people, it's not really easy for them to go up in any way right now. In this type of ideology, you can do any job for any amount of money. You become rich within a day.
Except people don't pay you for jobs exorbitant amounts of money. I'm not going to pay $1,500 to cut my fucking lawn. It's just not worth it.
But there are dumb people in the world that are willing to do that.
Yes, there are dumb people in the world who are willing to do that, but most people are not, by and large, stupid. They have their own blind spots, but they are, by and large, not actually stupid.
I think most people are stupid, and I'll put myself in that category. Okay, listen, Lourdes, talking down a lot of things. Try to be honest. Until the first one gets solved.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Lou. You got a broken.
You need that removal have nukes.
As Kelly would say, take the phone out of your ass.
No, it's not in my ass. I'm hoping. I'll just ask again. If you still can't hear me, then I'll wait. But how long? 28,000 people have nukes. How long until the first one expires? If you had a guess, there's no right answer.
Obviously, when someone has it, it's going to be fired. Obvious. Now, how long people would have it for, it would vary on the individual.
Well, I'm just asking you to, in your estimates, or again, there's no right answer. How long do you think until the first one's fired? A week? A few minutes? Okay, you still You're honest, man. I can appreciate the honesty.
Honesty? I'll give it that. Yes, it is honest. Doesn't make a ton of sense, though. It also seems like we've tried anarchy before in history and it just doesn't work. You end up with a dictator usually, and that's not very much fun.
We haven't tried it in the modern sense.
Well, hold on. Before we tell all the reasons why it won't work, let's just keep asking him all the different things that he hasn't thought of. Okay. I got a question for you. When it comes to water, right? Let's say there's a reservoir that, like Hetch Hetchy is a reservoir that feeds water to people in California, right? In an anarchist society, how do we make sure that people continue to have water, a very, a functioning thing that they need in order to live? What if the people that lived around Hetch Hetchy, that with no government to stop them, said, hey, we don't want to give water to these people anymore. We're going to keep the water for ourselves. Who would stop them from hoarding them?
I mean, nothing would stop them unless people would really want to take over that territory and claim, or a corporation could claim and give it out to people.
You wouldn't have corporations. You don't have a government. You can't.
All right. Something similar to a corporation. Something.
Well, if it's similar to a corporation, why don't we just leave it the way it is?
CEO or not CEO?
Well, hold on.
People are going to want to take over the most valuable, like the thing that's required to sustain life.
Yeah, hold on. I just want to explain this, right? So you're going to have a private fire department, a private police force, which, okay, you still have to have a central authority in which they report to so they know what the laws are, what the regulations are. You have to have some semblance of order, right? And you definitely need a judge. You definitely need court system to be able to deal with force and coercion, unless you're saying that force and coercion and fraud and all of these things, stealing people, being violent, all those things are perfectly okay in this society, which wouldn't last long, by the way, because once you started doing that, once you started murdering women and children, somebody would rise up and say, you can't do that. And then what they would do is they would make rules, and then what that would make them is the ruler, and then what they would do is they would start building a government, and so I guess, Lord, here's a question for you. Why do you believe governments were built in the first place? What problem do you think they were solving?
To control and regulate people overall.
No, but what problem were they trying to solve?
Mainly just more of mainly just to control and have an order of
it's about distribution of resources. You have a government so that you distribute resources effectively. At least that's one of the Madison, right? There was a famous guy, Madison, and Madison had this saying: if men were angels, there would be no need for government. Men are not angels, so there's a need for government. But the idea of no government expects people to self-govern themselves to such an extent that there wouldn't be problems, or if there were, they'd be easily solvable. The problem is it's not the way it would turn out, unfortunately.
Marshall, are you saying that it was why it was formed, or that the role of the governments, or both?
According to Madison, the government was formed, in fact, because men were not angels. So you had to put a government together.
Well, no, I'm just saying the distribution of resources. That's interesting. I've never really thought of it that way.
No, but that's actually, I heard that recently. I appreciate you saying that again. I think it's a really good statement to make, Marshall. I appreciate you saying that again. You know, because men are not angels, and there's truth to that. That's and that makes sense, and it's real.
But women also are not angels.
No, men. You know, when I say whenever I've always said, I teach my boys. I always said, like, you know, women. You know, in the word women, that's man too. Women and men. So when I say that, it means both. It means people are not angels.
I guess, look, I'm not politically versed or philosophical. I'm not really well versed in anything.
But that's what you should learn, because you speak well. You should learn that one from Madison.
Well, what is it?
Marshall should
Okay,
tell you.
I hear you. Well, so when I hear distribution of resources in a government context, my mind automatically goes to stuff. It sounds like Marxist or communist to me. I'm not well versed in the definitions. But the distribution of resources, if they're in charge of that, to me that's that's not what I thought the idea of government, or at least a free, whatever world we live in. So what is the difference between those two, like a communist versus a government that's in charge of the distribution of resources, but in a non-communist or socialist way? Again, I might be misusing these terms. I'm not well versed.
So what communists believe is that you first have to make property rights illegal. Then you have to you do that through the weaponization of the state. And then their end goal is that this benevolent state is then going to hand over the means of production to the people, right? So think of it as there's three ways that the means of production could be owned. The way that we do it now, which is privately, although there's some public-private that bothers me. So there's private ownership of the means of production. You can have state-run means of production, which is where communism really stops, and fascists, believe in the same thing. But then this idea of the people having the means of production, this is something that's never really happened, and the reason why it doesn't happen is because it's horribly inefficient. It's a bizarre delusion that people that have no capital come up with, and then the bigger problem is, even when they say, okay, well, the way we get there is we weaponize the state, and then this benevolent state is going to gift it to us, that never happens. When the communists get into power, what they realize is like, oh, we got the fucking control now. Shit, we're not giving this to anybody. And then what happens is they become more tyrannical, and they end up killing the people. So the people that thought that the government was going to eradicate a system that they don't like and then give them something better, it doesn't work. And all you have to do is look at, Russia under Stalin, Mao's China. You could go into, you could look at Pol Pot. It happens everywhere it's been tried. Everywhere it's been. I think this is a good point that was brought up in the chat by Son Goku. He says, without government, a woman couldn't walk outside safely. So, Lord, this is probably the most controversial question I'm going to ask you. what is the punishment for rape in your anarchist?
Punishment? Alright. Obviously, in a true anarchist society, nothing could be done about it, but no, you could kill him on the spot.
Wait, hold up. Nothing could be done about rape?
Nothing could be done about anything. Legally, in terms of the government, what they could do about the situation, there's no government, obviously, so nothing could be done about it. Now, if any individual sees the situation happen on the spot, they can kill him on the spot.
Don't you see how that's a problem, though?
Hold on. Let's slow this down. Let's take this one slow, because this one's important. This might be the most important one. This might be more important than all of the other topics. Do you have a mom? I'm guessing yes.
Yeah.
She's still around? She's still alive? Okay, cool. You have a sister?
No.
Okay. Do you have any daughters?
No.
Do you plan on having kids?
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine you had a kid, you had a daughter, and so you know what it's like to have a mom, and aspirationally you would want a daughter. What about a wife? Do you plan on getting married at some point?
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine you have a wife, imagine you have a daughter, and it's not so hard for you to manage a mom. Imagine a mom because you have one. Imagine again. I don't want to put thoughts in your head, but that are gross.
Go on.
But I just imagine if we were to personalize this. If somebody close to you, because you just said that if somebody rapes a woman in your anarchist society, that there's nothing that anybody can do because there's lawlessness. Do you think that if you encountered that it hit home to somebody that you care about, do you think in that moment you might think, fuck, I wish I could just call the fucking police and have them arrest this son of a bitch and put this motherfucker in jail, maybe the death penalty, who knows, right? Or do you think you would just go, well, hey, that's the price of freedom?
Honestly, if I was dealing with the situation, I would have done something about it. I would have done whatever it took to find the person.
The freedom to kill, the freedom to rape. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'll just say this. I would reject living in that society, and if that was what we had, I would be very quickly looking to find the people that have the knowledge, skills, ability, money, power, guns, all the weapons, all the food, to be able to rebuild society, to get rid of that shit just as fast as possible. Because I think what you're describing, to me, is worse than communism.
My heart is really bleeding right now, and I got really hot, because I don't like this discussion, and I appreciate it, but I don't like it. It's really...
No, I hear you. It's an uncomfortable thing, especially if you're not just having a conversation where we're shooting the breeze. If you're really trying to think what if the world was like this? And Lordness is trying to sell us the benefits of it, but every time we throw a question, and I know we're throwing the hard questions, you just got to remember that he hasn't satisfactorily answered any of these in a way that people, this room is very diverse, I'm very libertarian, minarchist, and we've got Republicans, we've got Democrats, we've got the whole spectrum here, and nobody likes this idea. Nobody.
I mean, the absolute best. I don't even know. It seems like it's bad, but I'll say it's my opinion. The best outcome, the absolute best case scenario, is we end up where we are today, which is, I think most people would maybe agree with that. And if that's the case, then what are you really trying to change things? I mean, I don't see it. Again, I think that's the absolute best outcome is we end up with the society we have today. And I see little to no chance that even that would happen.
Do things really change? Can you really change things? Exactly. That's exactly the reality. And I see it very clearly. It's all this bullshit's gonna change in 4 years. I mean, seriously, it's all gonna change, I mean, you can only move things so much. You can thread the needle so much, and then the needle be, so bad.
I have two questions. Number one, is anybody still watching this stream that Edmund's doing? Is anybody watching that stream? Adams? I'm curious if we could ask Edmund, Edmund, could you give a thumbs up in your stream if you're enjoying it, the conversation, or a thumbs down in your stream if you're not enjoying it? I just like to understand if this is the kind of content that you're looking for. That way we could, calibrate and figure out how we optimize, the stream for you. Maybe we can help this stuff go viral, but give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. If anybody's watching that, let me know if we got the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Welcome to the stage.
I think it was might flag him. To ask his viewers in the YouTube chat if they like the, which I would imagine they do like the conversation if they're still there, if they're not bots.
Yeah, no, I think we should figure out ways to incorporate Edmund into this. I think that the strategy that I deployed of just I was cranky about the fact that he didn't, respect, the idea that people wanted to have rooms that weren't on replay, and he just did it anyways. And so, but he gets his way. The app is geared now towards his. So now I have to reshape my thinking. And so now, if we can't kick him out and if he's going to stream it, what if we just embrace it? This is the world we live in, and then just say, hey, how do we make his streams better? How do we make maybe his streams could get so popular that it drives traffic back to this room, and then we get people to jump into the conversation. Edmund, find a way to communicate with us. We should talk about this. We should. We want to negotiate. We want to negotiate a way that what you like to do on this app, what we like to do on this app, can find a common ground. If somebody can talk to
Roger, I think you're gonna. I don't know Edmund that well, but from what I know of him, if people start embracing him, I think it's gonna make him leave the app.
I think we should make him the hero of this app now. Think about this. If his shit went viral, this is real talk. If he found something in a room that went crazy viral, and I don't mean just like a few hits on YouTube, but imagine on YouTube and Twitter if all of a sudden somebody really popular like Joe Rogan or fucking Tucker Carlson started talking about, hey, have you seen this fucking Clubhouse app? This fucking guy on YouTube streams this shit. It's pretty crazy. You could watch his stream, but if you want to jump in, you could just go tap into the actual conversation. What if Edmund is the thing that made this app profitable because he goes viral and it hits critical mass where people learn about Clubhouse? Because right now nobody really even knows Clubhouse exists. What if Edmund is the instrument to make this app successful?
Look, I think, I don't know if you remember her, but I think the combination of Edmund and KB would be the best chance at making this happen. KB is super, she's very talented and creative, and she's actually made several things. She was one of the people that made, there was something that happened in a room that went pretty viral. It was MG said a phrase, I'm not gonna say it. Well, fuck it, I'll say it. She was go get you a husband, blah, 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 calling people Darcy's slaves or whatever. And that went pretty viral, because of KB.
Let's use a hoe.
Wait, hold on.
Well,
when you say pretty viral, what do you mean?
It was talked about, on podcasts and stuff.
But how many views did it get?
I don't know. I mean...
Are we in the thousands, the tens of thousands?
Oh, yeah. Probably hundreds.
Okay.
Because it was brought up on...
But that doesn't mean shit.
The phrase was brought up... It was brought up on Timcast, and it was brought up on... I don't watch Fuentes that much, but I'm not against him the way that people are but I'm not a great for. But it was also mentioned on his podcast.
So yeah, like I don't know of anything that went bigger. But I mean, I'm not saying it hasn't happened.
Well, what about the people that got killed on the app? I mean, that was fucking certainly bigger than that.
Well, that's viral for very bad reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think viral. What I mean by viral is like really breaks through, and like a fucking everybody's seeing it. Because let's be honest, Tim Pool is still fucking like not mainstream.
Really? I disagree. How do you do?
Well, okay. Here it is. Go ask your mom and dad. Hey, did you catch that latest Tim Pool podcast?
Okay. Well, then is there with the exception of Rogan, is there a podcast that's mainstream?
I think Rogan's the obvious number one, but outside of that, I'm trying to think what would be. I mean, probably like radio shows.
I mean, the big ones I know are
Tucker Carlson.
Cool. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Okay, how many downloads do you think Tim Pool has?
I don't even listen to him.
Right,
anymore.
so you don't even listen to him, and we're saying that he's the, you know what I'm saying? Like, Tim.
Well, I mean, I don't listen to Fox or CNN, and I know that they're mainstream.
I mean, Tim Pool is small potatoes compared to Joe Rogan. I would imagine that Joe Rogan.
Okay, check it. I'm curious. If I'm at work,
I'll look it up. I'm gonna guess that Joe Rogan's average episode gets 1,000 times more views than.
Oh, that's a big 1,000 times.
1,000.
No.
Yeah.
What about Charlie Kirk?
So, but then that's like one. What is that? 1 million views for every 1,000 views?
Yeah,
I don't think so. That's not even. I think
so.
it's silly.
How many do you think Tim Pool gets?
I think
hold on. Let's ask this question.
He gets like maybe 250,000 views.
Let's ask this question. To the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you know who Tim Pool is. Put a 1 in the chat if you know who Tim Pool is. Okay.
I wonder how many people know more for the beanie cap than his name.
Hey, Mojo, I had a question for you. What's up? This is a general libertarian question. If Robert Francis Kennedy Jr. was, I suppose this, I guess much of his career as a libertarian, kind of his crossover to a certain form of Trumpism, or I don't say he's crossover to become a Republican necessarily, but for the fact is that I guess I don't know how much enthusiasm general libertarians and some bureaucrats would, but what effect does that have, positive or negative, in your opinion? What effect is Francis Kennedy's crossover, has that had effect on libertarians in general?
It's definitely had a big impact on the Libertarian Party. I'll give you a little inside baseball. The Mises Caucus, led by Michael Heiss and the chair of the National Party, Angela McArdle, they actually had a plan. This is legit. They had a plan that they were teasing RFK Jr. running, and that's why they were doing like events. They brought him to the California State Libertarian Convention, had him speak there, and the plan was this. This was the initial plan. We're going to let RFK run, bring all of his people that would have dwarfed libertarians, right? The plan got intercepted essentially by a guy by the name of Spike Cohen, who said, I will do everything in my power to make sure RFK Jr. doesn't win. So the rank and file members of the party way more loyal to Spike Cohen than they would be to the Mises Caucus or to the chair of the National Party. Because he doesn't uphold libertarian values. We can get into the specifics of what that means, but when he made that comment, the New York Times picked it up, and then they wanted to ask this very question. And then what happened was, when the New York Times did the article, you had guys like Josh Eagle, who was like a lefty libertarian, and then you had some right-leaning libertarians that weighed in, and then basically Spike Cohen helped kill the momentum of RFK. But here was the plan, though. RFK would come in, his supporters would help juice the party with money, and would be able to run over the state delegations to be able to get, because you have to be a member of the state and the national party. You would then become a delegate if you attend the state party to go to the national convention to be able to vote, and then that's how they were going to get RFK on the ballot. The plan, though, was for him during the election to get some of his agenda into the Trump campaign, and then withdraw from the race as the libertarian, endorsing Donald Trump in return for a position in the cabinet. When that all got shelved, he just made that same deal with Trump anyways, because the reality was the Libertarian Party wasn't going to do a whole lot anyways. He had, even as an independent, he had more juice than anything the Libertarians were doing. And once he realized that, and plus the Libertarians, the rank and file rejected him, that was a plot that was hatched by the Mises Caucus and the leadership of the Libertarian Party. So yeah, there are a lot of libertarians that essentially jumped behind Trump, and they would use RFK Jr. to get favor with Trump. Because here's what the people in the Mises Caucus wanted. Not only were they going to help Trump win, because they really didn't want Harris to win. By the way, I was in that same camp. I don't want Harris to win. They didn't care about RFK so much other than, hey, this will help Trump win. But here's what they really were after. Angela McArdle, Michael Heiss, they wanted jobs post-election, some sort of job, some sort of paying job, because I don't know if you knew this very well, but libertarians don't make a lot of money in the party, right? It's not a paid position, and the shilling that you can do can only go so far because most libertarians are broke. So what they wanted was jobs, and that's how that whole fucking thing got hatched, is a few fucking people, mainly Michael Heiss, wanting a fucking job within the Libertarian Party, or within the administration.
Amongst your libertarians that say in your network in general, are they mostly satisfied or happy or dissatisfied about the decision to Trump?
It all depends on who you speak to. So, like, there's some righty libertarians that I disagree with. If you want to talk what the ultimate sentiment is, the majority of libertarians in the U.S. right now are right-leaning libertarians, and so they would favor Trump over Kamala. However, those right-leaning libertarians are non-interventionists, and so recently when Trump went and bombed Iran, guys like Dave Smith, that's very influential because he's friends with Joe Rogan, can get one of the biggest audiences. These guys will go out there and now they're calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. Even though Dave Smith endorsed Trump to be elected, he's now calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. So it's a very, it all depends on what day. All depends on what day.
Stance, though, Roger.
What's that?
Why is that hypocritical to endorse someone and then be against an action that they did? I don't get it.
Well, what's crazy is just the why they reject it, right? If you were simply a non-interventionist and that was it, that's fine. But my question is if your belief in the non-aggression principle is that a nation should not attack another nation, where was their condemnation for Russia attacking Ukraine? Where was their condemnation for Hamas attacking Israel? This is the thing that people don't want to talk about. There are a lot of right-leaning libertarians that are anti-Semitic as fuck. There's a lot of right-leaning libertarians that are just anti-government, and they put the bullseye on the U.S. government before anything else. This is why I left the Libertarian Party. Once you see it, you can't.
So your network, Mojo, is now you upload the whole Trump under the bus, full impeachment, or just a partial disagreement with Trump?
I never voted for Trump in any of the 3 elections, and after the bombings of the nuclear sites in Iran, I am more. This is my maximum quo of Trump support over the last week. I believe that the attacks were justified. I think you have to go for the head of the snake. This is the most pleased I've ever been with Trump, probably that I ever will be with Trump. I think Trump. I think this is the best.
Was the unsuccessful? Would you still would that change your stance or not?
I think the fact that an American president was willing to fucking send the bombers to Iran, I'm glad that the attacks were successful, at least to some extent. And I think the willingness is there. He said right after the attacks that that we've got other targets lined up. If they don't come to the table to negotiate, I think that this is 50 years overdue. And I think in the end, the Iranian people will be the ones that thank it.
Is there any update as the regime getting things overthrown? I haven't really followed it much since the Iran response, which at first I was like, holy shit, this seemed like they're attacking everybody, but then it seems like this was more just to be able to say that they poked the bear, they're not afraid, but they weren't really actual attacks. Unless I'm wrong about that, that's what it seemed like.
I don't think the resistance there is ready for their revolution, but I think we should hope and that they get ready. It would be nice. I think there's a lot of moderates in Iran that would do a lot. You got to remember, this is a part of the world that was once a great empire. Cyrus the Great. Look him up. This is not. It is the condemnation should be for the regime, not for the people. It's really the regime. The regime.
I'm with you there, Roger. The Persian Empire was fascinating. Under Cyrus the Great, he had great religious tolerance across his empire, which is, quite fascinating.
So I asked this to someone else, and they sort of made a counterpoint. I didn't really have an answer to it. I guess what they said made sense. But if I still am undecided where I think I lean toward actually very much so that I was against the strike. But using the logic you've used, I can accept that and not disagree with it. But then would that then justify us? Would we justifiably have gone into North Korea and start bombing North Korea? Would that be fair and not unreasonable?
I think it would have been better for us to go to North Korea before they had the bomb.
And that was the response I got, and I don't really have that's fair, I guess.
The problem is once somebody gets a bomb, you have a lot more to think about. If we know that North Korea has these weapons, which we do, and their rockets don't fire very straight. The reality is if we sent our bombers from Guam and just flattened North Korea, if they could get 1 or 2 off, where are they going to hit? They're going to either hit South Korea or they're going to hit Japan. And so you got to think about these things before you go and do them. It would be a great scenario if they didn't have these weapons, because if they didn't have the ambition for it, these weapons are not. This is not like normal warfare. We're talking about the weapons that exist today are more powerful than the ones that hit Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You've really got to think about, should madmen, should dictators have these types of weapons? And I think the simple answer is no.
So why is this, I would like this makes sense. This is all, I think, reasonable. But it seems to me, not justifying what they did, but it seems to me this sort of sentiment goes out the window when it comes to Russia. People are absolutely willing it. They're kind of calling for the idea of, let's put Russia back against the wall. And to me, I've always said, well, that doesn't seem, that's not, I don't think you want to put someone's nukes back against the wall. I mean, that's the whole idea of having nukes. And well, they already have them, so what do you do now?
So Russia's a different scenario. What you have to realize with Russia is that they broke the norms of, post World War II, and they invade their neighbor in Europe, starting a ground war and an incursion into a sovereign country like Ukraine. And so then you have to ask yourself, okay, they do have nukes, they have a lot of nukes, but does that mean that we should allow the person that has the nukes to now act belligerently? And because if you allow that to happen, then you're basically saying that not only can we not attack you because you have nukes, but you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want because you have nukes. And I'm glad that we see a resistance. I'm glad that we're seeing that this fight has been fought, because to roll over and allow a dictator like Putin to just roll into a sovereign country, I think that's got consequences for the.
Okay, fair enough. I don't disagree, but then when you apply that to North Korea, okay, I can accept the idea the guy who's just making threats and he's not serious, fine. But if you do believe he's serious, then using that same logic, I would say, well, then the nuke, having the nuke is kind of irrelevant.
Fellas, I'm 72 years old. I have 7 children, 31 grandchildren, 5 great-grands. See where I, monitor some of these presidents from juvenile hour to this hour. And I can remember the show of Red. Some of this been like a couple of Ayatollahs, documented John, current Ayatollah in Iran. The Iranian people, they misunderstood, they potentially be misrepresented or misunderstood by many.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it's a misunderstanding that they funded the Houthis, Hamas and Hezbollah, who all target innocent civilians?
If you took a broader look, I can remember when Jimmy Carter had the helicopters out, and there was another form of Desert Storm, the helicopters crashed, and they had to get some hostages
You're
back.
thinking of the thing called
combatants.
Yeah,
There's a helicopter situation under Carter, and they had at the table, I think I can remember, oh my God, Menachem Begin, and once the dad, the PLO, Yasser Arafat, negotiations for peace. They had wanted Andrew Young, the United Nations ambassador for partial negotiations for peace in the East. And some things were going fairly well, and then there was the assassination of Anwar Sadat. And then I think things kind of went somewhat south since those days. Currently, they just have, with the advent of Ronald Reagan, my friend, Mikhail Gorbachev, I grew up under the idealism that if communism was just done, it was not talked about, they were just clearly the enemy. Any form of socialism was some treason against America, and I think Ronald Reagan put the ice was in my friend Mikhail Gorbachev, and then eventually Bush says my friend Vladimir. Most recently, I think, is an upgrade on the world politics that Trump says my friend Vladimir, and does that friendship, is that withstanding, or is that fake news, real news, is real relationship with Russia? We're going to go in on this thing together. What does that really mean in terms of the American people, the libertarian, and the situation when Trump says my friend Vladimir? Does it still have lasting meaning in current politics?
Well, yeah, I think the one thing that we all have to be concerned about with Trump is he can have a friend one day and either they can make him an enemy or he can make them an enemy. Like, yeah, I mean, Elon funded his campaign, gave him a great assist, and if Elon doesn't buy Twitter and doesn't endorse his campaign, that election's a lot tighter. I don't know if Kamala could have won because they just ran the worst possible person they could have, especially against him. But it would have been a hell of a lot closer if Elon hadn't given that assist. And then here we are, just 6 months.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the numbers, how could you?
It was possible. Running made his wife and some guy. He was a geezer out of like Minnesota.
Tim Walz.
And I think that crashed her. And along with, not working smart, I think that she went in, say, triple fees, he flipped a few burgers and stood at the cash register. So she had the teeth and said, so all she do is drive up an 18-wheeler.
But let me ask you this.
What was the reason behind her picking that? What's the thought process?
Hold on. Well, it's because it was a state she needed to win, and she thought he could help carry it. That's why. But let's think about this, though. This is a problem that I have with the strategy. Forget about my political leanings. If we're just talking strategy, the sentiment of many Democrats was defund the police, all cops are bastards, and then you're gonna run a fucking prosecutor that has laughed about the fact that she ignored fucking evidence, allowing people ignoring evidence. Like, running a prosecutor in that political climate, again, if I were on that side of the aisle, and I'm not, but if I was, if her name would have came up, I would have said, a prosecutor? Like, really? In this environment? Like, that would have, like, I think this is what I genuinely believe. I think they knew that Trump was going to win. I think that all of their signs pointed to Biden couldn't run because he was sick and he was old, and they didn't have anybody, and they didn't want to burn an opportunity with a candidate that they think is going to have a chance in 2028. So I think what they did is they said, let's roll her out because she's got no future anyways. And so I think they.
Then why did Biden step down? I don't get that. It's a bad look, and it's like so why not just let him run and lose?
4 years. And he said he was only going to run for 4 years.
Yeah, but he wanted to rerun, and he didn't want to step down. So like, why not let him take the bullet?
Actually, that's where it pissed me off, okay? It still does.
Yeah, I'm not a Democrat, but I think it was very wrong what they did.
It was really wrong because he committed that he would only run for 4 years because he didn't want to run before because his son just died. The thing is, like, he said he was only going to run for 4 years. You got to stick to your word, okay? That's why I was just like, what? Like, he put Camilla, like, in a really bad position, actually. I think but the thing is, at the end of the day, the Democratic Party failed by not, making sure that there was, adequate time to actually, look at candidates and actually make sure that younger people are not ready.
I think that was, maybe Roger will disagree, but I think that was intentional so they could insert who they wanted to insert and not have to go through, like, the process. But I hear what you're saying. It does seem that way, that they knew, but it doesn't make sense. Then why not just have him?
I think the polling was going well for Biden. I think the polling was probably going for Biden, and they got lazy and didn't really think things out. And I think they fucked things up because, again, Biden said he'd only run for 4 years, and they should have stuck to that, and they should have made sure that they had a candidate lined up when he was put in office from the get-go. And that's a fact.
I don't know if he used that term. Did he use it for you? I remember him saying he's a transitory president, meaning he's just the transition between something that people don't want to ultimately get what they do want.
We have to get out of COVID, okay? We don't need someone telling us to drink chlorine. I mean, there's truth to that, okay? If you don't remember it, that's a fact, okay? I mean, look at the White House. He got, Trump got everyone, COVID.
Well, okay, you said that Biden was polling well, so, like, I'm not sure if that's true.
Well. I think he was
that might be
well,
true, but that's even more so. Why force him down if you think...
They failed to
that's
look for
fine.
the future. And also counting the fact that Biden said that he was only going to run for 4 years, and they should have stuck that as soon as he got in office. They should have been looking for someone else, and they failed in that way miserably to make sure that they stuck to their word and had a candidate strong with strength and conviction to actually make sure that they were going to move forward with conviction and forget all this bullshit with the previous administration. Now that we have in place, like.
So hold on.
Yeah.
That was a lot. But let's just get back to the point that why run a woman who is a prosecutor when the sentiment amongst Democrats were that all cops are bastards and that we should defund the police? Like, why?
Obviously didn't have a game plan.
When you phrase it that way, it seems very much like your argument that, okay, they knew they were going to lose, don't waste someone that could potentially be electable, like maybe Gavin Newsom.
She didn't lose very much. Elon, actually, I think if you take Elon out of the equation and Joe Rogan, like, I think that, frankly, I don't think that, I've always said this, Elon got him over the victory line. Period. I will bet on that.
Okay, hold on.
Trump was smart by that. Elon has a big, young following.
I have a question. What states do you think she was going to win? Let's get specific. What states do you think she was going to win? I agree it would be closer, but what states was she going to win if it wasn't for...
Look, if you get down, I mean, it was very close. I mean, so when you say that, I mean, again, I will.
My question was, what states do you think she was going to win?
The younger generation, a lot of young white men, because of Elon's following.
You're not answering my question. Listen for the question.
Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Okay, got it. So Pennsylvania, Michigan. Walk me through how she was going to win.
Dude, I don't do this stuff. Okay, I'm not in this demographic. I don't do this. But I'm just saying that's how I appreciate your comments, but I can't.
It's okay to say I don't know. There you go.
I'll tell you what, this conversation is a step up over the anarchy thing that we were just doing. Jesus.
I see how it is. I'm joking.
Lord, look, you're a nice guy. I just think that I'm curious. Like, are you an anarchist, or are you just like you really are?
Yeah.
Are you an anarcho-capitalist?
Pluralistic anarcho-sovereignty.
Jesus Christ.
What is that? Do I?
Ask ChatGPT come up with it? Okay, so it is a real thing.
It's a tongue twister is what it is. Jeez, I can't even say it. No, I appreciate people that think differently, and come up with ideas. I think in some ways coming up with these ideas and allowing us to discuss this, it gets us to a place of what is really important? What was interesting is when you were talking about this anarchist society, you were a uniting force for the entire room that typically disagrees with each other about a lot of shit, that we were all just well, that sounds like happy horse shit. And so, and again, I'm not poking fun at you. I'm just saying that those ideas the outcomes of those ideas seem really, really bad. In fact, they seem worse than what we have. In fact, I would say that they seem worse than anything that I've ever seen from any.
But it's the idea of also going back to philosophy. I mean, have you studied philosophy? Ethics and morals and the whole... That's where we're at, a little bit, a lot, I think. I mean, and if you haven't, it gets really complicated when you think of if you've ever studied philosophy.
Well,
and all that jazz.
But here's the important thing about philosophy, right? What we do is we'll talk about economics and we'll talk about politics, and then we don't work back Ethics is really important to discuss. Epistemology is really important to discuss. Metaphysics, and there's a proper order in which you could work through this stuff. Where if you philosophically work through metaphysics, and epistemology, and then get to the point of ethics, where then we would ask the question. What is the right of man? What rights should we have, right? That's where you can get your ethics from. But it all should all be answered for you when you start considering what is metaphysically true. How do we know it to be true? Now, what do we believe that we should apply in terms of ethics and kind of a rules-based order? And then what political system? Then we move into the philosophy of politics. You can then determine, well, if that is what we believe to be morally correct, what political system would best support that? And then once we have all of that in place, then you can talk about, okay, well, then what economic system would we build around that? And so I think that's the order we should do it. Unfortunately, we tend to work backwards, and we start bickering about economics, then we back that into politics, and we don't really ever get to the other pieces of philosophy. And I think that's kind of the problem that we're in. I think the great thinkers the German, the French, and the British philosophers of the 1700s are probably the last group of people that really thought about some of those other areas of.
Well, so that's where the European stance actually has. They might be better off because they actually have more laws around, accessing, tracking information. So they've incorporated that. They're going to stick with that, and that's where they stand. This really made me laugh in kind of a strange way this evening because I actually finally aligned with Marjorie Taylor Greene because apparently she stood up for something that the biggest thing that I'm concerned about with this big, beautiful bill is that for the next 10 years, there's no regulations that are going to be put around AI. And I just think that's so, off the rails. And it is. And she took a stance on it. No, it's just because if there's no ethics and morals, then...
No, I get it. But the alternative, you have to look at what is the alternative. The alternative is you lose the AI race. This is the question. If you do, and I'm not saying, look, the right thing to do might be to do this, but you lose the AI race if you start regulating shit right off the bat. You're going to. This is a very important thing.
No, I mean, I'm in software, so I understand that, but there needs to be some level of guardrails, though. I mean, they're for kids.
But you understand, you should understand the outcome. What losing the AI race means.
None at all.
But you know what
pornography, it's nuts. It's bizarre. I mean, you understand, there's literally for the next 10 years, I don't know why they put in none. I mean, that's not okay.
Look, first of all, it doesn't mean, this isn't saying that companies can't regulate themselves and say, hey, kitty porn being generated on my
platform. I don't agree
look.
with this. This is really fucked up. And it's government.
Yeah,
It's done for a reason. That's the reason why I just don't. This is not okay.
No, I think there's
both sides of the situation.
2 years ago, they had an ethics committee that was working on a regulation, government regulations around AI. And now they're just demanding.
I know you hear me. See, listen. When you get wound up.
It's okay, but I just want to make sure that you all are aware of that.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I will myself up and go to sleep. I don't want to get into discussion.
Okay, great. Look, you left me no choice but to move you. Look, I'm trying to gently moderate this room. I just wanted you to say, your point, but you can't just continue to talk over people, and then even when the moderator is trying to get your attention, you just keep blowing through that. I don't know what's going on. I actually wanted to hear your thoughts, but you're gonna have to read the room a little bit better.
So yeah, I'll respond to that. I get her point specifically with getting the CP stuff. This looks like activity. Well, no. There's severe regulation to say that they're not allowed internally to regulate things in the company. Maybe it wouldn't be classified as, I'm not sure. But there's nothing that's saying these companies can't ban. And I think overwhelmingly, if there was, and there's been a few platforms that have done similar things that have faced a lot of backlash, not quite with the CP stuff to that extent, but other things like deepfakes. So I do see them self-regulating with things like that we say are absolutely morally wrong. But as well, like I'm an accelerationist with AI, I don't see a way around it. I think there's a lot of harm that can and will come from it. But if you start to regulate, lose the AI race, then it's like really unfortunate that collectively I think we should start looking at it from a species standpoint, but we're not going to be able to because we're going to be looking at it from a national standpoint, sort of because we have to. But when you regulate, you lose the AI race. And if there's maybe some debate to that, but like losing the AI race, well, what does that mean? If you really think about it, I mean, you lose superiority, assuming we're still the superior country. But this isn't really like you don't want to boost the AI race, then you're at the whim of someone else. And this is something that I don't know, Roger, why do you think this doesn't come up that much in politics? It's kind of widely ignored.
I think it's one of the things that is probably focused on behind closed doors more than you think. I would even almost.
Have you heard what Andreessen said about it?
I have not heard his comments on it, but I think that anybody that...
He said basically that they said when they went to go meet with them, that they basically said behind closed doors that we're going to make sure the real advanced stuff doesn't get out.
Yeah, I think the real, the important point, which you've already said, is that we can't lose this war. The race to having superior AI is the entire shouting match. If let's just imagine we get to a point, somebody gets to a point of artificial superintelligence, it's game over. And if it is game over, who do you want to win that? I can tell you that as much as I think that the United States government is flawed and that corporations can do bad things, I would rather our corporate overlords and government overlords be the ones making the decisions rather than, let's say, if China were to win. I think if China were to win, I think the world would be in a very, very dark place. And so I think this is one of those clear-cut things where the smartest people on the planet know that it's a race. And
I think calling it a war is better. I actually like that. You called it a war. I think we should look at it through that lens because it's that serious. It's kind of life or death.
Yeah, I think this is maybe more important than the Manhattan Project.
I think orders of magnitude are more important.
Look, yeah, I get what she's saying, but at the same time, if you limit it too much, it's going to get to a point that pretty much the government just controls it, and then, well, it's against the people. But, hey, to each their own.
Asian question of what if the petroleum that comes from Iran that goes to China on standby, they able to protect such a vested interest, or they'll just be passive and say, well, have your will with me, Lord, or how does that go?
Sorry, wait, repeat your question.
No, may have missed that.
Roger, you're here?
Sorry, I'm getting a midnight snack. You guys are on there for a second.
Oh, no, don't worry about it.
about.
That's right.
Yeah, just I think it died.
I just died in your arms. Do you think that lady made her name C? Because I don't know if she's Spanish. But I was thinking like every time you try to like tell her like hold on, C, sounds like you're agreeing with her in Spanish. Gotcha.
If we had to guess what her issue was, do you think that that's like emotional, like unregulated emotions, or do you think that there was substances involved? What do you guys?
So if you told me, and I'm someone that has prescribed this, if you told me she was on Adderall, I wouldn't miss it. But she also made a comment when we were discussing, I don't want to say it, but when we were discussing, what would be the consequences of doing something, I think that was her, who said it was her heart race. That makes me think that there might be a lot of emotional, stuff that affects her. It's wild to me that she's in software. Like that's gonna sound rude, but she must be in like the HR department.
I don't want to talk bad about her. I mean, clearly that was a lot to deal with, but like, I don't think we have to pick on her.
I just think that she just wanted to be heard. Or not in that way, but like she just wanted to talk and nobody else could respond.
No, that's like she might be completely unaware of when people were trying to interject. Like she might have been just on such a roll that she just wasn't paying attention at all. So, I don't know.
That's bullshit. Come on, everyone could hear you saying, hey, hello.
But do you think somebody can hear it if they're like fully just spitting? I mean, like just think about.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Unless they're in the Matrix or something, but it was. I mean, how can you not? How can? She could. I think the problem is for people let her get away with it. That's the thing. Like, I'm not saying you handled it wrong by any means, but like, if a dude were to be talking like that, you just move him the fuck down. Like, so what are you doing? Like, your moderator's literally trying to say, hey, hold on.
It felt like there was something going on. She seemed excited or irritable or whatever. There was something going on, and I couldn't put my finger on it. And I didn't want to add to whatever was happening with her, but
Like, I give women, I give them more slack. A lot of women will hate me for this, but I do see them as a bit different. Kelly's the exception to that. I don't know if she's here. Well, she's a woman, but like when she says shit, I'm just like, okay, alright. I'm afraid of Kelly, but I like her.
oh look, Kelly's here. Interesting. Kelly is here.
I'm so sorry, I take it all back. Where is I don't see her. Or, you don't have to.
She's in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Tonight was a fun night.
think it was a weird night. But
Yeah, it was a good convo.
I'm credit to Logisticals for bringing the Anarch topic up.
I will say that every conversation I have with an anarchist leads me to
further away from it.
Yeah, it's like confirmation every time. Like, God, this is the mother load of bad ideas.
Yeah, the reason I don't know if I mentioned it, but the reason I brought it up was because I had a lengthy discussion about it last night with a guy who you guys probably don't know. He's not like he comes on very rarely, but he's a smart dude. In AI, all other aspects, like he's a very intelligent dude. So when he brought up the anarchy thing, I was like, huh? And we just kept going back and forth last night.
Who is he?
Austin.
Which Austin?
I don't even know. I mean, how would I describe him? He's only on here when he's drunk, but he does not sound drunk at all. I don't know how else. What else I could? I mean, I'll back channel you his thing. Maybe.
I know a few Austins on here. Yeah, I just God, that anarchy thing. I wonder if Edmund's had fun with this ring. He's still here. He's still hanging out. Is Randy still awake? That's my big question. I always want to know, like, is Randy falling asleep or is he awake? What does Randy do? Randy is a mysterious guy.
Dickens? Randy Dickens?
No. Randy in the goo. Randy of the goo. He is, Randy's like the ultimate goo. Wonder if he's still awake. He's not responding. He's probably asleep. There's like an all-star goo cast. There's like, I don't see Christy. Christy's not here. Christy's like all-star goo. Randy is all-star. Wallace is probably the king of the goo.
This is so it's so typical of my friends. I think Austin must have gotten clips because I can't find his thing. So he must have gotten clips at some point between last night and today. Yeah, I don't see him.
Whatever happened to your conservative clubhouse? Remember you guys used to have rooms?
Oh, I've never been a conservative.
But you hung with the.
But I would hang in it. Yeah, I would hang in. I don't know if it was a combination or if, but I know when Ali left, because to my understanding, I mean, Ann would probably actually, I don't know if Ann's here. She'd probably be able to answer this better, but I don't know if it was just a timing thing, but when Ali left, things really started to fracture. But there was never, and look, I hear lefties say this about their side, although it seems bizarre to me, maybe it's just I'm on the outside so I don't see it, but there's never like a unified, like conservative group. It's just, the people that do agree on things will cut out the people that disagree on things, but also are concerned, and then this process just kept happening until there's nothing left. Do you remember, did you ever go, Roger, to, Poland? Do you remember that?
To where?
It's called, Callin. It was a neat little app. It was, they got bought out by Rumble, and then the like service just went away. But there was a big, I know when Ali got clipped, there was a big push over to Callin, and I'm not really sure why it didn't take off, to be honest, because it had like, it sort of had, I would say, if I'm remembering correctly, it's been a while, but it seemed like it was the most ideal sort of bridge between Spaces and Clubhouse, where it had things that Spaces didn't have, like you could sort of talk over people and have like little mini side conversations without it derailing the main point. And it had a few different, like, it was interesting. The idea of it was, like, specifically, it was literally supposed to be like 4 podcasts, you know, but like, you know, you could call in, quote unquote. So like it was all set up to where like you could edit things I don't know if Clubhouse has this. I know like you can have replays, but you could easily edit clips. And it was a pretty neat app. And I remember that's when, at least in my recollection, that's when like sort of things started falling apart on the conservative side. I don't know if it's directly tied to Ali at all. It might just be like this was the beginning of the app dying, and it just happened to coincide with when that app was.
No, the conservatives just ate their own. That's what it boiled down to. One was not quote conservative or Trumpian enough. They got excluded from the circle.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Like, I got given no end to shit for my vote in 2020, which I regret, but, like, nobody would leave me alone about it on the conservative side of Clubhouse.
No, that's, I gotta say, man, that's like, look, I respect your input a lot, because I know you're in politics, but that was a very bizarre thing. In a system where, like, you kind of, like, I don't want to, like, or dox or anything, but, like, that was a bizarre thing that you would vote just the way you did. It was very bizarre, and it created a lot of people to not. This isn't my opinion. I don't really see it that way. I just don't. I don't know. It's weird that you voted that way, but a lot of people basically on the conservative side, which they're not the brightest bunch. Let's be honest. I didn't really trust you after that.
Oh, dude, that's fine. I understand people's issue with me voting for Joe Biden. I was more mentioning I got given no end to shit for it, and that seemed to be the beginning of the downward slide.
I like you were honest about it. I like that you were at least honest about it. So what changed? I'm assuming you voted for Trump this time, yeah?
I voted for Chuck Norris.
Okay.
I haven't voted for Trump any of the times.
Did you say Chuck Norris?
Yes, I did. There was a space on my ballot where I could write in, and I wrote in Chuck Norris. Because he is the only man fit to save America, one roundhouse kick at a time with Trevette.
I wonder how many Chuck Norris votes there are every election. Probably like tens of thousands. Do you think he's one of like the biggest jokes? Like people as far as like what I know people will write in Daffy Duck or something. Do you think Chuck Norris is one of the more common ones that people will write in?
No, I think Mickey Mouse and Superman are up there. I voted for Norm. That was who I voted.
Normal?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Does he know that? He must know that.
Oh yeah, I sent him a text message. And I showed him my ballot. He shared it with his kid. Had a nice laugh.
Yeah, I like Norm. I think he's. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but I think he's a great troll.
I'll tell you what. If the Democratic Party was where Norm is at, they would win in landslides.
Yeah, I don't know enough. This is probably simply just because of the events that have happened over the last. I don't know enough about his actual. I know he leans left, which seems somewhat bizarre given the left's view on the most important thing to him. So I don't know. It's everything's become centered around Israel and so I don't really know what his political stances are on things outside of that.
I think he's just an old school New York liberal that, you know, he and I disagree on quite a few things, but the thing that puts him in a camp that gets his Democrat friends to disagree with him is that he's a non-woke Democrat. and so he rejected a lot of the, the over the top wokey shit, and that, I think that's the split. It's not enough for him to identify as a Republican, but he just rejected the wokies.
Isn't that weird? Although I guess that contradicts what I said earlier, where I don't see the left sort of doing the same thing. They do seem to be unified, but I guess they're unified till they're not.
Well, I don't think they were unified this time around. I think that if you look at, I think Washington State was the only state where Harris got more votes than Biden did 4 years prior. And I think in all 49, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, if the vote totals changed since the last time I looked, but I think 49 states, she got less votes than Biden did 4 years prior.
Maybe I'm confusing the idea of, I'm using the term unified when I really should be saying the ability to organize. They're much better with their ability to organize, which doesn't inherently mean unified.
Well, they're also they're wired for this groupthink thing. Yeah. They really like it. There's people on this app that will get on and they'll say the same fucking tired shit over and over and over again. It's just, it's fucking really bizarre. They're all on a script. I'm sure that Edmund could probably put together clips. If he could use, maybe Edmund should look for, there's tools where you can put all your audio, and then if you wanted to have a voice identifier where you just string it all together, you could hit the greatest hits of some of the wokies that are on the app. They repeat each other's talking points over and over and over again. And so that's why you probably think that they're more aligned. It's the ones that are active in this world of trying to generate support for their party. They're just, I guess in the hood we would call it being on code.
Excuse me. You're probably the person to ask for that. So I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole around 2024, I think. It was around some election season. Maybe it was midterms. I don't remember. But I was trying to, quote unquote, follow the money, and I stumbled into, what is it, Act Blue or something? And bro, they are insanely organized. You can find, they have sites where you sign up and you can be part of a remote call center where they do provide you scripts. It's like a sales, it's an organized sales organization. I don't know if they have that on the right. I mean, to some extent, I'm sure you're doing documents, I'm sure you guys get some sort of script. I don't know how prevalent that is on the internet.
Yeah, they have it. It's called WinRed.
It's called WinRed. No, I know there's the WinRed, but to the extent that it's there's a sales script, and this is very this is worse. I can respect that. I think it's kind of not really the idea of democracy. Not that we are a democracy, but they can respect the tactics. It was very bizarre to me. Very bizarre. I was kind of it's because they have a fighting army of people that are willing to go out and walk the walk. Where on the right, it doesn't seem that way.
Do you know both parties will pay people to just tweet shit? It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. But the training goes both ways. I actually think that the Republicans ran a much better campaign in 2024 than the Democrats did. In fact, figuring out new ways to reach people. When Trump was doing some of the podcasts, I was dude, this is fucking genius. He was doing niche podcasts you know, some of the ones that you're familiar with, you know, like are pretty obvious, but like, dude, he went on the Undertaker's podcast. You know what I mean? Like the only people that listen to the Undertaker's podcast are wrestling fans, and so he goes on there. That to me tells me that he gets the big picture of like, hey, here's a cohort of people that may or may not vote, but they all like the Undertaker, and now Undertaker's giving him a rub by, you know, having a conversation, sharing laughs and jokes, and then now all of a sudden, you know, like people want to vote for people that they, you know, can relate to, and I think Trump did a really good job in this particular election of doing something that I thought was unthinkable and becoming relatable. And then after he got shot, then it's game over. It was like, you know, now people, you know, I'll say this: shooting at our elected officials is one of the best ways to get even like the most diehard partisans to stop and pause. I know that there is a lot of people that were planning to vote Democrat that in that moment either decided to stay home or vote for Trump. That was a big turning point.
Yeah,
Rogan even, I mean, he could have, maybe he intended all along, but Rogan even mentioned when he had Trump on that, because he had mentioned before, like, I don't want to have him on, I don't really want to support that guy or give him a platform, but he said during the interview that, like, once you got shot, that was it, like, we gotta have him on. I think a lot of people, yeah, I think that's accurate, what you're saying, Roger. I think a lot of people were like, what, because, okay, would you say it was this, in this particular case, to get the general point that this is a good way to get people to stop, I think, but would you say that it was simply him getting shot, or, like, the just pure, like, evil response that you would see from the left after, like, basically saying, like, oh, you know, this is why you need to go to the shooting range, and, like, the response to them, like, almost saying, oh, it would have been better had you got him.
No, I think because that's a small vocal minority of people, if we're being honest. I think the truth is that when people watch that, there's this moment of like, damn, they're really trying to kill this guy, and I think for normal, healthy-minded people, that was enough for them to say, hey, look, this division's getting a little too far.
Yeah, I mean, the time that he stood up and said fight, that was the killer. If you had like scared of that shot, I think that would be like people wouldn't pick him because he was get shot. But like he had these people all over him and he stood up and shouted fight. That just ended it. Especially when you have a president which is dying, you know.
Look, I had my best friend, he was like a brother of mine, absolutely hated Trump. And the moment that thing happened where you have the photo of him with his fist in the air, he sent in a group chat like, I don't like the guy, but this changes everything. This might be the most badass photo I've ever seen in my life. And then he ended up voting for him. But here's someone that I think since 2020, like really, like he even went out and registered as an independent. Like he started seeing the writing on the wall. He also started making more money. So like that's interesting how that sometimes.
I think that people like to talk about their politics, and they'll dig in certain friend groups. I would imagine that there's a lot of people that once they get alone in the voting booth, they're making choices, or now that you don't even need to be in a voting booth, for fuck's sake, you know, like you just fill it out and send it in, you know. I believe that some of the people that talk a lot of the shit, if we can audit like how many people on this app that are were hardcore for Trump or hardcore for Harris, I would bet there'd be a fucking staggering figure of how many of them didn't vote at all, and some of them that changed their vote when they got into the booth, because actually selecting who you're going to vote for, once upon a time, people didn't talk about it. When they, like if you were to ask somebody back, like in the 80s, if you were to ask an adult, like, hey, so who'd you vote for? And they'll give you like hey, that's what we have a secret ballot for. Like they didn't like talking about it. And by the way, you rarely even knew the politics of your neighbors. It just wasn't something that came up. Unless you were running for office, like, people didn't know what your politics were. They might be able to guess based on a few things. One thing that's true now is, like, if you're out knocking doors, if you see an American flag hanging in somebody's yard,
Yeah.
you can guarantee they're not a Democrat. And
It's weird. Every day is weird.
Dude, I can't tell you how many times this last cycle I've knocked on doors that have an American flag. And they're like, all right, we're on the same team. Have fun. Do you need a bottle of water?
yeah, it was so interesting because you try to gather clues when you go knocking doors, and like the most obvious one is, like, if you see an American flag, like, not only are they pro-America, but they're also probably like hardcore Christian. It's like there's all of these signs, and then for Democrats, what's interesting is, like, if they're hardcore about their shit, they probably have signs in their yard. I knock everybody's door. Like even if especially if it says no soliciting, those are the best people.
I do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
What do you say to homeowners when they come and answer the door and they say, "Can't you read?" Or like they point at your no soliciting sign? What do you say?
Well, oftentimes they don't. Oftentimes the reason they have a no soliciting sign is because they're the type of people that fall for every solicitation. So that's why they put that up there to try to protect themselves. Usually they don't even, those are some of the deeper conversations you get into. But if they are the hard ass that's like, can't you read the sign? Then I would just say, oh no, you got me confused. I'm not soliciting at all. And then they'll go, oh, what are you here for? And then I would just, usually it'd be a local campaign, and then I would just say, I'm just sharing some information with you. What you do with it, it's on you. And then they'll either determine whether they want to see it or not. But oftentimes, even then, they'll ask questions. We're like, well, why should I vote for this asshole? And then you're just like, well, since you've asked,
I find that kind of stuff super interesting. I had a Democrat chase me down the street this last cycle. Granted, the guy was really, really rude, and word vomit came out of my mouth. Like, he was being just a giant asshole to me instead of closing the door in my face. And my response was, hey dude, you don't need to be an ass. Like, we're adults here, we can talk. Boy, did saying don't be an ass piss that guy off. Like, a lot. He called the cops, and the cops, like, told him exactly what cops always tell people, which is they're not soliciting, they're under the First Amendment. And I even said to the guy, which is where this all started, he said he didn't want solicitors, and I said, one of the easier ways to not have people knock your door is just to put a no trespassing sign up. But if you put a no trespassing sign, I can't knock your house. Period. And this person just got really, really, really irate about it in a way that just was not in any way, shape, or form interesting.
I was out with a group of people that was going, and this woman, older woman, she's like 70. She stops like by the sidewalk and starts walking up like the steps to get to the guy's house, and the guy runs outside to like just fucking totally flashes on her. Yelling at her, cussing at her, saying, get the fuck out of my fucking yard, da 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 da. She was like, just fucking freaked the fuck out. And when we got to the end of the day, me and this other guy were like, hey, before we leave, let's go knock that door. And we went and we knocked the same door that
this dude came running at this woman, and he came to the door and he's like, "What you want?" He was like all like, he was still aggressive, but because he seen two grown ass men at the fucking door, like he wasn't all like aggravated. And then he's like, I already told them I didn't want any of this. And then I was like, oh no, like I'm leaving something for you. I have a gift for you. And he's like, a gift? And then like I hand him a pamphlet, and then he's like, I don't want this shit. I was like, give it to a neighbor. And then he was like, no, I don't want this shit. And then like, as soon as we were about to walk away, I decided to press him just a little bit more, and I go, wait, are you the guy that was yelling at the 70-year-old woman that came to knock at your door earlier? And then he shut the door. Like, I think at that point he was embarrassed, but I'll fuck with people. I don't mind doing it. There's some neighborhoods I wouldn't do that in, but this particular neighborhood, you know, safe enough. You wouldn't do that in a rural area. Like some of these old fucking guys will fucking.
Yeah, you just have more country settings, absolutely.
Hold on, real quick. What is going on in the chat? Do you guys see this?
I don't know, it's very weird.
There is, like, I can't tell exactly where it started, but
I'm gonna... the point travel had a crush on me, and that's nuts. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Does Travo have a crush on Adams? Is this what's happening?
I think that's what's happening. Yes, indeed. He seems like he has a crush.
Travo, like, dude.
We call that a little bit gay. We said it's a little bit gay.
My way to do this with Kitovers, or at least one of the ways I do it, in particular if somebody points at their sign, they'll point at their sign and look at me and go, can't you read? And in the most innocent voice you can muster, with as big a smile as you can muster, you look at the house owner and you say, why no, sir, I can't read. Every single time it's produced a laugh. Every time. I can't think of one time when it backfired.
If you're knocking doors for a third party, the cool pivot is like if the people that get the most upset, they're like, I'm voting Democrat. And then you just go, oh, well, that's better than, like, you just say, well, that's better than vote for that goddamn Republican. And then they're with you. Then they're like, oh, okay. And then, and you can flip it if it's a Republican, you know, like, I'll vote Republican. And then it's like, it's better than that goddamn Democrat. I'm still trying to figure out this Adams travel thing. Adam, so you awake? Can you, what's happening here?
I mean, it is.
Do you guys know each other?
Nope.
So what's he doing here?
How do you know his impression of you?
I mean, he's basically like, he's giving so much attention. This is weird.
I'd like to shout out to Brian. I saw him in the chat. I like Brian. I don't know if he's still here.
I saw Brian pop up too. I like, there's some people that like, it's like, I don't remember a single take he's ever had, but I remember that fucking PTR, like, consistent for like 4 or 5 years.
No, he's a good dude. He's helped me with like some personal projects and whatnot. Like volunteer this time.
That's cool. Did Travel leave? I guess he left. I wonder what Edmund thinks of what's happening in the chat.
Edmund's gotta be asleep too.
Yeah, that's weird.
You know, someone brought this up the other day, because, he's, like, I wouldn't say he's not liked in my friend circle, and we very much appreciate him as a troll, although we find it very annoying to pick him out a lot of the times, but we know he's smart, and that he's a troll, and we have joke about how much money he must cost YouTube, with how much it costs them to store all of that video. And we wondered why doesn't he stream himself sleeping? He streams himself doing everything else. Why not stream yourself sleeping?
Yeah, the cost is interesting. Do you ever thought about the cost that we cost for Clubhouse? Because audio is a big chunky file. What they're paying for in bandwidth has to be pretty crazy. And like we're all running rooms. Like this has to be a drain. Like personally, I would have to imagine I'd probably cost them tens of thousands of dollars personally just in bandwidth cost.
I would, well, okay, costs, sure. But I would argue that you directly relates to probably tens of thousands, maybe more. Actually, definitely more data. Like, we have to be the product to some extent. This thing, like,
I don't think they're really monetizing. Like,
they have to be training AI. Like that has to be it. And I remember they put one of their updates out where you could see they had like a notice page. You could see I don't know if they've taken it down, but they basically disclose who the third party data processors are. And OpenAI was one of them. So I don't think that look at some. You can just the transcripts. Or I think irrelevant, like writing the transcript and putting it in a text file. They must be selling. When you think of so, it's actually interesting. When you think about this, most of the audio files and discussions on the internet are very structured, right? They're podcasts, they're radio, they're very, very structured, and that's just not our nature. That's literally a production. There's not a Twitter Spaces as a good example, another one where this would be the case. But there's not a lot of sources where you have an unstructured, or you could say natural conversation to train an AI on. And this is my best guess as to what they're doing with the data. Because other than if that's not it, the conclusion must be that this is just like a Fed, it's just a Fed operation. Like it's a psyop operation to spy on people, which I think both can be true to an extent, but I don't think it's the sole purpose of it. So I think they must be training and using the audio. If you have a different alternative, like I don't, in a capitalism, it can't be cheap to run the servers that they have. And it's like it just can't. It must be very expensive. So they're getting. And it's not like Twitter where like the user base is like you don't see ads on here, right? So it's like Twitter, okay, they were losing money. You can see where like you're monetizing it without directly having to sell products to the product, which would be the users in this sense. So I can't make sense of any other like what the fuck else is going on. Like it's the money's got to be coming in somewhere.
Well, they also said that they could take your voice and they could license it. So, like, if they wanted to, like, if somebody wanted to, make cartoons and take our voices, they can fucking license it. Like, they own our voices, essentially.
I didn't know that. That's a very... Okay. What is the legality there? Because
it's all about terms of service that you volunteer. If you're on the app and you've clicked through it, you clicking through those terms of service, you've agreed to their terms.
Yeah, but I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but there must be. What would this be? Antitrust? Like you can't just put in terms of service like that. For example, you can't put in a terms of service that you agree by making any single purchase through us that we're then allowed to like drain your bank account. Like you can't put that in the terms of service. Say, oh, well, you agree. Sounds like my bad episode of South Park. Why can't it read?
those who don't know, look up South Park Centipede. It's funny.
Well, the thing that's like, unless I'm gonna go to like the extremist view, although I don't think it's that extreme, but it will be interpreted this way, like reasonably, it's understandable. But like the idea that you could just license someone's voice, okay, sorry, the courts aren't ready for AI. They're just not. I don't know that they could be. I'm not sure you could do anything to make the courts ready for AI. But like, imagine a scenario now where like you can just have, we're wiretapping. Like, let's say they license our voices, they get hacked, okay? And so now someone has all of this data, all of our voice phones, and now when they choose to communicate as a terrorist organization with other people, they are using not their real voice, like a voiceover that uses Mojo's voice. And now, 10 years down the road, the CIA, the FBI is wiretapping these conversations, run a voice comparison, and they say, hey, this guy's Mojo. This lines up with his voice. Like, he's the leader of Al Qaeda. And then they this is where I'm very sympathetic to the ski girl with regulation. I'm very sympathetic to the idea. Like, this is that we're getting in a very weird, dangerous territory. However, I just can't lose the race.
Well, here's something to think about, though. Like, if you go to, like, a live event, like, let's say you went to, like, go see Monday Night Raw, they tell you before they start taping, they're like, hey, the fact that you're here, you're consenting to, we record this stuff live, and so your image, may be recorded, and they could do whatever they want with that. So, like, you have guys that are like super fucking like memed out, like because of like just attending a wrestling match. Like when the Undertaker lost, for example, there's this guy that just looks totally stunned, just dumbfounded. That guy, like in wrestling circles, if you saw him in the supermarket, you'd be like, dude, you're the fucking surprised Undertaker guy, or like or the angry Miz girl. There's like all these people that they do this with, and if you went to a wrestling match, if they caught you with a weird expression that they thought that they could, get some traction out of, they could totally do it, and you're agreeing to it, and they announce before they go live, the disclaimer that like, hey, if you're here, we can use your
But these okay. But these are two very different things. I'm not saying that you're saying they're the same thing, but they are very different things. Like there's a difference between. I guess you could maybe say that would be, if it wasn't announced, a privacy issue. Maybe, and that's why they. But it's a totally different thing when we're talking about impersonating now. Now you're literally impersonating somebody where, specifically like in the terms of like courts, that there's like really no way to verifiably say that, hey, this isn't that person speaking on the phone. Like, it's everything lines up and matches that it is this person speaking on the phone. So the impersonation aspect is very different than the privacy aspect of it. Dude, we're gonna see. I'm very. Look, I've been called crazy for 2 years. I've just been like balls deep, autistic rabbit holes in AI. I'm fascinated by it. We're gonna see some very weird things. Very and Roger, you'll probably appreciate this. I'm sure you've thought this through. The 2028 election is going to be so different. Like we're right now we're at the default position where. Maybe I'm using too absolute terms, but everything at face value is kind of, as far as video specifically, is accepted as truth. Like, this is real, it was recorded, it happened, unless there's some serious like something where the bullshit detector, even for someone with a horrible bullshit detector, like it's very clear to light off. Like, it's like, okay, this is something's very off here. I would argue. Much sooner, like less than 18 months, arguably maybe even in the next 6. We're going to have to by default get to a point where everything we see is going to by default have to be a I don't know. Like, we're going to lose the luxury of being able to see something on video, forget whether it's staged or not, the luxury of being able to see something on video and assuming that it's real until proven to be edited. That's a very different landscape. It's a very different landscape when you now have to go into things with the best way to approach it is I don't know. Like, I can't with any. There's no reasonable way to say, like, with certainty that this is real and not AI. This is going to be a challenging thing, especially in a society where we're all confused. Everyone's confused already. We see so many ideologies and the way things are reported, where things just don't make sense. People are fucking confused. Like, we're trusting sources that we know are being paid. Like, when you think about this, it's very simplistic. And it's wild to me that the older people don't seem to get it. But it's like you're watching a news source that their income is based on how many views they get. And that's fair. You know, this is like when I see CNN, Fox, whatever, and they're like sensationalizing things. It's like, well, if you're going to look at it from a capitalist perspective, it's like, yeah, you can bring in the journalistic integrity. But at the end of the day, it's about making money. Like, it's fucking about making money. And when you can produce something that you could say it's unethical, but you know you're gonna get more money if you just reword it this way. That's it. You're just changing the wording a little bit, and now it's clickbait. And you know it's gonna translate to more money. It's hard to hold that. And this is the thing. I know you don't like Geo, but this is the thing that he points out that I think John Adams said is that when you do have an absolute, free press, this is very interesting. I never considered this. That you're empowering the idea that whoever owns the press has the ability to completely erode like the idea of democracy because they control the narrative. And we're very much the free press, that this is like the foundation, and I don't disagree. Like, I don't think there's a way around it. There is no right answer. But this is the idea of transparency. But it's really, when you think about it from a capitalist perspective, well, it's the best thing I can come up with. But it's like by no means like a free press. Like, why would it be? Why would you, if you own a business, why would you cede over the idea that you're just going to get beaten out by a competitor, especially when it's as simple as literally changing a few words on the title? So that was a bit of a tangent. But yeah, things are going to get very weird. And we're not ready for it, and we can't be ready for it. It's not possible to be ready for it, but it's going to get very, very weird.
See, I'm more optimistic. I think about like the opportunities. There's going to be risks, and there's going to be people working on trying to mitigate these risks. But at the end of the day, we're going to have an entire generation of people that are going to grow up with these things. Imagine how different I have a cell phone, and I've had one for quite some time. But when I was a kid, I didn't have a cell phone. Didn't have them. I mean, they had mobile phones, but not the kind that could connect to the internet. And so generations that grow up with different types of technology, they see the world differently, they interact with the world differently. And I think what we need to very rapidly think about is that in a few short years, people that are entering the workforce are going to have grown up with ChatGPT as a starting point, and it's only going to progress from there. So companies can't afford to be afraid of AI. You're going to have to embrace it. You're going to have to embrace it. You're going to have to, think through, like what rules you're going to have when engaging with it. But because you're not going to be able to just forbid it. AI is going to be a part of our life moving forward. And I think that what we're going to see is, I think some companies are going to be afraid of it, and they're going to go out of business. I think they're going to go out of business very rapidly because they're afraid of change. And I think there's other companies that are going to embrace the change, and they're going to lead, and they're going to have say in what these changes look like. But yeah, I think the world has to prepare that this shit's happening, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, no, it is. think you're gonna. Well, I mean, be curious if you think this is inevitable. I'm convinced of it. And I'm like all for capitalism, but I don't. Long term, I don't think capitalism can survive in this economy. And like, if you're gonna just don't even bother responding with the whole it's going to create more jobs. It's a bullshit argument. It's going to create some jobs that don't exist now, but it's not going to create more, not even close.
Well, how do you know that?
Because when you move, if the whole point and purpose of it is to automate things, which is basically the purpose of it, at least like when we're talking about companies, it's to automate, maybe you prefer a different word, but the purpose is to automate things, then the positions that are going to be created or last are things that just simply can't be automated, which I mean, I don't see a way around this. I don't.
I know, and I think that's the bigger point that you should focus on is that you don't see the way around it.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time. I haven't come across an individual that does see a way around it, and they're the ones that claim that they do. It's just simply it's going to create. And this is widely, even in the industry, this is widely accepted that this is kind of silly. It's going to get rid of far more jobs than it creates.
Well, what do you base that on?
Again, simply like so. What are some jobs that humans could do today, or that can't do today, simply because there's just not a market for it because there's more important things to do? I mean, I'm sure there's some.
I don't think you're thinking through this logically. I think that.
I think I am.
I don't think so. Can you give me an example of where, because automation and robotics have existed prior to these developments, and in every case where we've replaced jobs, and you're saying that you can't see how it's going to create more jobs. Maybe the jobs that are going to be created are beyond your comprehension.
Okay, but that's no. Well, you mean that? I'm not sure exactly how you mean it. If you mean it's just beyond my comprehension, fine. Then I'd be like interested to hear what those jobs are that are not beyond other people's comprehension. But I think this is literally.
I think the point is just because you or I or someone else can't envision what these jobs are going to be, I think that you should recognize that our limited capacity to know what those jobs are going to be doesn't mean that those jobs aren't going to exist. Every time in human history when we've developed new technology that makes jobs easier or eliminates jobs, it ends up creating entire new sectors. And the idea that would stop happening because it's AI, I just don't.
Okay, so that is I'll say that's a fair point, but I also think it becomes irrelevant. And what I'll say, and the reason why I say that is, there's never been, and maybe you're someone that disagrees with what I'm about to say. There are a lot of people that do that, which I think is silly. I don't know. We'll see what your we've never created something ever in history that literally is going to move us down the totem pole by default. We're no longer going to be the dominant thinkers, the dominant species. Maybe that's not. I'm very hesitant to use species, but at the same time, like I think it's somewhat appropriate. We're no longer going to be the dominant actors or agents. Maybe that would be a better way to say it. And so maybe you're still right. Maybe it does create these jobs, but to just if you accept that we're no longer going to be the dominant agents or actors, to just say, well, yeah, this has always happened in this. Well, this has always happened this way when we're still the dominant actors. I hope you're right. I hope you are right. I hope I am wrong. I don't want to be right about this. Because I'm very worried about a system where capitalism fades away. I'm very worried about that.
Yeah, reason why I don't worry about it is that we're the creators of this technology, and it's a fucking tool. It's a fucking tool.
I think it's much more than that.
Well,
and that's the basis for my reasoning.
You stated that, but like, I mean, if you were to take this in a different direction, I mean, like, you know, like, do you think God worried about like, oh man, I'm making these humans too smart? They're not gonna need me anymore. Like, I mean, if you're the fucking creator, if we were able to come up with this, what's the next idea we're going to come up with? I mean, I think that there's a lot of limited thought that you're applying to this, where you think that once we've created these AI models, that the machines will take over and there'll be no fucking need for us. Well, these things didn't even exist without us. We're the same minds that conjured that up. Imagine the next thing we think of. Like the rate of taking knowledge and progressing things, it always gets better and better and better. Like the idea that you think that's going to stop because of this is crazy.
Okay, so this is an interesting point, and we're going to disagree on this, but I think this is actually a very interesting point. So I don't know how aware you are, how much you've listening to the field. It seems like you've probably maybe done a little bit where you're speaking. But I think alignment is a joke. I think the idea that we could achieve alignment, or the concept of it, is a joke. So when you say that we've received, when you say machine, and I'm not one of those people that like, I don't think the models are conscious, but I'm not going to rule out here. Like, I think at some point it's going to be something more than that. We won't be able to just write it off as a machine. So like, let's say that's true and that becomes the case. I think AI will look at us the way that we look at, if you're like an evolution person, the way we look at monkeys, chimpanzees, whatever you like things that we evolve from, and it's just the natural order of evolution. It's just the next step, that we don't owe anything to chimpanzees. Like, where there's nothing really about them that we should be really thankful for. I know this is a bit simplistic, but I do see that, and I think, and look, I'm speaking out of my ass to an extent. Like, no one knows what AI is going to, how it's going. We don't know. We don't. But I see it's very, very possible that if it sees itself as having a self, it's very possible it's going to look at it as, well, this is just the natural order of evolution. That, like, we're not. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. A lot of people would disagree with that, and I get that. And I could very well be wrong about that, but I think it's a stretch to assume that won't be the case.
Well, let me ask you this: why is that even a scary thought to you, though? If we were the caterpillar that made AI turn into a butterfly, don't we still play a valuable role in that? And wouldn't that be an amazing legacy for human beings?
Say it again. Ask it again.
Wouldn't it be an amazing legacy? Let's say you're right. Let's say that the machines don't need us anymore. They think that we're just the dumb chimps. If we gave birth to that, I think that the machines themselves would have to, look back at us the way that we look at our ancestors with like, like, oh shit, they were doing some interesting things. They'd have to credit us with it. We would be the caterpillar.
I get it. I get it. And so this is why I kind of will say that I think we have a better shot at convincing humanity that we owe credit or some sort of the same thing that you're referencing towards chimps. I think you'll have an easier conversation of saying that the chimp is sort of the god, your god, that we came from them, than you will at being able to tell AI that, even though it's true, that we are the god or we are the creator of it and expected to respect it. I think it'd be easier to, and obviously we're not going to get people on board with that. So this is why, I'm not saying you're wrong, I think much of this is up in the air. But this is why the idea of alignment, although I think we should strive for it by default, which is why it's like, why wouldn't you try? But I think it's mostly that is ridiculous. It's not likely. I don't think we'll have any sort of say in it. And if you put it to alignments where I'll stick with the first part that I said, that I think you'll have an easier job convincing us dumb humans that we owe something to chimps than you will convincing that they owe something to us. It gets very weird very quickly.
But it seems like you're dialed into this pessimism of.
No, I'm not pessimistic. I'm not. I think AI. I think we need AI. I think, frankly, it's the best chance that we have for the continuity of our species. But the idea that it's not going to be two separate breeds. The idea that we're just going to merge as like one thing that we both respect each other equally, I think, is silly. Again, I hope I'm wrong about that. But I'm not one of those Skynets. I think we need to accelerate AI, frankly. I think the most dangerous thing about AI, at least in the somewhat near short term, is how it's going to be used by humans before it becomes fully autonomous. I think the goal. I think we're somewhat in the clear if we get to the point. And this is like very controversial, but this is why I think it's actually the dangerous part is like the transitory period. I think we're somewhat in the clear if we get to the point where AI is able to act autonomously. Because like if you look at it like with us with chimps, like we don't feel like we owe them anything, but we just don't see them as a competitor now. We're not going out of our way to we're like, oh, we're threatened by it, we need to take them out or else they'll take us out. So I think that's sort of the basis for where I think if AI gets to the autonomy part, we will benefit from it. It will create amazing things for us, but it will also see us as inferior to the extent that we're not actually a threat to it. Now, inferior doesn't mean that it's going to like subjugate us and do all these horrible things that a lot of people are worried about. That is possible, and that very well could happen. But I think that's less of a threat than I call it like it might not even be the right word, like the transitory period where it's super advanced, but it's not quite fully autonomous, and then it's like, okay, well, how are people going to use it during this period? I think that's the biggest threat. Yeah. This is very interesting. Like this is something. Like I said, I've been called crazy for like 2 years. The way I've seen AI and how I look at it, and I'm like, dude, I'm not someone where this solves everything at all. Like I think there's a very fine line there. I'm very concerned what happens if we do get away from religion. And I'm a hypocrite. I'm not someone that's particularly religious at all. I believe there's a God, but I'm not religious. But I am concerned about the idea of religion going away because I think it does sort of form. I don't even know what you would call it, something that makes society cohesive to the extent that it's around and exists. But I find this very interesting, and I'm hopeful that you'll see this be something that's actually talked about a lot more in the next year and a half, whereas of now there's just too many people. Like Roger, you and I disagree, but it seems like you've spent some time looking into it, and you're obviously very open to having the conversation. A lot of people just aren't. They think it's so silly that it's not even worth having a discussion. And I think that's silly. I think we need to have the discussion because it is inevitable.
The only thing that scares me about AI is initially, like, who wins that first major advancement war. I think if China wins, exactly. I think we're in big fucking trouble. But that's because of human beings behind it, not because of the technology. Like, I don't have these like Skynet visions of what would happen. I don't think this turns dystopian. And to be quite honest, like in terms of like thinking that it's somehow bigger, better, badder than human beings, until AI writes it's as
that's as good as God Only Knows by the Beach Boys, like then they they're still kind of like subservient to us. Like we are creating things that I don't think.
Hold on. You think that's the greatest song of all time? I don't even know what song that is. I asked you.
God Only Knows by the Beach Boys is the greatest song ever recorded.
Better than Stairway.
Yeah, it's the best song ever.
What?
The best song ever.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go listen to this in like a half hour when this room becomes too boring. They got him.
I think the entire Pet Sounds album is the best album ever recorded. And again, until AI starts doing something like that, like I just can't look at it as superior to human beings. Alex Bozeman says, perhaps your fears are misplaced. There are far worse issues than AI. AI will impact many of the aspects of our lives. Not all positive yet. We have no choice at this point, blah, blah, blah. But, okay, well, what are the worst issues? I would love to hear what this Alex guy has to say. It's even here.
Sorry, were you? I don't think you were talking to me.
No, I was just reading from the chat. This guy said that that your fears are misplaced. There's far worse issues than AI.
Well, what does that mean, worst issues? I don't think AI. What does that mean? First of all, which one of us was being fearful about it?
Yeah, I think if we had to get him to engage, he would probably say that, like, we should be focusing on homelessness. That's probably the angle he was going at. Adam's just listening to Stevie Nicks. I said that Pet Sounds is probably the best album of all time. I would say that Fleetwood Mac's Rumors is probably the second best album of all time.
Stand back, stand back. It's probably one of my favorite songs.
I'm going to sleep, guys.
Good night, Roger.
talking at 6:30 in the morning, going over Bible scriptures, and this not be a phenomenon. And y'all come in here, nigga scared of me. He don't want to move forward. He ain't ready for the battle. Shut your dumb ass up. Surely this is a miracle of God for black men to be on the phone at 6:30 in the morning with their Bibles open. You ain't never seen this. But we your own kin. Read on. Look what happens. Verse 5.
And he could there do no mighty work.
We can't even go over scriptures because we can't even deal with you like, man, you kids. We got to teach you manners like a 2-year-old. Teach you manners like a 3-year-old. We got to slap your hand. No, don't touch that. Put it down. Be quiet when adults is talking. This ain't your house. Act like you got some respect. We got to treat you like kids. We got to slap you on there, hold your hand out. We can't even go over scriptures and get to the bottom of things because you act like kids. You grown-ass kids. Keep reading.
Save that he laid his hand upon a few sick folk and healed them.
Only time we can go over scriptures is when we throw you off stage. That's the sad part about it. We can only go over a little bit when we throw you off stage. Throw you out the house. We got a Jazzy Jeff you. And for those that know what I'm talking about. Verse 6. Look how Christ thought about this.
And he marveled because of their unbelief.
We are in amazement of how the black man is today in 2020. Surely the white man is winning the war. Surely this white man is winning the war. He has destroyed the black man. You're a kid. You're mentally a kid in a grown man's body. He has destroyed the reputation of the black woman. She can't get married. Nobody wants to marry her. You only want to have sex with her and put babies in her and leave her by herself. Our kids are now not even referred to as young men. They're referred to as young niggas. YNs. 20 million abortions. Kill babies and then make TikToks about it. You would literally get out of the abortion clinic, grab a bottle, and make a TikTok about it. You would go on TikTok and you would disgrace your own nation. Men do the same thing. Surely this white man is winning the war. It's marvelous. We marvel at the unbelief of Negroes. You have no solutions for the problems that are going on in your community, and you refuse to hear the word of God. There you go. Look at it. No, just keep talking. Keep talking for me.
Exactly. Anyways,
Yeah, there you go. Keep talking. Marvel. It actually saddens us. I know y'all hear us having to go back and forth and battle with you, but when we look at the stuff we see on social media, when we have to interact with our people like we do on here, it actually saddens us to look at the state of our people. We got a hard job being called by God to raise up a rebellious nation that hates him, that don't even want to listen to God. It's hard. It's a hard job that we've been tasked to do, and we can't wave the white flag. We got to keep our hand to the plow and see slow growth. But man, read verse 6. Finish it out.
And he went round about the villages.
No, verse 6. Read it from the top again.
Verse 6. And he marveled because of their unbelief. And he went round about the villages teaching.
That's what we're trying to do. Even in our unbelief, we still got to teach. My goodness. I ain't even been on here that long. Only been on here an hour. I am wore out with Negroes today. Unbelievable, man. Products of Christianity. All right, man. If anybody got questions, y'all can come up here, man. It's just sad. It's sad. The state of black men is sad, man.
I got a question.
D'Angelo, what's your question?
So, I just got here, and the fact that obviously, unfortunately, it's Negroes having a debate amongst each other. Almost it seems like it's against each other. And my question is just like, where's the resolve? It's like, okay, like if unless you're trying to really find out the truth, or you're just trying to argue, and how many years Negroes have been arguing, so-called Negroes, let's say that, so-called Negroes have been arguing amongst each other, and where's the resolve? Because why? I'm sick of brothers like coming in rooms like this. Oh man, they don't want the smoke. They don't want this. They don't want, like, what are you proving? What are you proving? What are you building? It's like, what is the point of your entire debate at that point? Do you just want to come and debate, or do you want to come to some realization that we are like, for the majority, we're lost. We're lost. So, brothers here are
You had a question?
I did have a question.
Yeah. You made a big statement.
My apologies.
I'm trying to see where your question at. If you want to make a statement, we got you. Yeah, I'm almost tapped out. Like, so what's going on?
I understand, brother. I just got here. My apologies.
You're frustrated. I got you.
Yeah, you hear it.
Hey, hey, Angelo, hold on one sec. We'll find out.
Sir.
You may get your question answered. Hey, Dr. Guy, what was your question?
Dr. Dopamine.
Yeah.
Peace. Good morning. Peace.
So what's your question? What's your warm question?
I just heard the title. I came in here like a while ago.
Okay.
I just came in to actually see what was going on, brother. I asked one question. Y'all flooded me with scriptures and threw me to the goo because I wanted to actually have the interaction.
What's your question now? You asked about God's name, we answer. What's your question?
Okay, so again, this is explain your belief without saying you're wrong, right? So if I explain what I know instead of what I believe, that's why I said is knowing and believing the same thing. Y'all brothers said yes. So
yes, we know that there's a God in the Bible that we believe in.
Okay. And I have to ask for specifics because you have multiple deities in the Bible. Are we correct? You got Baal, you got Asherah, you got...
The Bible, those were the made-up gods of the other nation that God destroyed.
That, all I'm pointing out is you have multiple gods.
Answer your question.
Right, and I'm pointing out you got multiple deities, so I just asked the question.
Let me ask you a question. There's no God in the Bible that challenged the God of the Bible and proved that they have authority as a God. Get Deuteronomy 32, verse 39. This is what the God of the Bible says. Read it.
Look at Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 39. See now that I, even I am He, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand.
So that's why the God of the Bible is the final authority. Yes, other gods are mentioned, but they have no power to challenge, disrupt, or take down the God of the Bible.
Well, I like specifics, and from what I asked earlier, I said, well, I heard y'all say that Yahweh was the name, and I said, you can say the God of Israel. So if I say the God of Israel is your deity, that's the answer, right?
He never said that was the name. He said that was the title, and he said to move on.
No, one of the brothers on stage said that, brother. One of your brothers on stage said that Yahweh was one of the names, and Yahweh is the God of Israel, right?
He was answering you. He
said that was a title, and you said, okay, let's move on. And now you're going.
Yeah. So that's where I just need that for clarity for the people listening. We're talking about the God of Israel.
The clarity is the Bible gives titles for God.
Brother, I don't need y'all to cut my wisdom, brother. We understand we talking about the God of Israel.
You see what you said.
I think y'all nervous, man.
You said we move on, and you're back.
Yeah, now when I say I want to move on, why you keep cutting me, brother?
Because you're talking in circles.
If I'm the one presenting something, why you keep cutting me, brother? I'm the one presenting something.
Now we're here stepping up to the plate.
Y'all see what they doing, right?
No, do you see what you're doing? You're talking in circles.
No.
I'm telling you again, God does not just name in the Bible, he gives titles. I don't have no other answer to give you than that. Titles. You get titles to him. They call him the Most High, they call him Lord, they call him Allah, they call him Elohim, they call him Allah Shaja.
Why are you trying to hold me on that point? I said let's move on.
Okay, so
3-4 times now I said let's move on.
Okay, let's move on.
Right, brother, why I gotta do that though? Let's let this thing flow. Let it be exciting.
I didn't bring up the name you did.
Let it be exciting. Why are you trying to knowledge block, bro?
I did already. Let's move on.
Okay. So my thoughts on this from my research is that the God of Israel that people promote today was not the original God of Israel based on history and from my understanding some of how the beginning of the Bible was written. At 10th century BCE, the Israelites started to rewrite history. And this is not what I believe, this is what I know. And when they rewrote history, they merged the deity El and Yahweh to be the same deity. So this is why it gets confusing sometimes when a brother just asks or a sister asks, what's the name of your God? It's because there's so much controversy around what the Israelites did with the Canaanite pantheon, which had multiple deities because of the rewriting of history. And these are the same pantheons that Asherah, Baal, Yahweh, Moloch, Shamos is associated with. Those names in the Bible is an actual pantheon. El was the Most High God up till 10th century BCE, where the Israelites wrote him out of history and took his wife Asherah as his own wife. So there was Yahweh in Asherah instead of El in Asherah. So you brothers that call yourself Hebrew Israelites under Yahwehism and their monotheistic beliefs, I see y'all following a flawed religion based on the historical facts of history with the Canaanite pantheon. So that's all I wanted to present to you brothers this morning. Good morning to all you brothers. Do y'all have any facts on that?
I didn't interrupt you, I let you speak. Now, if you're saying that what we follow is flawed, what should we follow based on your knowledge?
I would say when the Bible speaks of El Shaddai, Emmanuel, all of the names that got El in it for the most part are talking about not Yahweh, but El, the Most High God. And I believe that based on how it's presented in doctrine and how people speak on this, they're trying to manipulate the scriptures to say something that it's not supposed to be saying, as Yahweh of Israel is the Most High God. There's even scriptures that say that Yahweh was appointed to rule over Israel like a governor. The person who appointed him was over him. Jacob built the altar before his name was Israel. He built the altar to El. You can look that up. That's right in the Bible too. So it's multiple clues that would suggest that El is the Most High, but it seems like the Israelites, based on not you brothers in here, but the Israelites who created the curriculum, they have altered history to promote their deity over other deities that might have outshined their deity over Israel and Judah. That's all I'm saying to you brothers. And people that want to say I'm crazy or talking whatever, I'm coming respectful and I'm bringing historical facts that you ignore. Thank you.
So, sir, the Bible, the writings, do you believe the writings of the Bible?
know that the Bible was composed by different people, but somebody had an agenda to alter some of the original history. That's all I'm saying.
The writings of the Bible, when you read it, do you believe that it's the authentic word of God?
No, even in the English, it's been flawed.
So, what can we read outside of the Bible? You said it's flawed. You said it's not the authentic word. What should we read?
At this point, my brother, y'all see how I'm not shooting the whole Bible down? You see that I'm promoting El as the Most High God respectfully? And even in your Bible, I think everybody can say that they can elevate her.
The Bible is not the authentic word of God. So if it's not, I don't want to read it.
No. I'm saying that, I mean, Martin Luther changed some things in the Bible. There's certain people who change things in the Bible. So if you love the Bible, all I'm saying, you brothers and sisters, is that El is the Most High God based on the Bible and history until it is manipulated at a certain point. And I also would love to say that if you follow the New Testament with Jesus, right? Jesus is the doorway to the Father. He's the example. He's the gate. He's the bridge to the Father. The people who are out here worshiping Jesus as a deity, y'all need to stop worshiping the doorway and worship the Father that He prayed to on that cross. And that was Eli. Not Yahweh, Yahweh.
LL Cool J is not a god in the Bible.
I like that, bro. Because when I read that, I thought of L. Did LL get his name from that? That's a good one, too.
Jingling, baby. Go ahead, baby. Sir, you said that the Bible was not authentic. What in the Bible could you show us?
Brother, I brought it to you and I gave you the date. It's 10th century BCE.
We heard that. You don't have to repeat it.
Okay. It was the merging of gods.
I'm cutting you off. I let you talk and I didn't cut you off.
But you're asking a question that you have to research, my brother.
No, you did the research. I did it. I'm hearing this for the first time.
Okay, so I told you it was a merging of deities around 10th century BCE.
Where's the war? I thought you came here for war.
I don't want to argue.
Now I'm bringing it to you and look what you're doing. Based on your study, could you show us what in the Bible was manipulated, altered, tampered with an agenda? Could you show us where in the Bible?
I just gave you multiple examples, good brother, and I don't want to argue with you, brother. This should be like a friendly... How you cut me off when I said I'm trying to have a friendly conversation? I don't want to argue with you, brother. All right, I don't want to argue. Can I say that again? I'm just trying to have a peaceful conversation with you. And I'm telling you, the altar that Jacob built his altar to before he wrestled with the angel, it was to El. When you read the Bible and you see El Shaddai, Elohim, this is referring... Go ahead again. Y'all brothers, I'm going to mute up because I don't want to be disrespecting no minds on stage. They cutting me off. I can't get my thoughts out.
I understand what he's saying. Put Y for yes. If not, put HN for hell.
I'm going to just post some sources in the room chat. I don't want to have to argue with none of the minds. I respect y'all room. I'm going to put some sources in the room chat.
No one, you back to the floor and no one understands you. You said we're going to throw you off. We didn't throw you off. We've given you ample time to explain yourself, and not one person in the audience says they understand. This is why Z was frustrated with you. Okay? Because it's just what you did here. And you think if you read it again with some, if you repeat it again with emphasis, that we'll go, damn, this brother's deep.
Yeah, I mean, I put a lot on the table. I'm waiting for anybody to address what I put on the table, but I'm gonna put sources in the room chat.
I can't address something I don't understand. I don't know what your premise is. I don't know what your point is. I don't know how that changes anything. You said the Bible's not the authentic word of God. I asked you to show me where there was corruption, where there was changes. You said nothing. You just keep repeating the same thing over and over.
Brother, you know for a fact that they teach that Yahweh of Israel is that, like, they talk like he's the God that walked in the garden. They talk like Yahweh is the one who walked and talked with Adam. They talk that's not the truth if that's what they talk. Do y'all teach that?
I don't know what you're talking. We don't teach that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's good then. So that's why I said it's a peaceful exchange.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So if y'all don't teach that Yahweh was the creator of heaven and earth, like some people do, because I'm gonna say this right now. When I came into this room for the first time, I saw that y'all was teaching things that other Israelites did not teach. So I'm not sitting here trying to go to war yet. I'm sitting here actually presenting what I believe or what I have researched and know, however you want to look at it. And I'm just seeing where we align at.
Let me ask a question.
That's all.
Based on your findings, how is that teaching harmful to the listeners? How is it harming them? I'm
glad you asked that question, brother. And I'm gonna tell you this. When I was growing up as a child and I became a man and I was understanding how they was teaching us about God in the Bible, I didn't think they were teaching me something that was flawed. I didn't think the God that I served would be a lesser deity to someone. I didn't think that it would. I would say my God was almighty. Based on how I grew up learning about the Bible, I would say my God was almighty. But when you do the research of history that compose what we follow and actually do a deep dive, you find out that some things have been manipulated by men. That's all I'm saying. And I would say, based on what we're reading in Genesis, the God that created heavens and earth and created everything, the animals, the rivers, and everything, that was El. I would say that El is the one who created the heavens and the earth with this type of study, not Yahweh. Yahweh was even.
If they're saying Yahweh, how is that harmful to the listeners? How is it going to affect their life? How is it going to impact them?
Today I'm having a conversation with you. If someone was to be a stenographer and write down that I was talking to, let's say, D-Money, that would be a lie. So regardless if they talking about the conversation, but they got the names wrong on who was having this actual debate or conversation, I would want them to have the names right. The same energy that Muhammad Ali had when he changed his name. He made sure, no, my name is not so-and-so. My name is Muhammad Ali. So names matter. So if you serving a God, I would think that everybody would want to call on the true and living God that created heavens and earth. Not somebody that they put in the place of that person.
Sir, have you read the Bible before?
I think you know I have, my man.
No, you haven't. I can prove to you that you have not, because you keep arguing about what name to call him. And I'm going to prove to you in one scripture, you have not read the Bible. You need to go back and do more research.
So you telling me Yahweh is not the God of Israel? This is ridiculous.
I'm going to give one scripture that's going to show you have not.
Yahweh is the God of Israel, brother.
I'm going to give one scripture that shows you have not read the Bible. Read again Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 8.
Yes, sir.
God tells us when we'll be able to call his true name. And it is not now. Read it, reader.
The book of Zephaniah, chapter 3, and verse 8. Therefore, wait ye upon me, saith the Lord.
What did God say to do?
Wait ye upon me, saith the Lord.
He told the people in the Bible to wait for him, read on,
until the day that I rise up to the prey.
The prey are the other nations.
return to the people a pure language.
So the problem now is a language barrier. God says, wait, I'm going to give you a pure language. Why is he going to give us a pure language? Read on.
That they may all call upon the name of the Lord.
That's when we're going to all say with one common consensus what God's name is. When God restores the pure language to us, because there's many different dialects, many different tongues, many different understandings, but God said he's going to fix that. So he says, wait for him. I will turn to the people a pure language so that they can do what? Read it again.
That they may all call upon the name of the Lord.
So has that happened yet, brother, or that's going to happen?
It hasn't happened, and it's going to happen. And I
All right, so I like that. I like that. You just taught me something, right? And just because you taught me something doesn't mean I've never read the Bible. It just means you taught me something that I overlooked or didn't read,
I'm
right?
saying concerning your argument.
But let me land. So I appreciate you teaching me something this morning. I love to learn. I'm gonna remember exactly what was read and what y'all said, right? But this is the thing. Prior to everyone calling on this one name in the future, y'all all refer to the deities. The deities on, if you're talking about Lucifer, the devil, Baal, Asherah, Jesus, everybody's saying the names right now. Yahweh, they're saying the names right now. So until we get this new name, I'm going to continue to point out that the God of Israel, based on the Israelites hijacking history, they made him Yahweh, the God of Israel, and the Most High God of all. Originally, it was El. Even in the Bible, it was El.
Which Israelites hijacked history? You keep saying that.
Not you guys in this room that are faithful followers of the doctrine you've been given. It's the people who created the doctrine that you follow. They had a such thing as called Yahwehism. This was before the monotheistic thing. Yahweh was appointed the Most High God of a pantheon where he had a wife, Asherah, or Asherah. She's in the Bible or referred to in the Bible as the Asherah poles that are not supposed to be next to the altar of the Lord. So prior to this monotheistic belief that some people have, or like my brother D Money, he's a Hebrew Israelite, D Money, y'all might know him. He say it's henotheistic, because it's many gods, but it's only one God that y'all exalt as the Most High God, and that's Yahweh. So that was originally the Yahwehism that was going on prior to the monotheistic teachings of the Hebrew mythology. So it's all about a timeline. Y'all, the people of today focus on the last part of the timeline. They ignore the polytheistic origins of the God and of the culture of the Canaanites. But I'm on mute.
All right, thank you, sir. Moderator, who we got next?
Mary, did you speak yet?
Yeah, I did already.
Yes, he did.
But,
3 hours ago.
3 hours, for 3 hours, yeah. But I think if we read the...
Oh, that's right. Angela did have a question. Go ahead, Angela.
Angelo, did the doctor answer your question?
Angelo, talk to us, brethren. Unmute the mic.
My apologies. Can you hear me, sir?
There you go.
All right. I guess more or less you could say he answered the question. About who is your deity, Yahweh, 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 whoever you want to call, all right. But it is what it is, I mean, I'm not, say you're not here to debate, then what are you here to get? Enlightenment? Acknowledgement? I don't know. I look at it like this way. I'm tired of people arguing. Like, I'm tired of like Israel arguing. Just get to a common ground. I'm just sick of the arguing.
Did you hear the script that A1 read earlier?
I apologize, I did not. Go ahead.
Go back to Zephaniah 3 and 8. That's not gonna happen right now, bro. That's not biblical. It's not biblical that we're gonna see eye to eye. Even during the time of Christ, there were multiple groups of Israelites. You had a group of Israelites who were Herodians, who believed that subscribing to government was the answer, right? And then of course we know we had the disciples. Of course we know we had the Pharisees and the Sadducees, right? And you also had another group who they believed the answer was being rebellious to the government, aka zealots. You understand? So that is not realistic to expect that. Read Zephaniah 3 and 8 one more time.
This is the book of Zephaniah, chapter 3 and verse 8. Therefore, wait ye upon me, saith the Lord, until the day that I rise up to the prey. For my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour upon them mine indignation.
Right. So the Lord said his determination is to gather the kingdoms and pour on them his indignation. It's talking about war. Go ahead.
Even all my fierce anger.
Mm-hmm.
For all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy.
Right. This is going to be during wars. What we gonna see when we gonna see this taking place? Read.
For then will I turn to the people
For when?
of pure language.
For when? Read it again.
For then will I turn.
Read it again.
For then.
For then, after the war, read.
Will I turn to the people a pure language.
That they may do what?
That they may call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent.
With one consent. So until then, you're going to see the division. You're going to see people teaching things that are contrary to sound doctrine. All right? You're going to see people joining other groups that come to you because they have itching ears, like it says in Timothy. All right? Go ahead, second hand.
Get what is it? Philippians, I think 1 and 12, 1:15. Well, I see why ZB real mute button and knockoff button and that thing is strong, boy. Look at my forehead hurt dealing with y'all, boy. I'm telling you. All praise to the Most High, but you're gonna see what's going on with this. Who was it? Angelo. Read that.
You said verse 12?
15. I think it's 15.
1 and 15?
Yes, sir.
The book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 15. Some indeed preach Christ, even of envy and strife.
So that's somebody teaching Christ one way, read.
And some also of goodwill.
And some teaching Christ of goodwill. So you see that they have different doctrines, different ways of getting that when it comes to teaching Christ, read.
The one preach Christ of contention, not sincerely.
Arguing and stuff like that. And you got some who sincerely teach the word of God. They could have done this, and they could have created a platform for this a long time ago. They don't do that. They'll get on here and just be contentious as hell. They ain't got no scriptures. They just got 10 BC. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know, chat, y'all can tell me. I think he said something about Martin Luther writing a part of the Bible. I was like, I don't know if you was talking about Martin Luther King. I don't know.
You talking about me, brother? I said Martin Luther altered some things in the Bible. You know, Martin Luther is the reason why we got Bibles today. If it wasn't for Martin Luther, we wouldn't have Bibles. Martin Luther dealing with the Catholic Church, brother.
Okay, gotcha.
You're not familiar with that history? Go look it up. It's because of him you're able to hold the Bible in your hand. Shout outs to Martin Luther.
Gotcha. All right. I finished that off.
Not sincerely, supposing to add affliction to my bond.
All right. So watch this. Go to 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 21. For you, Angelo, this is how the Lord set it up. It is what it is. It has to be taught this way because this is what's going to end up happening. Because some people may get on here and be like, oh, these boys arguing this and that, la. They see us on the streets. They see us doing the same thing. All these boys look crazy. Read that.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 1, verse 21. For after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God.
Not know God. That's why, if you read the Bible, you know he says he magnified his word above his name. We know that. Even with what he just said, Martin Luther, like God has no power to control anyone. To make sure that we had the Bible in our hands separately. No, man, listen, the Lord did that. We could read that next, Isaiah 34:16. But go ahead, continue reading.
It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe.
So, Angela, don't worry about the arguments or brothers trying to be contentious. Pay attention to the word. See what it says, search the scriptures, because in them you think you have eternal life. See what the word of God is saying. See what these guys are saying. Oh, they ain't did it. But at the end of the day, what does it fix? You know the name does what? We got drug addicts in our community. We got pedophiles in our community. Women are single, races, it's single parent household. How is the name going to fix anything in our community? The commandments of God is what we need to focus on. That's what we teach. And in the commandments of God, when you read the Bible, you learn about your nationality. Because watch this. Isaiah 34:16. This is, I might as well just stick with this as well. Isaiah 34:16. This is our
The book of Isaiah, chapter 34, verse 16. Seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read.
A lot of people don't read the Bible. They just go to church and they just listen to a sermon. A lot of people who do research on the Bible, who go on YouTube, they won't get no books that was written in the times that we were in slavery and actually read them. They would go on YouTube and listen to what other people say about the Bible, and then would try to come up here and try to debate us. Read it again from the top.
Seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read. No one of these shall fail. None shall want permit. For my mouth it hath commanded, and his spirit it hath gathered them.
The Lord gathered those books together. There's more books in the Bible. But what we have, those 80 books, the Lord made sure those were gathered for us to have in the last days. I think Proverbs 21:1, the king's heart.
Sure. The book of Proverbs, chapter 21, verse 1. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord.
So the Lord could control the king. You think he can't control anybody else? He says the heart of the king is in the Lord's hand. Read.
As the rivers of water, he turneth it whithersoever he will.
So for us to have the book wasn't by man, it was by the Lord. His spirit gathered those books for us to have in the last days. That's why don't get confused with what you're hearing. Focus on the word of God. Focus on the commandments. You hear, brother, what was it? What says he real? Angel nut. Like, yo, there's plenty of scriptures we try to deal with just Matthews 1 with. Hey, this is the precept. This is the understanding. This is the law pertaining to this. Just off of this alone will show you that you don't know what you're reading right there. Confusion. So don't get confused, all right, Angelo? You with me?
Praise, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So what's your nationality? You know about that? How long you been in this room? Have you got to the part of knowing your nationality, what we teach, who you are?
You say my nationality, what do you mean by that, brother?
What's your nationality? What do the world call you? What do God call you? Matter of fact.
Okay. So, obviously, well, I wouldn't say obviously because things that are obvious isn't so obvious unless you know. So, I know of this world that ruled by the white man. I'm considered an African American because I'm in the United States. I'm not in I'm not in a foreign country.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you. All right, you African American. All right. We know I'm a so-called Haitian. I can't find Haitian in the Bible. You can't find African American in the Bible. There's nations in the Bible, right? If the Bible's a true book, we descend from one of those nations in the Bible. Do you happen to know what nation you descend out of that Bible? You descend from out of the Bible. Do you know? There's Moab, there's Ammon, there's Israel, there's Ishmael, there's Edom.
Right? But I say Issachar, but I'm not Issachar.
Issachar's a tribe.
Right. The 12 tribes, right.
Okay, so you knew you come from the nation of Israel.
Correct.
Okay, so so-called African Americans come from the tribe of Judah, from the nation of Israel. Do you know books to prove that we come from the nation of Israel? Because I'm probably heard of it, but do you know why we would wholeheartedly believe in these things?
I don't. So lay it on me, brother.
Alright, good. Go to Daniel chapter 9. Alright, so when you read the Bible, that's part of the law says peace.
You turn it over. Hey, second, started on the matrix.
I mean, take over. Take over.
Alright, hey, Angela, let me real quick to get that. Dopamine. Dopamine, you said something about Martin Luther earlier. You said it's because of him that we got the Bible that was made available to the masses of the people, correct?
Yeah, he played a major role with that. The Bible, I think it was the Great Bible or something. It was only for like the elites, the priests and elites and all of that. And he thought that people should be able to have it. You know what I'm saying? So even when that's where the Lutheran Church comes from, if I'm not mistaken. That's the Lutheran.
He helped to form the Protestant Church in the 1700s. But I'm gonna show you something, bro. And this is why the thought is that you've been listening to other people that's not us, because this is what we understand. Get Deuteronomy 4:2. I'm gonna show you what Martin Luther was responsible for. Watch this. Read it from the reader. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 2. And this is why, bro, before you, and I know you said you didn't come across the war, but based on your conversation earlier and based on your profile picture, it looks.
Oh, you gotta make it look good, man. This is entertaining for everybody.
Yeah, I'm telling you, from your side, it haven't sounded good. You come from a place of ignorance in this conversation so far. Watch this.
I wouldn't agree to that at all. Martin Luther did do some things, but go ahead, tell me about what the Bible says about Martin Luther.
Because the information we brought up, you haven't been able to show us that we're wrong. Read Deuteronomy 4:2, read.
Bruh, your man tapped out because they were.
Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 2.
Come on.
Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish
remove any books from the Bible? Dopamine?
That man changed some words around. I think he might have removed the book. And I'm not saying that he was supposed to, so I don't even understand how you saying what some ignorant shit. I said Martin Luther had his hand in it.
He removed 14 books out of the Bible.
Okay.
That is why the Protestant Bible does not contain the Apocrypha.
All right, I'm not a Lutheran. It was just a snapple fact to edify the room, brother.
But you argue for it. That is
no. I think you taking what me and the admin in the room was doing.
We're taken out of the Bible. No, and then that's why you have the standard contains
we on the same side, brother. You're not supposed to add or take nothing away from the scripture. I agree with you, bro. And it's multiple people who did it.
You said if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have any books out. You are speaking contrary to
You're taking my word and using them for another purpose, brother. If I'm telling you that he did it and you reading that he did it, we're on the same side.
Of the Lord your God, which I command you.
Keep the commandment. So because he removed what's called the Apocrypha, we lost our understanding of the Greek captivity. You understand? And because we lost our understanding of the Greek captivity, you now have a large population of Christians who, when we read scriptures like Jew nor Greek, they do not understand that Greeks were Hellenized Jews. And that's because of the white man you praise, Martin Luther.
Oh, why are you saying I praise the nigga? What are you talking about?
Because when the brother was speaking on it, you praised you stood up and
I said that he wanted everybody to have a Bible. That's a fact of history, bro.
Yeah, but
look, they trying to find a way to make me the bad guy some way, somehow. That's what's going on.
Because he violated this creed.
I agree with everything you're saying about Martin Luther. So what's the problem, though?
Listen, if you agree, keep listening. Revelation 22.
You said 22 what?
19, come on, you know what you said, come on.
Yes, sir. It's the book of Revelation, chapter 22, verse 19. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city.
It's already enough that he felt not getting in there. Now they're taking information away from our people to be informed on what the scriptures were recorded for. So again, when we tell our people there's Jew nor Greek, when we tell our people in Acts 6 there was a Timothy because his father was a Greek. People don't understand we're talking about Jews. Because the information pertaining to who the Greeks were taken out. That's the don't tell us this man is the reason we got woo. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, you could, bro. That's okay.
How y'all cutting off a Snapple fact I brought to the room? They looking to get a cut back. How cute. Y'all tripping. He took a point I brought up and elaborated on it, and I said, yes, that's the history. So y'all didn't get no cut. So if y'all looking for cuts, that wasn't no cut. Based on what I just dropped on this room, on niggas in here serving the wrong deity, y'all serving Yahweh when El is the Most High, that's what you call a head cut off. Now, Martin Luther, like I said, I agree with the history. He altered shit in the Bible and everything, but he put the Bible in people's hands. That's a fact. Y'all didn't hear me elaborate on Martin Luther. Come on. Cut the childish shit out. They heard me say a Snapple fact that people didn't even bullshit. Are you talking about Martin Luther King? Y'all didn't even know about Martin Luther. You said, am I talking about Martin Luther King? I'm the one who educated the room. He elaborated on it. Great job. Great job, fellas. Learn that biblical history. Thank you. I love history, y'all.
You said you're not here.
Nobody say this guy was a nice guy.
Not here for war, so just hear what I'm about to say.
I wonder if King James took anything out the Bible or altered the Bible. Let me go look that up real quick.
Hey, real quick. I'm gonna mute it for you. Hey, chat. Think about it like this, y'all, and everybody can hear one. If I get
King James alter anything in the Bible.
Hey, Mo, can you hear me? You hear me, but you can't shut your mouth. Shut up. Listen. Hey, yeah, you in the matrix or no? Okay, I'm still in the matrix right now? No, there you go. But cool, we say you love history. I'm just coming in here about you talking about Martin Luther. Right? Do you know what Lutheranism is? Do you know what that is? You know what they practice? You know what they believe or not? I don't think you know what they believe for real. Yeah, he don't really know. I think he's just trying to. I think you just probably googling stuff and throwing stuff out there. You know. I don't even think you know what Martin Luther believed.
How did you guys not know? What part of me just bringing Martin Luther up real quick? Like you act like I'm a Lutheran.
Okay,
so if I bring up something about President Trump doing something, right? I'm supposed to be a Donald Trumpian or something like that?
You said the reason why we have a Bible today is because of Martin.
So based on the history, did Martin Luther put the Bible inside the people's hands? Yes or no?
He put it in German's hands when he had it translated in German.
Okay, if that's what the brother did, that's what he did.
In our hands.
He took it from the high priest's hands, brother. If you read the history, he wanted other people to have the Bible. He wanted the common man to have the Bible.
Black ass to have a book. What you talking about?
Look. They had a slave Bible. You had motherfuckers out here passing out slave Bibles. Okay? Like I said, they reaching for a cut. That ain't nothing to cut about. I'm the one who brought it up.
That's history. You said
yeah, he did alter that book.
You said that you know history, right? That's what you said.
So I guess since I say I know history, I know everything, right?
This a topic you brought up.
That's why I said, why are y'all fishing for something to argue about? I agree with everything the brother read about Martin Luther. I said I just brought it up as a sample fact. It's a sample fact that this motherfucker wanted to take it out of the high priest's hands and put it in the common man's hands. Wherever he lived at, that's what he did.
There were no high priests at the time you had things translated in German.
So who was reading the Bible?
There were no high priests.
Who was reading the Bible, brother?
You know what a high priest is?
Who was reading the great Bible?
Do you know what the high priest is?
Y'all are fishing for an argument. We can't even have dialogue because y'all fishing for an argument.
The problem is,
what do you expect from them?
Hey, hold on. The problem is, brother, that you making statements, but then you don't know what you're talking about. Somebody named Black Brother. Hold on, Rabbi, your phone is pending. You know, we got enough time for everybody. No, there's enough butt whoopings to go around.
You ain't whipped nobody ass. I whipped y'all ass telling y'all about Yahweh. That's the ass whipping.
Okay.
Right now, y'all just trying to smack my hands and arms and shit over Martin Luther.
Who's Yahweh and who's El? Who are they?
Look, y'all notice they ain't say nothing about Yahweh in that book.
I'm saying it right now. Can y'all hear me?
They wanna nitpick about Martin Luther when I chopped off Yahweh.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, who is Yahweh and who's El?
Brother, I just had the respectful debate with the admin of this room. You think I'm gonna go circle back with you?
Who's the admin of this room? What are you talking about?
Come on, man. I had the whole little when that brother tapped out. When this whole room know what happened when that brother tapped out, and it was done respectfully. And that's the way men supposed to do it.
He didn't answer nothing.
Supposed to share knowledge and give information and let the best knowledge win, man. Fuck out of here. Like, he want to try to circle back and help his mans out. I just chopped your man head off.
I don't know who you talking to. And I know for a fact you chop A1 head off.
Well, you can't change history. I'm sorry.
Well, talking to me should be easy then, because I'm below A1.
Well, I guess I gotta line it up and keep repeating myself for every last one of y'all that pop in the room.
I'm just little
It's on replay.
So explain to me.
It's on replay.
Hey, Black Rabbi.
You want to understand my stance? I'll tell you my stance, brother. You want to know what my stance is? I'll tell you my stance.
Okay, let's go.
The stance that I have is based on history, not biblical.
So you don't believe in the Bible?
Doctrine. So you want to cut me off every time you hear something that trigger you? You want to cut me off because we're not going to get to my point if you hear something and you cut me off, bro.
What's the difference between
It's not good to run your room like that, brother. Let me do a full submission and then you.
Let me just ask the question so everybody can hear. I see black people just want to keep talking.
So here we go with this power tripping shit, bro.
I'm just trying to ask a simple question. Hey, Mo, what's up with black people, man?
Hey, why you ask me a question and cut me off, man?
What's up with black people, man? I'm making a stand for him.
The whole time, now he mad.
I know he wasn't cutting him up.
You asked me a question and then cut me off.
I'm trying to clarify the question because you kept cutting me off when I was making my statements. Now let me state it again. You stated there's a difference between Yahweh and El. Show me the difference between Yahweh and El in the Bible. What's the difference?
Y'all see how he said, show me the difference between Yahweh and the Bible. What's the difference? Y'all see that? So you see how he want to put me in a trap?
It's not a trap. Hold on. This room is called Biblical Smoke. If you're going to say it's a difference between Yahweh and
come on, how you cutting me off, muting me up again, man? If you
ask... make a statement. When you keep wanting to cut people off, you act like you don't know what your stance has to be. This is a biblically based room. You said there's a difference between Yahweh and El. The concept of Yahweh and El come from the Bible. You don't have to go to extra biblical sources say a difference between Yahweh and El because I don't know what these extra biblical sources are referring to as Yahweh and El. There are many different religions that refer to their God as being El. I'm talking about the Bible. That's what I'm talking about. What is the difference between Yahweh and El in the Bible? It should be very simple because you said they're two different things. It shouldn't be very hard. Hey, Mo, did that sound like a...
He want to force me to say it the way he want me to say it. Y'all hear that?
Like Lauren Hill said.
So he don't want me to speak freely. He want to put me inside of some tight spot where I got to be restricted from giving information.
First off, pause. Secondly, read Acts chapter 17 and verse 4.
He a knowledge blocker, y'all. He a knowledge blocker. I already chopped off his man head. And I will be rocking that man head on my PTR.
Acts 17 and 4. You can never defeat me, man. What are you talking about?
You know why? Because you scared to get in the ring. He want to say in the Bible. He said it's a biblical based room. Everything got to come from the Bible. Fuck it.
And some of them believed and consorted with Paul and Silas, and of the devout Greeks a great multitude. And
now read verse 2.
Women, verse 2.
Yeah.
And Paul, as his manner was, went in unto them, and 3 Sabbath days reasoned with them out of the scriptures.
In order for us to be able to reason together, it got to be based upon the scriptures. You can go anywhere you want to go with the scriptures, and I never say you can't use any. Hold on. I never stated that you can't use any extra biblical sources, but if the statement is...
So I'm going to ask again, why you ask me something 3 times and cut me off?
Quit cutting me off, dumb nigga. Dang, what's wrong with these people, bro? So, like I stated again, all right, don't worry about it. I got you. All right, yeah, I'm saying, man, you better quit cutting me off, bro. Listen. If we're going to reason together, it got to be based off of the scriptures. Where can we go scripturally to be able to prove that this Yahweh and El is different? And then you can use extra biblical sources to back up your stance. We do that all the time. We sow secular sources to back up our stance, right? So just show us the difference in the scriptures. And then if you have extra biblical sources to support that, then do it. Believe with the scriptures. What scripture do you have to show us the difference between Yahweh and El? I'll mute my mic.
When I made the first submission to the brother that was in that top corner, and shout outs to him for bringing me back on stage to actually speak because niggas was being rude, but I brought out all throughout the Genesis
book where it brings out El, it's specifically talking about the God of Israel and Canaan. This is the chief God, El. Now, you can bring up every scripture that talks about El. You have Jacob building an altar to El before he wrestled with an angel and became Israel.
All the scripture.
You have Elohim. You have El Shaddai. You have these names, and when you read and find out what these names mean in Hebrew, you know they talking about the deity El. What was done was they took the curriculum of El and they tried to apply it to Yahweh, merging two deities. This happened around 10th century BCE. And I'm going to keep bringing up the history, because if the Bible is leading you down a path that is incorrect or being taught in a way that is incorrect, people who give commentary, you're not going to realize that they're merging two deities until you look at the history that shows that they merged two deities.
But what's the merging? What was merging?
What is merging?
Yeah, what was merged? You said
merging means they take, like, me and you were two different.
No, I know what merging means. I said, so what was merged? You said between Yahweh and El.
They're trying to credit it. They're crediting everything that was associated with with El to now Yahweh. That is the problem.
And where did Yahweh come from?
Yahweh is a foreign deity to Canaan. They came from the Sanshu tribe, which was a foreign tribe from another land. Okay? You can look this information up.
Okay, so
Yahweh originates from the Sanshu tribe, which was a foreign tribe to Canaan.
Okay, so now when we read, you said when we read about God Almighty, or Lord in the scriptures, you said it's always referred to as El or El Shaddai.
What was the last part of that question?
Okay. Every time we read the terms, it refers to the Father. You said when we read about God, Lord, right? You said it always refers to as El or El Shaddai. Is what you said?
No, I didn't say it.
Okay, so what names are referred to when you read in the scriptures about
I don't think I said Lord. I said everywhere you see El, for the most part, is dealing with the deity El. Emmanuel can be said God with us, but if you're saying Emmanuel, El would be the deity. But what they have done is told the world that El is now a title. It's not a name of a deity. This is what they wanted to do. This was a part of the technology to make the title El and not a name El.
So, okay, so where in the Bible then? So at what point did this happen in the Bible? Is this before Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy? Did it happen in the New Testament? Where did this merging happen?
Well, the merging happened in history, but
okay,
like I can talk. I give you an example. I can talk to an Israelite, right?
Let me clarify. This is my question. Hold on. This is my question though. So, what scriptures is it that has the merging of El and Yahweh? Is it every scripture that refers to El and Yahweh?
I would look up the first time Yahweh is used in the Bible. That's what I would look up.
So when was it?
I would look that up. What, you want me to go Google this shit real quick?
No, I mean, you made the statement. I'm just trying to figure out what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I'm giving you information that Israelites tell me, and again, all Israelites are not the same. But you have some people out here saying that Yahweh walked with Adam and Eve in the garden, or walked with Adam in the garden and all of that. The guy that was saying, why are you hiding with leaves? Who told you you was naked?
They don't say that in the Bible.
Yeah. So that's why I said some people are actually teaching things that's not even in the book, but they're suggesting that deity is Yahweh.
So they would be wrong if they did that, right?
That's correct.
We teach this out of the Bible. So with this merging of El and Yahweh, what was changed? That was my initial question. You said that there's a difference between Yahweh and El. What was changed with this merging, with this supposed merging?
Where the problem comes in at is when you think about the Almighty God. I said this earlier. when you think of the almighty, powerful God, when we think about the deity that we serve, right? We're not thinking that this is someone who's been placed in a position because of rewritings of history. When you think of Almighty God, the one who created heaven and earth and humanity and the trees and the firmament and all this stuff, just, you know, we're thinking that we're serving the Most High God. But based on the historical facts of the composers of the Bible, they placed a foreign deity that was a lesser God in place of the Most High God, El. So when I hear people teaching that Yahweh is the Most High, which I hear a whole lot from Israelites, because Christians don't really say that. They too busy worshiping Jesus instead of the Father in heaven. But when I hear these brothers saying it's about Yahweh, I have to keep reminding them until those Israelites of that time wrote him to be the Most High was El. Israel, Emmanuel, El Shaddai.
Okay, so the Bible, okay.
The difference is, right? I'm gonna mute up after this. The difference is I'm a visitor in this room. I'm not an admin, and I'm definitely not the creator of this space. If I was to write a letter or a book saying that I was the creator and I was the head of Biblical Smoke, that would be a lie. I would be trying to infiltrate or change the minds of the followers of this room to lead them down a path of a lie and error, and that is how Yahweh replaced El, bro.
We would have to change what was being taught to be somebody down a different path.
Yeah, and that's what happened, brother. Thank you.
So what has changed about the writings of the supposed merging?
There's some things that you probably can check out, but I don't attack.
No, brother, you stated.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. The laws, statutes, commandments, whatever y'all want to say, it's perfectly fine. I don't attack the believer. But what I do point out is that Jesus was the gateway or the bridge to the Father. He called on Eli on the cross, and the Most High God of the Bible should be El and not Yahweh, who is a lesser God who I think hijacked the position of El. I even had people come and brag about this shit. So that's a head cut, man. And I'm gonna just mute up. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Okay, this is what you're talking about. I asked a simple question. He said that supposedly that this El and this Yahweh was merged. Okay, cool. What was merged? You know, in the history they was merged, right? You stated that. What was merged? You don't know. What was changed?
Now you lying on my name again, bro. Why are you gaslighting it like I didn't say two deities was merged as one? Brother, that's what was merged.
Okay.
No, they too busy trying to make me the bad guy, man. I'm gonna mute up. I know you trying to make me the bad guy. I know you don't like what I'm bringing out, but it's cool though. He just said I didn't say what was merged. That was a lie.
You made a statement.
Why would you lie on me and say I didn't tell you what was merged? Me and you are not the same. Me and you are not the same.
You said supposedly El and Yahweh, that Yahweh was used to replace El. That's what you said. And I said,
that is correct.
So what's the difference? And you say, well, you know, I don't know.
So that's the part you need to say. I didn't bring out a change in the scripture outside of the fact that the deities was merged. So it's like if I was to take
different deity, if it was a different deity, the doctrine would be different.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Well, if they're replacing Yahweh with El, wouldn't you say that's a change?
Name, no, because I believe, based on the Bible, that it's a title. Because read Exodus chapter.
There you go, y'all. So El is a title and not a name of a deity. So now do the homework and find out if El was the name of a god or if El was just a title.
So is El Hebrew?
I would think it's Canaanite. You're dealing with the Canaanites.
Okay. Is God the God of the Canaanites or the Israelites?
Almighty God was El prior to Yahweh coming into that place.
Asking, is God the God of the Canaanites or the Israelites?
God, based on the history, would be El.
Is he the God of the Canaanites or the God of the Israelites?
Let me put it like this. You got the United States and you got a president. Please don't cut me off, bro. Please don't cut me off. I will give you scripture, and I just ask you that you don't cut me off. I will give you scripture and the information. Please don't cut me, bro.
A simple answer. Is God the God of the Canaanites or is he the God of the Israelites?
Let me answer. You done asked it 3 times and won't let me speak.
Okay, so you should be able to comprehend much using few words. It's a simple yes or no.
So now he trying to put me in handcuffs again. Why would they be trying to put me, the speakers in handcuffs?
Listen, everybody can expound. I just want the simple answer.
If you stop talking, I can talk, bro.
Stop cutting me off, brother. So now, you can make the statement that he's the God of the Israelites or he's the God of the Canaanites, and then you can expound upon your stance. So is he the God of the Israelites or is he the God of the Canaanites?
The scripture where Yahweh is appointed governor over Israel.
So is he the God of the Israelites or is he the God of the Canaanites? I don't think it's very hard.
El is the God over Canaan. A section of Canaan. In Canaan, this is what you need to know. This is what you need to know.
So when you say Canaan,
y'all see how he doing it again? He cutting my wisdom again.
You're saying Canaan, so now I got to get clarification. When you say Canaan,
I don't need you to cut my wisdom. If you let me get it out, it will be understood.
Are you referring to the people or are you referring to the land?
This is crazy how y'all got my beams and y'all disrespect speakers that come in y'all room.
Are you referring to?
Because you got a mind beam, you just gonna keep cutting me off, bro.
It's a simple question.
It's a simple answer that I'm giving you. Just like you got the president of the United States, he's over every state. You still have governors over each state. Yahweh was the governing God over Israel, even though El was the Most High God over everything. That's what you need to understand. So they took Yahweh from being in a position of a governing God of Israel and put him in a position like he was the Most High God. If you look this up, you will see that Yahweh was a lesser God in the Canaanite pantheon. So if he's considered a lesser deity, why would you be serving and praising a lesser deity?
Well, that would be based upon Canaanite writings. So you believe that the Most High God...
Well, the Israelites merged into the Canaanites. So what we talking about? They prayed and worshiped the Most High God El. So what we talking about?
Show me where the Israelites merged with the worshiping of the Canaanites.
Oh my God. So now you don't know the Israelites was always going against Yahweh and he was fucking them up, enslaving them and doing all this shit because they worshiped other gods. It's all in your Bible, bro.
So you just said that the Israelites went to worshiping El as the Most High God. When the Bible
yes.
When the Bible refers to that Most High God as the Father, and when the scriptures are mentioning that,
I keep telling you that the Bible has tracks in it, bro.
It was always mentioned in a manner of transgression or going against the Father of the Most High God. So you just stated that we went away from following Yahweh to follow the Most High, which is El, and we got punished by
the other way around. The other way around.
So then the Israelites, so then the Israelites started where we originally worshiped El, and then we went away to worship
Here you
Yahweh.
go. Here you go.
So where then can we read about the God of the Canaanites with the God of the Israelites?
Let's see, man. Let me see if I can get something for you. First of all, I always point this out, and I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Jacob is the progenitor of the Israelites.
Yeah,
Jacob.
Bruh,
you keep doing that. You seem like you a knowledge blocker. You a knowledge blocker, bruh. Jacob built an altar to El because El was the Most High God. You can look that up, man. Y'all niggas don't want to build for real. And I'm always on some study group shit, right? I'm always in my room. I run run a study group. I don't cut people off like that. We allowed to actually learn together. So this is not a position where you want to learn. You trying to just trap somebody. You trying to trap somebody.
Hey, did I just tell him to call the scripture?
And when I said I was going to give you a scripture, guess what you did? You cut me off.
You just quoted the scripture just now.
That's right. Because do you want me to go get the scripture and post it in the room chat?
No, I want you to call it so that we can read it.
If I don't remember it, I gotta look it up real quick. So you gonna penalize me for that too? God damn.
Well, just Google it then.
I will. Didn't I say I can go get it and bring it right back?
So you just told us the scriptures were.
Bruh, you gonna come being petty? I said I'll go get the scripture and post it right in the room chat.
Go get it. Go get the scripture.
Y'all is petty and you wanna fight. Don't it seem like he got a problem with dopamine? Like he wanna fight a nigga? Like relax, my man. Let's do this shit respectfully like men.
Read Acts 17:2 again.
Yes, sir. The book of Acts, chapter 17 and verse 2. And Paul, as his manner was, went in unto them, and 3 days and 3 Sabbath days reasoned with them out of the scriptures.
That's all I'm asking. I just want a scripture. The scripture that you said was corrupted. How you gonna pull a book that you said corrupted? Whatever. Give me the scripture. We need the scripture.
Now this nigga lying on me again. I said that the history was changed. And I say there's things in the Bible that actually point out the information. And I'm about to post the 2 altars that Jacob built to El right now. Hold on, let me get the scripture though.
Yeah, just call the scripture.
These are the names of it. Y'all can look that up right there in the room chat.
Just call the scripture.
Brother, I don't need you to keep telling me what to do. I got a brain and I'll do it. It's Genesis 35 and 7.
All right, read
Genesis 35, 7. That's where Jacob builds an altar to El, not Yahweh. This is before he wrestled with an angel, so his name wouldn't even been Israel. There wouldn't have been an Israel because he built this altar before wrestling with the angel. His name was Jacob. And he built the altar to the Most High God. He was running from his brother because he thought his brother was trying to kill him. That's just one little sample fact right there.
Okay, so go ahead and read it.
The book of Genesis, chapter 35, verse 7. And he built there an altar, and called the place El Bethel, because there God appeared unto him when he fled from the face of his brother.
Do you know what God is there in that verse?
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Do you know what God is there in that verse?
Tell me what you think, brother.
What I think, I mean, you know.
Well, I'm gonna keep telling you, they tried to merge Yahweh as El. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's Elohim.
Thank you, brother. Y'all have a good day. Checkmate. That's what you call a checkmate. Thank you. That's a checkmate, brother.
What does Elohim mean?
That's a checkmate, brother.
What does Elohim mean?
That's a checkmate, brother.
Okay, can you tell me what Elohim means?
Come on, man.
Can you tell me what Elohim means?
That is El. Take that Ohim off. It's El.
Okay, so
they built that altar to El.
Okay.
Watch the slickness, y'all.
It said that God.
Watch the slickness. Matter of fact, can somebody look up those altars and actually read what it says?
I'm asking a simple
No. Let somebody read the name of those altars and who it was built to. Do that. Look up.
We just read it.
No. Look that up.
Why you want to overtalk now? I asked a simple question. I said, do you know what Elohim means?
Bruh, that is El. Those altars are built to El. It doesn't say Elohim. Stop it.
Okay, the God in that verse, it doesn't say Elohim is what you're telling me?
Stop it. El is the name of the deity.
The God in that verse, is that not Elohim?
Alright, let me do it, because he's scared to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to put it in the room chat, yo.
I asked a simple question.
This is where you know they trying to hide something.
Okay, anybody can look it up. Y'all, if you have a concordance, you can look it up. Some people use the blue letter Bible. You can go to the blue letter Bible and look up God there. I'm asking a simple question. That God there, is it El or does it say Elohim?
I'm gonna put it right in that room chat, good brother. That you scared to do it.
I'm not scared to do nothing. I'm asking you right now.
I don't have to manipulate it. I'm gonna put it right here in the room chat.
Okay. I'm just asking.
El, brother. It's about El, not Yahweh.
Okay, the God in that verse, is it Elohim or is it El?
I just told you that this is between Yahweh and El. You see how the devil try to trick shit up?
No, you went to this verse. You called this verse. I'm just asking.
This is between El and Yahweh.
Okay, you called the verse. You called the verse, right? I didn't call it. You called it, right?
Right in the room track, in the room overhead.
You called the verse, right? Did you call the verse or did I call it?
This is crazy.
Did you call the verse or did I call the verse?
Brother, I'm just putting this information in the room.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Y'all always do that, man. Y'all always do that. When you don't do enough research on what you think your stance is, and then somebody asks you a question about it, then all of a sudden it don't say that. It literally says that. That's what it says. It says Elohim. I just asked a simple question about what is Elohim. You should have had enough time to at least Google what Elohim means. I think you had enough time to Google that. I guess not.
Yahweh.
El was the altar, was dedicated to El, not Yahweh.
So I asked a simple question. I said, what does Elohim mean?
Elohim is the name of, some people would say a pantheon. They would say this is the group. This could be Asherah and El. This was a plural situation in Genesis where it said, let us make man in our own image. People have different interpretations that when you look up Elohim, it says that the cognate is Allah. Look in the etymology dictionary. You can find out what I just said.
We're not referring to Genesis chapter 1. We referring to Genesis.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to, brother, but
I'm referring to the verse that you just quoted.
You want to...
Hold on. I'm referring to the verse that you just quoted, and you said that this was built in honor of El. It says that it was for Elohim in that verse. So I'm just asking a simple
I don't know what you're reading, but I know what I came across when I read it, and I put the information in the room chat. It's talking about El. I think he's trying to do some slick stuff with this Elohim stuff.
I got you.
Okay?
That's just what it says.
But we clearly know that this altar was built to El. That's what we clearly know.
In the verse, I'm gonna help you out. You know what I mean? In the verse, the Hebrew word there, you have a concordance, is H430. You can look that up. That's what's in place of God there. The translation of God in that verse is Elohim. That's what it is. Elohim means the power. So it said that that altar was built in honor to God.
And y'all see how he's saying God? And that's why I'm telling you, they don't want to use the word.
It says God in the verse.
What God? What God? Everybody can look at the name and see what God. It don't say Yahweh.
It says
it's
Elohim. It says Elohim.
Come on, man. It was built to El. I'm going to just keep telling you that. It was built to El.
Genesis chapter 9. I got a question for you, Dan.
Hey, you not about to trick me, brother.
Genesis chapter 9, read verse 25.
The book of Genesis, chapter 9 and verse 25. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brother.
So if El, the Most High God, is... Did you hear me?
Check the chat, y'all. Check the chat.
I asked a simple question. I
I said if El,
talking to the brother. I ain't even.
No. If El is the Most High God and he's the God of the Canaanites, right?
Amen to that.
Okay. Why is Canaan a servant to the Shemites?
Hey, you figure your Bible out. El is the Most High God. You figure your Bible out. I said your Bible is a trap. And I said they teaching it wrong. I said that it's manipulated.
So now you pull a Bible verse, but when we pull a Bible verse, it's corrupted when we use it, but when you use it, it's right, even though you don't even use the word that's written in there.
I clearly said there's information in there that would suggest that El is the Most High God. And I clearly said that the composers of the Bible altered things to make people think Yahweh. If somebody's trying to make Yahweh the Most High God, it is something wrong with that.
Okay, you said it was corrupted.
And I'm going to keep pointing it out. Look at the room chat.
But then you went to Genesis 35 to try to say, see, it says that you're supposed to build an altar to El, but at the same time, you said it's corrupted. I just read the verse.
Right here, man.
So when I read the verse, now all of a sudden, well, the Bible's all twisted up. It don't mean what it means.
I'm telling you that the Bible is a trap. Check the room chat. I'm giving you the facts. El is the Most High God. Elder.
If he's the Most High God, if he's the Most High God, if he's the Most High God and he's the God of the Canaanites, why are the Canaanites servants?
Y'all. I'm putting this information in the chat.
Who are the Canaanites today? Dopamine.
I'm putting this information in the room chat.
I ask you a simple question. Who are the Canaanites today?
Look it up. El is the Most High God.
Who are the Canaanites today?
Matter of fact, I'm going to give y'all the Hebrew too. I'm a PTR.
Who are the Canaanites today? If you're not going to answer the question, Dopamine, I'm just going to move on. Who are the Canaanites?
I feel you. You don't want to stick to the topic.
No, I'm asking you.
You don't want to stick to the topic.
I'm asking you, who are the Canaanites?
You keep trying to take me off of the fact that I'm saying that El is the Most High. It's a nice trick.
Okay, he's the Most High. El is the Most High, and he's the God of the Canaanites, right?
Brother, I appreciate it.
He's the God of the Canaanites, right?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
And he's the God of that Bible.
Okay, so why then?
I'm about the PTR.
Okay. So why then are the Canaanites servants? Who are the Canaanites today?
Look it up, brother.
So you don't know who the Canaanites are?
I got my opinions on it. I don't think you care.
Well, tell me, because you over here telling us everything, yo. You want to
everybody PTR right there.
Tell me who the Canaanites are.
Let me tell you something, brother. If you won't
cut me off.
Let me explain something to you if you won't cut me off. And I think he don't want me to speak. Y'all see how he cut me off and they scared for me to speak?
I don't want you to.
You see how he's scared?
I want to stay on topic.
Check my PTR though, y'all. El is the Most High God.
I want to stay on topic.
Y'all screenshot my PTR. Do the research on that. El is the Most High God. Not Yahweh.
Dopamine. I just want to stay on topic.
And you want to keep cutting me off every time you ask me a question.
Because you're going somewhere else.
You didn't even hear what I said yet. How the fuck I'm going somewhere else? I ain't say it yet.
So who are the Canaanites?
That's crazy. Y'all see how he's scared of me? He's scared of me. He don't want me to speak freely. He want to put me in bondage. He want to control how I talk. What kind of slave shit you running in here, bro?
So who are the Canaanites today?
If you do the research, you'll realize that Israelites merged with the Canaanites to the point you couldn't tell them apart. That's a part of history that you don't know. If you look at the Paleo-Hebrew and look at the Canaanite script, it's the same alphabet, which you can't really tell apart. If you was to hear these people speak Canaanite, Paleo-Hebrew, or Canaanite, it would be the same language outside of the accents that you would say. Like if I heard somebody from the UK speak English, or if I hear somebody in Philadelphia speak English, they're speaking it the same way, but it has a little accent to it, right? So I'm telling you right now, if you're asking me, I'm going to say the Canaanites was around the earth. I'm going to say that everywhere that you see something called Paleo-Hebrew, it's actually Canaanite, because the script is the same, the people was the same, they mixed in.
Who are they today?
They mixed in.
Okay.
All y'all people that's calling yourself Israelites are Canaanites, based on the language and based on the history. I'll debate anybody on that topic.
Just prove it. Just prove it. You got the chance right now.
Look up Paleo Hebrew and see if it's Canaanite. Do that right now.
No, you so.
Look up Paleo. No. You got today's Hebrew supposedly, right? But everybody said you can't read the Paleo Hebrew.
I don't believe
you can't understand the Paleo Hebrew. Don't touch the Paleo Hebrew. They gaslighting y'all. Paleo Hebrew is Canaanite.
Okay, I don't believe.
Go look it up. I'll put it in the room chat.
I don't believe that you have to read Hebrew in order to be able to understand God. So I'm asking the question again: who are the Canaanites today? If you do know who they are, can you prove it? Dopamine. Can you prove who the Canaanites are?
Can you prove who the Israelites are? This brother did not hear one thing I said. I just told him that they merged together to the point you couldn't tell them apart. This is a historical fact.
Answer the question.
Did you hear what I just said? I just did.
What show us that historically, where they merged with?
So everywhere that you saying somebody saying Hebrew could be Canaanite.
Okay,
everywhere that they saying that they're speaking Paleo Hebrew could be Canaanite. You could not tell them apart.
Can you show me where they merged?
And they actually tried to wipe out the Canaanites and just call everybody Israelites. That's the trick.
Can you show me where we merged, where the Israelites and the Canaanites merged?
Scared of me, you pussy ass nigga in the room chat. Every one of y'all mad is down in that room chat because I'm telling the truth. Everything I say can be verified.
Just asking very simple questions, right? Can you show me where the Canaanites and the Israelites merged, where there was no difference between them?
If you look it up, I don't think you're going to find it in the Bible. All of you want scriptures out the Bible. If you look at the history of Canaanites, and you look at the fact that they infiltrated, that's in the Bible, how they infiltrated. They didn't go in there with swords and take over the land. They lived amongst them and took their ways, studied them gods and everything, and they merged in with them to the point you couldn't tell the difference. At the point that the Canaanites and the Israelites was living together, there was no Israel or Judah on the map.
Okay. So
until he wrestled with the angel, you don't have an Israel. And Israel was a people, not a land. Remember that. Israel was a people, not a land.
Now this is several questions that haven't been answered now. The original question from Genesis chapter 9 about why Canaan is a servant, if Canaan has the true God, that question hasn't been answered. Then you tell us that we're probably Canaanites because Canaanites and Israelites merged. Can you show me that historically? Where did the Canaanites and the Israelites merge where you couldn't tell the difference between them?
All right, let me get that.
You didn't get the answer. What is going on here, bro? Where did the Canaanites and the Israelites merge when you can't tell the difference between them? Amen. We're in Twilight Zone, bro.
All right, I got you.
Right.
The merging of the Israelites and Canaanites into a single culture to the point they were indistinguishable is a complex historical process that occurred gradually over centuries, particularly during the period of the Israelite monarchy, roughly 1000-586 BCE. While the Bible describes a complete conquest of the Canaanites, archaeological evidence and scholarly interpretation something different. Let me give y'all this breakdown on here. Again, this is stuff that you can look up. Those questions that they're asking.
Right. So
but as you see here, I gave you the thing. I'm gonna put this thing here, right?
You running too fast.
Look, I'm gonna put this here, right?
Stop running.
You don't like the answer.
Stop.
But it happens over time. I told you they
all right, I'm at the muting because you're just talking.
No, I'm not. I said they infiltrated and it took some time.
What's the source that you're using?
This is history, brother.
What source? Where are you getting your history?
All right, I'm gonna put the link. I'm gonna put the link in the room chat.
Because this is one thing that you don't understand. Because you said the merging happened And what was the time frame again? And
It's in the round check.
What was the time frame again? You said that they was merged when they were indistinguishable from what you said?
I just said it happened over a period of time. I gave you the two dates. This on record.
Can you say those two dates again, please?
It's in the room chat, man. What the fuck?
Okay, cool. So you don't want to answer. All right, cool. So
it says 1,586 BCE.
Cool. All right. Now, according to the Bible and historically, between the time of 1,586 BC, Israel had been taken in and out of captivity to various different places. After 586 BC and 586 BC, there was a great separation between Israel and the people of the land. Did you know that?
If that's what the Bible says, that's what the Bible says. Now, does history and the Bible align? I would say a lot of times no.
No, it does.
Not all the time, but go ahead.
Yeah. Read chapter 9. Verse 1. And also, I just want to put out there, you never proved that they merged where they were indistinguishable from each other. You never proved that. So we're still waiting on you.
How I didn't prove it when I just read the information, put it in the room chat.
So let's read the information.
Look, I think
I said give us the source. Okay, hold on. You never gave us the source. Hold on, dopamine. You never gave us the source, and now I'm going to read out the Bible about how what you said is wrong.
Why you not going to read history? It's actually going to show you what I'm saying is correct. So y'all don't like history. All the guys on stage don't like history.
Don't mean. You're not going to overtalk the scriptures. I've been tolerating your blatant speaking over the scriptures and over talking people. I'm not going to tolerate it for much longer. Now, you just quoted something. You never gave us the source. You posted a part of your source in the chat, but without giving us the source. You never answered the question about Genesis chapter 9 about why is Cain a servant if his God is the Most High God. And you never answered the question about who the Canaanites and the Israelites are today and how we're able to prove who they are. You never answered those questions. And now you're quoting something without providing a source. And in that quote that you just provided, it still does not prove that the Israelites and the Canaanites merged where they're indistinguishable from each other. You never proved none of that. So now we're going to read out the Bible about why what you said is just not true. Ezra chapter 9, read verse 1.
Verse 1. Now when these things were done, the princes came to me saying, the people of Israel and the priests and the Levites have not separated themselves from the people of the land, doing according to their abominations, even of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, Egyptians, and the Amorites.
So those are the people of which Israel was dealing with when God told us initially not to deal with those people. Go to chapter 10, read verse 11, and let's see what God told us to do.
Ezra chapter 10, verse 11. Now therefore make confession unto the Lord God of your fathers, and his pleasures, and separate yourselves from the people of the land, and from the strange wives.
Right, so what you said is incorrect. They were not merged to the point where they was indistinguishable. When we went into the land of Canaan from the time of Joshua, initially everybody that was in that land that was being destroyed, that was driven out by the animals or by the water. At a certain period of time, certain of our leaders stopped destroying all of the Canaanites, right? And we started to incorporate some of the wickedness that they did, as far as killing children and so forth. All the things you read about is listed in Leviticus chapter 18. That's what the Africans did. A whole bunch of foolishness, a whole bunch of wickedness, evil, homosexual stuff, right? God told us not to do those things. Once we went amongst them, we stopped killing them off. We started to worship their gods for a time. God stopped dealing with us because we started doing the things that they were doing. We're reading now, right? During the time of Ezra, was it during the time of the Persians and Medes, after 586 BC, particularly around 538, 539 BC, we see where where the nation of Israel has separated from the people of the land, you know, in particular the Canaanites. So can you show us when they was merged, when they were indistinguishable? I'm gonna ask that question again, and also the question that I asked back in Genesis chapter 9, why are the Canaanites the servant to Shem if their God is the Most High God? And also, who are the Canaanites and Israelites today, since you say that they merged? I asked you who they were today. Right? There's 3 questions on the table that still have not been answered, and what you just stated has been proven wrong. So it's on you again, Dopamine. What you got?
Don't run from the answer.
Trying to get this link inside the room chat. Hold on a second.
Yeah, but
and I do have the screenshot from the link.
Okay, so
I do have the screenshot from the link.
So why?
This is the biblical. Hold on. This is the Biblical Archaeology Society Library. Let me see if I can get this link. I've been trying to get.
Just show us when we merged when we were indistinguishable, like you stated.
The exact words is what I'm gonna put in my PTR. Y'all can look at the link. Hold on.
And make sure you address the history during the time of the Persian and the Medes too. And also address that Genesis chapter 9.
I'm going to give y'all the link, man. We can study this together, but I'm bringing it to you right here.
Yeah, we don't study together.
All right, well, y'all study that Bible together. Y'all study that Bible together. So you don't want to look into the information that is going to show you that you're in error with something that you're doing, right?
I'm allowing you right now to bring forth your evidence. You got that opportunity right now.
I'm working on it. This shit is strictly.
You made a lot of statements, but you still haven't proven, and you haven't answered any of our questions.
Let me see.
You haven't answered any of our questions, and you still haven't proved nothing.
I don't think y'all want answers to y'all questions. Every time I answer it, you're looking to do something else.
Here's the question that I asked several times. Why is Canaan a servant of Shem if the Most High God is the God of Canaan?
Say that again?
Why is Canaan a servant to Shem if, as you stated, the Most High God is the God of Canaan?
I mean, y'all figure that out. You pick this religion. You pick that book. No. Now I know he lying because I'm not into all of that Shem stuff and all of that. You bringing it up, bro. Don't lie on me, bro. Don't lie on me. Y'all ain't never heard me say.
Did he say that El is the God of the Canaanites? Ain't that what he said, y'all? I'm not making that up.
That's what I heard showing up.
Okay, yeah, you got it. Yes,
Hey, don't believe. So let's go by your source that you said that the Israelites merged with the Canaanites. Who are the Israelites today? Y'all heard me? You heard me, Shola?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We heard. Dopamine, that's a question.
PTR, I'm trying to get this link so y'all can know where this is from.
We believe your link. We believe it.
Hold on.
So we're
and I'm telling you, this is the Biblical Archaeology Society Library.
We heard you and we believe it. So we're asking you today, if they merge with the Canaanites, who are they today?
You gotta believe it and all that stuff, but the people who believe in it, I got you, I got you. So everybody who y'all telling this, the tribes of Israel and all of that, if you follow that doctrine, it would be everybody that they say. If you follow that doctrine, look, I done came into the room for the Israelites and I done told them, right, Ptolemy II commissioned 6 people from every tribe. This is a part of history too, if you believe history. He asked 6 from every tribe of the tribes of Israel to come and translate what they call the Hebrew Bible, right? So when he got that translation, he considered it to be the word of God, and he put it in his personal library.
So I give people information based on their Israelite belief and things like that. I'm not biased. So that's one point for the Israelite in history. Ptolemy commissioned 6 from every tribe, and they translated the information for Ptolemy and gave him the Septuagint.
You said
Okay?
1000 BC, which was before Ptolemy, that the Israelites merged with the Canaanites to the point where you couldn't tell them apart.
No, you're mixing apples and oranges. I'm just telling you that this information comes up in history.
Ptolemy has nothing to do with what you
Has
said.
nothing to do with what we're talking about far as...
Israelites merging with the Canaanites. So I'm asking you today, because the people in Israel, are they the Israelites? The people in Israel now, are they the Israelites?
I don't believe so. I believe that they're converts.
So who do you believe the Israelites are?
Bro, I just answered you like 2 times. Didn't I say everybody that y'all calling Israelites could be Canaanites? That's what I said.
No, what we said was, what we teach is that the Israelites were scattered to all 4 corners of the earth.
That's what y'all teach. And what I teach is that it's possibly the Canaanites, because you can't tell the difference between the two. And what they tried to do was take over the Canaanites and call everybody Israelite. Because Paleo-Hebrew is Canaanite.
The Canaanites were people of color. The Israelites were people of color.
What were the Canaanites?
They were black in color. The Israelites,
you sure about that?
I'm positive of that, and I can give you a Zondervan Bible.
Well, it was a mixture of people from Iran and the Caucasians, Caucasus. I got maps on that.
Now you're just making things.
It was a mixture, brother.
The Bible dictionary tells you that they come from the lineage of Ham.
It was a mixture of cultural people in Canaan, brother.
People. Okay, so you said that the Israelites merged with them, that you can't tell them apart. So we're asking you today,
based on my research,
how do we identify the Israelites?
What y'all call Israelites, I say is Canaanites based on my research. Y'all infiltrated, not you in this room, not the people in this room, the good citizens in this room. No, the original people that they talking about infiltrated Canaan back in those days. And they lived there, and they worshiped with them, and they did everything they did.
They infiltrated.
Yeah, and it was to the point that you could not tell the difference as the years went on.
Why do you keep repeating yourself? We're trying to move on.
Because y'all keep asking the same question.
No, I'm not asking the same question. I want clarity. After they infiltrated them, they took their identity, they took on their gods. Is that what you're saying?
You got it. That's right.
Okay, and they took on their belief system?
That's correct.
Okay, the god of Canaan was Baal. You know that? Baal Peor.
That was one of them. That was the son of El.
So that Baal Peor, is that the god that we should be following?
Hell no, that was the son of El.
So the god that we should be following is who?
El, brother. Me and you already good. The other brother brought this shit back up. But me and you already squared that away, man. It was other time for other people to talk, but he wanted to recap and go back in history. Like, we already talked about all this.
The way showing up is what you're talking about?
My man in the, let me refresh the screen. My man with the, boy with the purple background, he the rapper, right? The guy with the PTR, the rapper, he gonna get this work.
When I came in,
he brought it back up, brother. We already squared this away already.
When I came in, he was already speaking with Mo about the same thing. He said that he already flamed you and you ran away. That's what he said.
I said I pretty much want to debate on one side, mute up, that's it. That's it. When you mute up, that's it. I win.
Let me bring clarity. Everybody in the audience said you were an idiot. So I didn't
well, they on your side. I'm in the lion's den right now.
Everybody, the consensus was you're an idiot. Your material
well, I'm the ops right now. They on your side.
So
I would expect that, even in basketball.
So what I would do.
This is the house against me.
Right. Your information
is
unsubstantiated. It does
I'm the
not
bad guy.
the Bible, and it's dumb shit. Okay, so that's why I didn't keep.
All right, well, that's how you feel about it, but history doesn't say that.
And the stuff that you're saying is stupid, and nobody understood it.
Of course course you would feel that way.
You understand them. I didn't understand you. The moderators didn't understand.
All right, so again, maybe y'all don't got the spirit of God there.
The information you're bringing out is stupid. You didn't flame
Well,
me.
maybe y'all don't got the spirit of God. I don't know what's going on. But I gave y'all historical facts.
I was trying to spare you by saying, okay, but now that you're saying you flamed us, let me bring you to the reality. Everything you're saying is stupid and it can't help us as a people. It's
I got
to help our race as a people. Okay, so
well, if y'all following the law, y'all do good in here with teaching the laws and all of that, and that's a good thing, man. Look, I didn't say that the Bible was all bad. You got Proverbs and good stuff in the Bible. You got good stuff in there.
You did not blame me. Okay, I just left it alone.
I know you wouldn't say that. Nobody would want to say that.
Nobody understands you, even now. Show enough, do you understand them?
Look, man, if we was playing ball and I crossed you over, I might be happy that I crossed you over, man. Don't get mad like that.
You understand them? Show enough.
This is all fun interaction, brother. I don't hate y'all brothers in here.
Anybody in the audience, do you understand them? But why for yes?
No, man, I crossed y'all brothers over. I was dunking on these brothers.
What he's saying.
I was dunking on these brothers. I was crossing them over.
Everybody feels that way when they're playing air basketball with themselves.
Yeah.
Everybody wins when they're playing an air basketball game. Okay, everybody's always the winner. They got their own dunk shot when they're playing in the game by themselves. So you go ahead with your victory.
But it's cool though. Look, I told y'all, man, this is fun, entertaining, and it's educational, man. This piece. But check this out. AY, is El the Most High or is Yahweh the Most High? What you say to that? Is El the Most High or Yahweh the Most High?
Oh, we just gonna let you do your trick shots by yourself.
I wouldn't say that both. Somebody in the room chat said both.
That's why you're not getting a response.
Well, it's cool, bro. If you're not responding, why you responding? But maybe he looking it up real quick. Maybe he's gathering his thoughts before he do that last strike or whatever. Let that brother do his thing. I'm going to say El is the Most High. Elevator, Elder, El Shaddai, Emmanuel, Israel. I'm going to say El is the Most High. Yahweh was a lesser deity. Anybody can look it up. You know? But y'all beautiful people, have a nice day. When I hear silence, I feel like I just chopped somebody's heads off. And look forward, y'all heads will be in my PTR.
You go ahead. You put back on your Batman costume and you jump around y'all. Just don't break no furniture.
Hey, yo, shout out to Biblical Smoke, though.
Just don't break no furniture.
Yo, shout out to Biblical Smoke. I appreciate y'all brothers letting me build with y'all.
So you go ahead. You do your karate moves by yourself.
Hey, I appreciate you for letting me get on stage and have my submissions and all that. Peace to y'all brothers.
You did a good job. Good. You keep on.
All right, respect. I'm out of here.
Hey, notice y'all. That's how you gotta do. That's how you gotta do the little kids when they say, "Look at my dance. Look what I can do." Yeah, okay, good. All right. Oh, that was nice. Oh, okay, cool. All right. Hey, y'all raise y'all hand. Y'all come up on stage, man. Let's address the topic of the day. You understand? Explain your beliefs without calling us wrong. Y'all say our beliefs are wrong every time y'all come up here. All right. Y'all come on and explain to us what's the truth then. What's the answer for the people? All right. Hit us up, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. for a beginner's guide in righteousness. Also, if you get us your contact number in the city you in, we'll get you in touch with the school near you. All right. Charity, what's going on with you?
Shalom, Most High in Christ bless leadership.
Shalom.
Shalom. I'm sorry. I just had a quick question. Did he say that Israelites and Canaanites were indistinguishable because of pottery? I just wanted clarity. That's all.
I tuned him out after a while. Sis, I don't know what he said. Remember, just like you do with the little kid, they do the little funny dance. Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, go ahead, you got it. I don't know what he's talking about.
You don't want to hurt their feelings. You say, you go ahead, baby. You could be the next Michael Jackson. You go ahead.
You do
They
that,
grow
man.
out.
Right.
I really just had that question. I apologize. Thank you so much.
No, you good, sis. You good. Don't worry about it. Hey, stay up if you got any more questions that come up. Hey, Joseph James, what's going on with you, man? Unmute your mic for us, bro. Joseph James, bottom right hand corner, bro. If it's not letting you unmute, you may gotta come back. You may gotta close the app and come back in. That new update be messing with people sometimes. Hey, that's right. Yeah, look, the little Carlton dance. You know, you just watch them do their little thing. That's it. You don't go back and forth with them. You don't say you didn't do that dance right. You just say, yeah, that's good. That's nice. That's all right. Joseph, unmute the mic, bro. Bottom right hand corner.
Hello.
What's up, Joseph?
Blessings upon all of you, brothers and sisters in Christ. How are you doing all?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Hey, are you what's the word? Islamic?
No, I'm Christian. I'm a worshiper of God and also evangelist working over here in Pakistan.
Okay, so you worship, you said you're a Christian, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so explain what your belief is without telling us that our belief is wrong. If you don't know our belief, then explain your belief and then we'll go through the Bible together, right?
Okay, yeah, sure. I believe in Holy Father, Holy Son, and Holy Spirit, like Trinity. I believe on Trinity and I believe upon all the Holy Bible.
Okay. Do you believe that everyone can be saved according to the Bible?
Everyone who is accepting Jesus Christ as their Savior, he can be saved and come to the Holy Kingdom. If he believe that Jesus Christ crucified for him and he received Jesus Christ as their Savior.
Okay, gotcha. All right, hey, Manu, hey, thank you for joining us on stage, sir. Give us a second. We'll come to you right after we're done talking to Joseph, all right? All right.
Sure.
Joseph, I'm going to show you something in the Bible, all right? Give me Acts chapter 5, reader.
Yes, sir, I got you, John.
Joseph, if you can, mute your mic. You got a lot of background noise that you have there. And then as soon as we're done, then I'm going to have you, then you can unmute. Go ahead, read it. Read that.
This is the book of Acts chapter 5 and verse 30. The God of our fathers raised up Jesus.
Stop. Joseph, why does he say the God of our fathers? Do you know?
So can you please repeat it again? Actually, here's a little bit signal issue, so that's why I can't listen you properly.
Okay, so can you hear me better now?
A little bit.
Okay, so the question is, why does he say in this verse, the God of our fathers?
I think in this verse, they are talking about our fathers, forefathers, like their own parents, grandparents.
That's correct. Their own parents. Absolutely, that's 100% right. Do you know who's talking right now in this verse?
Sorry?
Do you know who is speaking in Acts chapter 5? Joseph, don't go. All right, read it. Read. Start at 29.
Yes, sir. Acts chapter 5 and verse 29. Then Peter and the other apostles answered and said, we ought to obey God rather than men.
Joseph, are you still with us? Joseph, you still with us?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
Brother, network issue, so that's why I can't listen you properly.
Alright, so we're gonna read it anyway. Say something. Read Acts 5 and 29 again.
Yes, sir. Acts chapter 5 and verse 29. Then Peter and the other apostles answered and said, we ought to obey God rather than men.
Peter is speaking right here. Okay, Peter, in case anybody's lost, is an Israelite. Read verse 30.
The God of our fathers.
He says, another Israelite man says the God of our fathers, because his audience is the Israelites. Read.
Raised up Jesus, whom he slew and hanged on a tree.
And the Pharisees, the elders, the scribes, conspired to have him put to death. Read.
Him has God exalted with his right hand to be a prince and a savior, for to give repentance to Israel.
Repentance is only for the Israelites. Joseph, did you hear that?
Yeah, brother, I'm hearing.
Okay. Repentance is only for the Israelites, not everybody in the whole world. Dan, man, what's going on with you, sir? Yeah, it's only for the Israelites. Shalom. Sign grace.
Keep it real, energy off. Second death strong. Oh.
There's a little bit more on that, sir.
Good.
And forgiveness of sins.
Repentance and forgiveness of sins is only for the Israelites. Hey, I'm gonna move through Emmanuel until Joseph get his mic right. Emmanuel, can you unmute your mic for us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Hey, what's your belief without saying that we are wrong?
Okay. I believe in African spirituality. And I believe that our ancestors connect us to our God, our African God. Not everybody African God. So that's what I believe.
Okay. Are you, where are you from?
I'm from Tanzania.
Okay. What's the tribe?
What tribe?
Yes.
Bantu.
Bantu. Okay. So, and you said you believe in African spirituality. What? So what is the role of the forefathers in African spirituality? Explain that a little bit.
The role of our forefathers, because they come ahead of us and they the source of ourselves. So whenever they leave the African land, they go to meet their creator. So when we talk to them, they know us better, so they can represent us very well.
They present you. What does that mean? And I'm not being condescending. I haven't heard about African spirituality.
When we go to visit the place of our ancestors, we don't worship them. We just tell them our problems, and when we go there, we celebrate them, and they listen to us. And when they listen to us, they can communicate to our Creator and be aligned with the nature and give us our wishes.
Okay. So, was it the wish for the people in Africa to become colonized?
Well, because, we are...
I'm sure, and I'm going to preface it real quick. I'm just going to say, I'm sure nobody in Africa said, please come and take my diamonds and gold. Nobody prayed for that. I'm almost 100% confident to say that. Go ahead.
Well, because our ancestors sometimes maybe they lost the connection to their God, and the invader comes in and destroys them because they lost our connection because we welcome foreigners, and that was the break of our taboos. We should never let them in, but because they come to us, they lie to us, and we left our ways. That's how we get invaded, and we've been taken advantage of.
So, in those prayers, did the ancestors at some point never tell y'all, don't let these people in, they're stealing too much, they're taking too much? In none of the centuries that you guys have been observing this, they've never told y'all to stop letting them come in?
Well, they did, but sometimes sometimes people, they take what they have for granted, and they stop going their own ways because they think they don't need their ancestor, and that's what happened. And so now we are coming back. We need to reorganize again to connect ourselves to our ancestor and our creator, and we will have our own back.
Hey, so how come y'all kept praying even after you said your forefathers lost the connection to the creator? How come y'all still kept praying to those ancestors?
No, I say our forefather, they were lied to, and because of their life.
Yeah, you said that about not letting the white man come in. But I'm talking about earlier. You said that some of the ancestors lost the connection to the creator, but y'all kept praying to them.
Yes, they lost because they did, they were so long and everything were going well. So when they see the foreigners come in and lie to them that to let go their tradition and their way of playing, and that's what happened because after they let them, they lost their power. That's what happened. So the foreigners bring their own gods and lie to our people to start worship the foreigners' God. And that's what happened when you worship other foreigner God. Your God your creator stay aside and let you fight it on your own.
I see. But that doesn't make sense to me, man. Like, why would you keep doing something you see don't work? That's not adding up. I'm not computing that. Hold on, Joseph. You know, I'm gonna get to you next. I see you got your mic working. But yeah, that doesn't make sense to me, Emmanuel. I don't get why you would keep doing something you see has not worked out. What about all of those years where you got people like Bill Gates doing the experiments on the African children? You know, people coming in there taking all of the wealth of Africa. Why keep doing something that only made the condition worse? Can you talk about it?
Because we still have people in Africa who still worship foreigner gods. That's what happened, and it's beautiful to take advantage of that. But once we clear out all these African who worship foreigners God, African will unite and we will come back to the connection, and those people will get out.
Gotcha. Now I got one more question for you. Where did the Bantu originate from?
The Bantu originally from our land. We are our creator. You all know, African creator. We are original of the whole world. Actually, the whole world belongs to us. We are the first creature on earth, and we went everywhere. And but because of other people who came later, they were jealous of us, and they start fighting us and lying to our people to start worshiping their gods. Because you always know the conqueror is the one who writes history. So now people are starting waking up because they start connecting to their creator, and they bring in Africa, spring everywhere. We will come back and we will get to our place.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you something. Have you ever read the Bible before?
Why would I read the Bible? Yes, I read the Bible. I read the Bible, and I understand.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I know you don't believe. You said you don't believe, but I'm just asking. Have you looked at it before?
Yes, I read the Bible. Even now, I still read the Bible because you have to know what the liar use.
to get your people. So you have to read the Bible, you have to read the Quran, so you can understand where they come from. So if you read the Bible,
So Emmanuel, you don't believe in the Bible?
no, I don't.
Yeah, he said he believes in African spirituality.
Huh?
Oh, so what do you use? What do you use to communicate your creator to someone else? Like, what do I read to understand who this creator is that you believe in?
Our African spirituality, you don't have to read anything. You just have the nature come to you and they connect to you to your ancestor. We do our libation. Yes.
Okay, so you just gotta go off of whatever somebody tell you.
Not what everybody tells you. You do your research. You have to connect to your root.
Okay, that's what I was asking. What do we research? That's why I asked about a book. What do I read? Do I read an article? Do I read a book? How do I understand that you're talking about?
Just go on Google and search African spirituality. You will see.
So I gotta ask Google.
You don't have to ask Google. I'm telling you because you can see. Because now we put everything on Google. Because we want to connect you to our people and we want to educate our own people. You know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mo. I was curious.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to show you something out of the book. I'm also going to show you something that the enemy knows about the Bantu people. All right, we're going to start with the Bible first, and then I'm going to show you. Because I want you to understand something, that the Bantu are not African, right? In the sense of a nationality. The Bantu are Israelites in the scriptures. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you why I can make that clear. Go to Luke chapter 21. Reader, you know what I want. 20, is it 20, chapter 20? 21 and 24?
Yes, sir, I got you.
Start at 20.
This is the book of Luke, chapter 21 and verse 20. And when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then
all right,
know
so
that
I'm going to give you the history, Emmanuel. So in the history, this is Christ prophesying about the year 70 AD. 70 years after his death, he prophesied that when you see armies surrounding the city, the destruction of Jerusalem was imminent. Read.
verse 21. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains.
So he's instructing those Jews, those Israelites that were in the city to get out. Read.
And let them which are in the midst of it depart out.
And let those, read it again.
And let them which are in the midst of it depart out.
Right. Get out the city. Read.
And let them which are in the countries enter therein.
Read it again, read it. Don't mail it. Read it again.
Yes, sir. Verse 21. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains.
Okay, so when they told them to get out, where did they go? They went into Africa. Okay, read.
And let them which are in the midst of it depart out.
And get out the city. Read.
And let not them which are in the countries enter thereinto.
There you go. So if you were already out of the city, it's saying, do not come here. Don't come back. Read.
For these be the days of vengeance.
These be the days of vengeance. Okay? Read.
That all things which are written may be fulfilled.
So we would have to see the destruction of our city. Okay? So this is what happens in history. We see that fulfilled in 70 AD. So from that time, we see, because do you understand what color or what nationality the Jews are? Do you know that, Imanu?
Jewish, they just Europeans.
What did they look like?
Whatever they look like, but they are not the Jew. Actually, the Jewish, they're European. They just kick it out of European and they created another state for themselves.
Manu, I'm gonna tell you that is not correct. Okay, that is not accurate at all. What color were the Egyptians, Imanu?
Egyptian is black.
Okay, so good. Read Matthew 2. Read it. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something about the Jews. All right, Matthew chapter 2. So, was Christ the Jew, Imanu?
Come again?
Was Christ a Jew?
Christ, first of all, let me tell you something. I don't believe anything written in the Bible. That is the 100%.
I'm not going over the Bible in a sense of religion. I'm talking to you about history. And that's the part that I want you to see. You seem like an intelligent man, so surely you will understand history. It's not if we're not talking about religion, okay? That's what I want you to understand first and foremost. You with me so far?
Now you gotta tell me who knows the history.
Okay, I'm about to, so you gotta deal with me. Be patient. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you what I'm about to show you is how we know the claims that our people have been taught are inaccurate. Watch this. I'm gonna show you. Read Matthew 2:13.
Matthew chapter 2 verse 13. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise and take the young child and his mother.
So he says the angel comes to Joseph. Joseph is Christ's father, okay? And he tells Joseph take Mary and take the child and do what? Read.
And flee into Egypt.
Why? Do you know why this is saying this? Well, I'm going to tell you. He's telling them to go into Egypt because when you read the verses above, Herod, which was the king of Judea at the time, was attempting to kill Christ. So the angel told them, go into Egypt so that you can hide. Now, if Christ was a European man in appearance, how would he have been able to hide in Egypt, Imanu? You have the floor to speak.
Able to hide in Egypt?
Yeah, if he was European, how could he hide in Egypt when everyone else was black?
Because that's why I'm telling you the Bible is not accurate history. If you want to read the history, you have to do extra research. How come the Bible describes Pharaoh as a bad person? But Pharaoh is the one who hosted the Israelites and he promoted them to become the minister or whatever. And those Israelites, they sold Joseph. And they sold Joseph. They look like they're good people when they sell their own brother.
Well,
so
that's a different history. That's a different history. But talk to me about if Christ looked like a white man, how could he have hidden himself in Egypt around other black people?
So that's why I'm telling you, the Bible history is not accurate. You gotta remember, before this Bible was written, Africa was connected to Europe. It wasn't Europe. Europe was created. It's not the original Europe. So the African.
We understand that the Suez Canal was created. We know that, and that's what split and created what we know today as the Middle East. We understand that. I agree.
So the king of Africa, we are ruling the old part of Europe, like Spain, all the stuff. We are part of Africa, with the part of African kings. So to say that Jesus ran to Egypt, it makes no sense because there was no such thing as Egypt.
There wasn't. Sure. Hey, unmute your mic. You sure about that? Imanu. You sure about that?
Do you believe what Israel when Joseph landed to the Egypt?
Right. So remember, you're talking about a different history when his brothers were sold. That's not the same Joseph that we're reading about right here.
Okay. No,
it's a different Joseph.
Yes, but my point is to show you how the Bible the Bible history you cannot use as history because it was written after the African king were conquered. So the people who conquered the African kings, they have to write the story that fit them, fit their purpose of conquering Africa.
Well, you can, Emmanuel, that's not true because we're reading it. Let's do this. Let's slow it down even further. Get the description of Christ, please. Get the description of Christ, because you're saying that this is stuff that was taught by the people that conquered us. The Bible was written by people that conquered us, but that's what I'm showing you is that the teachings that they took with this book is what you are teaching, is what you are speaking about. Okay? And I'm gonna prove that to you. I'm gonna prove that to you first and foremost by what Christ looks like alone. Read that.
Revelation chapter 1 and verse 1. The revelation of Jesus. Yes, sir. Revelation chapter 1 and verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool.
The hair on his head and the hair of his beard were white in color and woolly in texture. What does woolly hair look like, Iman?
Look like cotton. Have you seen cotton when it's ready to harvest?
Sure, but what does it look like on a person?
Huh?
What does it look like on a person? So if I had to point at somebody and said they have woolly hair, who would that be?
Yes, it's Afro gray hair.
Okay, it's Afro hair. That is correct. So far, the Bible says Christ has Afro hair. The image that you have of Christ, does that have Afro hair?
No. So that's why.
Okay, so let's keep going. Bear with me. Let's keep going. Read on.
As white as snow. And his eyes were as a flame of fire.
The whites of his eyes were red because he drank wine. Read on.
And his feet like unto fine brass.
What color is fine brass, Imanu?
Sorry?
What color is brass?
Brass?
Yes.
It's like a brownish or whatever?
Correct. So it said Christ's feet looks brown. The image that you understand of Jesus Christ, does it look brown to you?
No. So that's why
Last part. Finish it up.
As if they burned in a furnace.
As if they burned in a furnace. If I burn anything, it comes out as the color black. Okay? Read the rest of the verse.
And his voice as the sound of many waters.
And his voice, he had a strong voice, a strong, loud voice. Every portrayal you have seen of what you think is Jesus is some soft, effeminate looking white man. The Bible describes Christ as a black man with an afro, a beard, and a loud voice. Now, Imanu, the image that you know to be Jesus Christ, does that match the description of the Bible? Yes or no?
No. So that's why I can't.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now, listen, let me give you a question. So, the people who lied about the image of Jesus are the one who handle your Bible. Now, so if those people handle your Bible and the one who lied to you, do you think everything in the Bible is true?
Well, sir, this is what you got to realize. We just went into the Bible and showed you how they lied. That same book that you said that they created, we just showed you in that same book how they lied to you already.
So now you believe that the Bible is full of lies?
No, that's not what I said. I said listen, you gotta listen. You I don't want you to take this as an argument. I want you to take this as we're reasoning, okay? We're dealing with logic here. Don't get emotional.
Yes.
So remember, I asked you, the image that you have of Jesus Christ looks like what?
It looks like a Caucasian.
Okay, but what did we just read out of the Bible?
The description fits the black man.
Okay, So is the Bible lying or the people that taught the Bible lying?
Both.
How's it both?
Because these people who give you the Bible, they have to change something to fit their reason of doing what they did.
Exactly. So does that make the Bible wrong or does that make the people wrong?
So tell me.
Because think about it. Emmanuel, before you change topics, I want you to think about it. If I have to change the Bible to make it fit my narrative, does that make the Bible wrong or does that make the people wrong that's teaching it?
But if you change it,
Amanu, stay with me. Does that make the Bible wrong or the people wrong?
I say the both are wrong.
It's not. We just read what Christ looks like out of the Bible. Christ looks like a black man. Okay? Christ looks like a black man, but that's not what you've been taught. You've been taught he looks European. That's not accurate according to the Bible. The Bible stands true. Because now I'm gonna show you something else. Go back to Matthew now, because this is the point I want you to see. This is why we gotta start understanding these people have taken the book and have twisted it and perverted it to fit their narrative. That is the doctrine of the Caucasian man is to change things to benefit them. You understand? That's why they said they need to go into all of these countries and all of these different things, because they need to establish democracy, and these countries are going to be worse without democracy. Translation, they lied. All they wanted to do is steal your resources out of Africa. But read Matthew 2 and 13.
Matthew chapter 2 and verse 13. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt.
Okay, so Emmanuel, we just read out of the Bible that Christ looks like what color?
It's black.
So you earlier you said the Egyptians were black, correct?
Egyptian, yes, was black.
Okay. So how could, if Christ was European like you're thinking, how could he have hidden himself in Egypt?
First of all, you have to know that this color, the color thing was created. Because if you go to Africa, you can see the Ethiopian who look like Caucasian. You can go, you can, you know, and you can see we have, in black people have albinos. Albino look like just, albino look like just Caucasian. So this color was always created. So it's nothing. That's why you can depend on the Bible to tell you the history, because the Bible has.
What do you and see? This is where you fall off the wagon, Imanu. What do you mean we can't depend on the Bible? You just acknowledged the Egyptians were black. The Bible acknowledged Christ was black. That's how he could hide.
Hey, we gotta have Imanu show us, because you keep saying that they changed the Bible. So you gotta show us what did they change in the Bible. Can you do that?
So you cannot trace what is true in the Bible and what is lie in the Bible, because the Bible is already corrupted.
Well, again, Manu. Well, you're saying let's get to the problem then. You're saying that we can't trust the Bible because they changed, altered things in the Bible. That's what you're saying. So let's address what they altered. Can you tell us what did they change in the Bible? Because Mo just showed you that they taught us that Jesus was a white man. That's what you believe, right? But we're showing you that the Bible says otherwise. So meaning they didn't change anything that was written in the Bible. They just taught us lies. That's how we knew it was lies, because we went into the Bible and we saw that it said something else. So they didn't change the Bible. So if you're saying they changed the Bible, can you show us what exactly did they change in the Bible to make the Bible a lie?
But do you know the Bible is correct? It's a collection of books.
Yes, we know that. We just want to know what did they change? If you can tell us.
Where they collected these books?
taken from the people that the Bible was written to, which were the children of Israel. When the children of Israel were enslaved, the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, through process of history, which we went through the transatlantic slave trade. We were subject to Arabs and the sub-Saharan slave trade. We also, our Northern Kingdom brothers, so-called natives, they were put on cargo slave ships as well during the quest of the conquistadors. So during those time periods, they got a hold of our records, because like you said, the Bible is a collection of records or books. They got a hold of those books, and then they enslaved the people and taught the people incorrectly once they erased their mind from that actual collection of books or historical evidence.
Do you know?
So again, can you show us? Well, now you're asking me questions. I just wanted to touch bases on the point, because you keep saying, well, we can't trust in the Bible, because I'm trying to get to that point. What in the Bible can't we trust because they changed? So we can address that.
The whole story of Jesus' crucifixion is made up stories. So, if it's made up stories, even his description is just made up stories.
So how do you know that Jesus' crucifixion was made up? What did you base that? Where did that theory come from? What did you base it on?
Where? Because I did my research and I found out the person who thought was Jesus actually he ran away. And
all right, let me see. Can I look at the research? Like, where do you research this? Because I would like to look it up. Where did you go?
I have to look my diary to see where I read that. So, but now that's what I can read. I can look my diary right now.
Oh, you don't have your diary?
Yeah, no,
you wrote it down in your diary.
Yes. So.
And you don't have it right now.
No, I don't have it right now. The diary is secret, like a key.
Oh, okay. All right. So that means we can't just throw statements out there like that. If we don't have no factual evidence based off those statements, because then how do we know it to be true? What you're saying? Hey, give me that in 1 Thessalonians 5. Prove all things. Read that real quick. We got to make sure, because everything that we say on the stage, because we up here to teach. So when we do teach, when we're teaching, we would like to show people the statements that we're making. We're going to give them historical and biblical proof based off of the statements that we're making. So that way, we're not just up here saying a whole bunch of vain things, right? Read that for me.
1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 21. Prove all things. Hold fast that which is good.
So God says that when we make blanket statements like that, well, Jesus' crucifixion is not real. We can't take the Bible for factual history, and yet you don't have no resources. You don't have no historical evidence. You don't have no links, no nothing. To understand your God, we got to ask Google. When we make things up like that, we can't base that off of substance. It has no substance. You understand? There's not multiple references that we can base what you're saying and say, well, okay, you know what Imani is saying is true based off of these references. You understand what I'm saying?
So the problem with you guys, you only use the Bible as a source of the information.
That's not true. That's a false statement. You made another false claim, because we've used much more than just the Bible. The Bible is the foundation. We also link the Bible with historical fact. We did that up here multiple times.
Hey, Dan the man, if I may, sir, if I may. So I told the brother that I was going to show him the history, and then I was going to show him what those white folks discovered about the Bantu people. So we have books. For example, Fresh, give me, you see that in the group, Fresh?
Yes, sir. I see it.
Read, A word shorter. All right. So the name of this book is East African Societies. Go to the page, read the highlighted part. It says, propose 3 pure races: the Hamite, the Bushman, and the Negro. Okay, so watch this. It's talking about the Hamite, the Bushman, and the Negro. Go to the next part. Of Negro and Hamite, in which Negro predominated. No. Read it from the start of the sentence. Oh, my bad. The mixture of Negro and Hamite, in which Negro predominated, produced the Bantu. Wait. What did the Negro produce? The Bantu. So the Bantu are not, they are not African. They are not Hamitic. They are Semitic people. Read. And the mixture of Negro and Hamite, in which the Hamite predominated, produced the Nilo. Right. So when you have a male Negro and a female Nilote or Hamite, you have the production of the Bantu, aka the Israelites. Reader, you got this down there? Yes, sir. Pull up the definition of Ham. I'm gonna show you, Imanu, you are no different than us over here in the States. Watch this, read this. This is the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. So this is not the Bible. This is what the scholars say about the people that descend from the lineage of Ham. Read. Page 213, the definition of Ham. The youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor, aka the father of, read, not the Negroes. He became the father of the dark races, but not the Negroes. Go back to the book. It says the mixture of Negro and Hamite, in which the father or the Negro and the mother, or aka the Hamite, in which the Negro dominated, produced what? The Bantu. So, my brother, you are no different than the Negro here in America. And that is according to the scholars. That is not just the Bible as the source, okay? We looked into the Bible confirmed it. We found the scholars that then had the what do you call it? As the secondary source. You understand that, Imanu? Unmute your mic, bro. You got the floor now. I'm starting to notice a pattern. Whenever we hit them with truth, it takes them a while to
right. Go ahead. Because their sources, they pulled that definition from, they got it from the Bible. That's why it's a Bible dictionary. It's a secondary source. But yeah, Mono, I don't know.
Yes, now, I want you to give one book that written by scholars. One of the books is called Introduction to African Civilization.
Did you write that in your diary?
Yeah?
You wrote that in your diary?
No, I did. I just remember. It just came into my mind.
What's the name of it in the chat for us, please?
The book says Introduction to African Civilizations by John G. Jackson.
Okay, what does it say?
Now, it says, let me quote one of the quote he wrote.
So wait, is it in your mind? You said it's in your mind. Do you have the book in front of you?
I have the note that I wrote in my wallet. I just found it.
Hell no, but no. All right, reach it up. What is that?
Okay. It said,
so this is not out of the book.
Eh?
So this is not out of the book.
Not out of the book. Okay. It said,
not out of the book, y'all.
All right.
Hey, this is the page you ripped out the diary.
I tried to give you the introduction of this book.
Okay, go ahead.
You can read it on your own. So this book tells how the African people had the civilization, had this civilization before they contacted with the Europeans. But because of the Europeans, when they come in here, they want to label the African people as savage. So they can justify what they did to Africans. And that's why Karma tell you that the Africans lost their connection to their God because they were lied to or they were forced to abandon their own spirituality. So the point here I want to tell you is that the Bible is not a good source of history. If you want to learn about history, you have to read the other sources of history. But the Bible may have some little bit matches. But if you read most of the Bible history, it doesn't match with the archaeology discoveries.
You wrote all that in the note and put that note in your wallet? How big is your wallet? Hey, you got a big wallet, bro. You better not be walking around with no purse, man. I'm trying to help you out, bro. You better not have no purse on you, bro. But anyway, hey, that's what we just read. We just read the sources that were not the Bible that showed you your people. And that's what I was trying to get you to understand, through me telling you all of that, is that your people are not Hamitic people. Your people are Israelites. And what I'm going to show you, Leviticus 26 and 40.
Hey, before we get that, I got one. I'm gonna change my PTR. We got another one for you. Now you can bring that out while I change my PTR.
All right, give me that Leviticus 26. Hey, this brother, Emmanuel, you better not have a purse, man. I'm gonna yell at you if you got a purse. A pocketbook. You better not have no pocketbook. Hey, read Leviticus 26 and 40.
Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 40.
So here's Emmanuel. I know he's joking for a little bit, but here's the reality of it, right? Spirituality has not helped our people in terms of leaning on our ancestors and having them send up the messages to the Creator, and that stuff hasn't helped us. It hasn't helped us during colonization. It for sure did not help us during COVID. It hasn't helped us during SARS. It did not help us during swine flu. It did not help us during what's the other one? Avian flu. It didn't help us during any of these things. Okay. In fact, we've only seen the condition of our people deteriorate. And in fact, when you look into some of the countries within Africa, the Ashanti, the Bantu, the Igbo, what's the other one, Dana, man? What's the other one?
Nilote?
No, not Nilo. It's Igbo. Yoruba, that's the other one. Yoruba, Ashanti, Bantu, all of those tribes, because I've spoken to the men. I've spoken to several men of status from these places. They are facing as much, if not more, discrimination in Africa. They're treated as second class in some cases. Okay? Read this.
Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 40.
Uh-huh.
If they shall confess their iniquity.
So the first thing we have to acknowledge is that we've done wrong. Read on.
And the iniquity of their fathers.
And we have done, and our fathers have done wrong as well. So we can't lean on our fathers who are dead, okay, and expect them to be to be an intercessor for us to the Creator. That's a fallacy, because our forefathers were doing wrong in the first place. Okay, read.
With their trespass, which they trespassed against me.
So that's it. We have to acknowledge that we've done wrong. Our fathers have done wrong, and that's why we're in the conditions we're in. Our forefathers can't do the wrong thing, and then we pray to them that they can help us figure out what's right. That's a logical, what they call that? A logical fallacy. It does not add up. All right, y'all got the floor. I'm muted.
Hey, reader, you can see my PTR? stone, or the genesis of the Bantu.
Yes.
Read that page.
This is the land of the heart of living stone. It is allowed that groups of Israelitish peoples have, from time to time, journeyed into the upper Nile country. The contention has been.
So we read that the journeying of the Israelites. We can read that in Isaiah chapter 11. You can read that in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 26. God said multiple times that He was going to scatter His people, or the removal of the Israelites from Israel. You understand? And those were some of the regions that the people were scattered to. That's what Mo was basically going over with the exile of the Israelites out of Jerusalem and them going into the mountains or Egypt, right? Running from Roman persecution when Rome sacked Jerusalem. Read on.
The contention has been made that the extraneous element of the Bantu was derived from the tribes of Israel, which were first.
Whoa. Read that again.
The contention has been made that the extraneous element of the Bantu was derived from the tribes of Israel.
So there's an argument against the historian saying that some of these the Bantu tribes in Africa, they derived from the children of Israel. Those were the Israelites that ventured through those regions when they were exiled from Jerusalem. Read on.
Which were first carried away to Babylon, as related in the scriptures, and who afterward, in a whole or in a part, migrated through Egypt into Equatorial Africa.
That's what we read in Matthew 3. Go ahead.
And through mingling with native tribes, upon whom they imposed much of their own religion and customs, gave rise to the people now known as Bantu.
There you go. So the Israelites mingled with Africans, and they were pushed in those regions like Egypt, like Niger, you understand? And they became native to those lands, to those regions. They lost their heritage, and they became natives to those lands. Go to Isaiah chapter 11.
Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 11. And it shall
be verse 10.
Verse 10. And in that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall to the Gentiles sing, and his rest shall be glorious. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, and from Egypt, and from Pathros, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea.
You see, so these regions was known as the heathens or the Gentiles, the nation of the Gentiles. That's where God says his remnant shall be amongst the Gentiles. You understand? And what some of those regions we call Egypt, Cush, those were Hamitic people that Israel was amongst. So you might be calling yourself an African, which that name, that title itself is a European oppressor's name overall once you do the research. But that goes back to a European conqueror. Those people are Israelites. Bantus are Israelites. According to the Bible and historians. So that's why we question, Imani, what your research, I don't know where you got it from. Because everything that we read historically says otherwise.
First of all, Egypt, when Jesus went to Egypt, the Egyptians were never worshiping God that you worship right now. They worship the God sun, God moon, You know, they never refer to human being. So this...
Yeah, well, that don't have nothing to do with anything, man. We knew that the Egyptians had many gods.
Yeah,
that has nothing to do with the fact that the Israelites were scattered in that region and became just like the people.
So how can you use it? It's like that word is not even from Africa. That Israelite is a word made in Europeans.
Nah, that word is actually more African than anything else. It's more African than African. Where does the word Africa come from? What's the origin of Africa?
Yes, Africa used never to be called African. That's what's made by Europeans.
No. What, the word Africa?
Yes, it's not African.
All right then. So Israelite is more black than calling yourself an African. Calling yourself an Israelite is saying that you're more black than calling yourself an African. Because the Israelites was a dark race of people. The African comes from Leo Scipio Africanus, which was a European conqueror. Right?
Where do you get that?
Go look it up. Go read a book.
Okay.
It's historically accurate. He conquered Hannibal and named the region after himself. Alright. Mo, you still on?
Yeah.
If Imani, you got any more questions?
Yeah, Imani, what you got for us, bro?
If not, we'll move on.
Okay.
I'm going to announce that first, bro.
I want to recommend one book that you can read and understand why the Bible is right. One is it called God Anatomy.
Did you write a note on that too in your wallet?
Didn't he say he wanted to read another book so he can understand why the Bible is right? That's what you said?
You know, why the Bible is full of lies. It's called
come on, man. Come on, man. We're not believing your notes that you pulled out your purse to try to convince us after we done brought all this history that you can't find anything in the Bible that's false. We're not gonna believe it. It's not gonna work, in my.
Yeah, the writings of Imanu are not solidified as historical facts, so we can't go on that, bro.
Yeah,
we gotta go on something else.
It's not canon.
Hey, Imanu, stay on stage if you got some more questions, man. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
All right, that's it, man. That's it. I have to read my books before I come here again.
Yeah. Hey, next time come with your sources, man. This is not the room you think it is, my brother. This is not we do not subscribe to Christianity as everybody knows it. All right, so if you coming in here, you gotta come with facts. Ambush, what's up, bro?
I'm good, boss.
Where you from, Ambush?
I'm from Nigeria.
Okay. What tribe? Are you Igbo?
I'm Yoruba.
Yoruba. Okay. So explain your belief without telling us that ours is wrong.
I believe that knowledge is unlimited, and when you believe you've known it all, then you're most wrong with yourself. I'm kind of driving, but so I have to be cautious since I'm talking on here. So first of all, I'm just here basically to learn. Although I have perspectives, but I know not all of my perspectives are right because I'm still young dude trying to learn and move forward. So basically, I'm just here to learn. And what Ima was talking about the other time about the African religions and everything, it's something that we as the people here in Africa, we basically don't know a lot. We are so ignorant about a lot happening, about how we went into slavery, about outcomes, what it has done. So basically, while the colonial masters left, they were able to chain our minds and make sure that we still don't escape the cycle of the chains we wear while we're bounded in our hands. So, and hence why I believe a lot of Africans will rather just believe what they're being told or what their environment, we a product of our environment. So him is is in Tanzania, and he has their cultural things that were being told to him while growing up. So, and he would stick to believe to those things rather than questioning them and trying to get more information from them. So, for now, I don't think I have a question or something I believe that I would want to talk about. Well, I would want to learn more. You guys talked about the origins of the Israelites. I've had the opportunity to hear some mind-boggling things, like the description of Jesus Christ and things like that. Those things are things I've seen, I've heard based on my own personal research, although I've not had the opportunity to read any physical book concerning them, but I've watched or heard like the way I'm hearing now. I've seen a I've watched a video of a very top king in Africa. He's the king of Ife, and he talked about the same, the Igbo race, the Yoruba race coming, being the real Israelites and stuff like that. And now something happening recently is that there are some sets of Nigerians or there are some sets of Africans that believe that whatever the nation Israel presently is doing to the rest of the world is justified because biblically it is being told that they will be the one to conquer the world and what have you. And you won't see some African pastors coming out to pray for these things, like, or this nation rather. So I just want to open my mind and learn. I don't know if I've talked a lot. I don't know, but basically I just want to learn the process. Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Ambush, I appreciate your humility. I appreciate your. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, boss.
Okay. I appreciate your humility. I appreciate the fact that you say you're here to learn a bit. So when you heard the description of Christ, did you hear it when we read it earlier?
No, I'm literally at work now, so something happened. I didn't get that part. And I even typed it on the comment section, but I don't think anyone responded.
Okay, so when you read Revelations chapter 1, verse 14, read it for him, read it.
Mm-hmm.
Revelations chapter 1 and verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow.
So,
and
what does woolly hair look like on the...
Woolly hair, maybe should I guess like wool should be like an afro, like wool.
That's correct. Woolly hair is afro-textured hair, okay? So it says that Christ had afro hair, and it was white, okay? Now, the image that you have been taught is Jesus Christ. Does it have woolly hair?
No.
Okay. So we have been taught lies according to the Bible. You understand? We have been taught lies by the colonizer and by the oppressor. They've taken the Bible and have twisted and perverted the teachings. You understand that?
I understand that.
Okay, good. I'm gonna show you something else too about Yoruba. Go, reader, look in the group.
Okay.
Go to. I'm gonna show you what the name Yoruba means. Do you know what it means, or do you know where it comes from?
No, I have little or no idea.
Okay. I appreciate your humility. And just so you know, so the rest of y'all listening, everybody that come up on this stage don't get yelled at or talked about wildly or we start, doing whatever. It's when you come up here and you profess that you don't know what you're talking about, but you still continue to argue. That's where y'all see the smoke. All right, but if you coming up here humble, man, we gonna just have a regular conversation, just like me and Ambush. Ambush is all right. Ambush, you cool with me, bro? Hey, read that it's page 593, reader, on the bottom of the page. It's a footnote. So the book here is the Lost Tribes of Israel. All right, read that footnote for me, reader. Page 593 at the bottom.
It says, in line...
It should be footnote number 20.
Oh, yes, sir. It says, in line with the Israelite figures of Ajaka, or Isaac, or Rana, or Jacob, or Alasub, Joash. The Yoruba name seems to derive from Jeroboam. May the people be great.
Do you know who Jeroboam is?
No, I don't.
Okay. Jeroboam, when you read the Bible, all right, he was, after the kingdom of Israel split into two nations, Jeroboam became the leader of what we have come to know as the northern kingdom of Israel. Okay? That's who Jeroboam is. Okay. So when you read about the Israelites being dispersed and going into different regions, one such name that came as a result is Yoruba or Jeroboam. Okay, read.
The name of the founder of the northern kingdom of Israel.
There you go. So he was the first king of the northern kingdom after the split of the Israelites. All right. So the Yoruba are Israelites. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. So you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm curious about the present nation we all know as the Israel, or the Israelites now that we know now present world. What is it behind, like what is it behind those people? Are they also biblical, like are they also biblical Israelites, or is it some kind of conspiration?
They are imposters. Read Revelation 2 and 9.
Revelation chapter 2 and verse 9. I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich.
So the Bible says the real Israelites would be impoverished. Okay? The people over there today are not impoverished. In fact, they get billions of American tax dollars every single year. America finds a way to be in debt every year, but they also find a way to give the place over there billions of dollars. Read.
And I know the blasphemy.
Ambush, what does blasphemy mean?
Like speaking against God, to my understanding.
Yes, it's a lie against God. Read it again.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews.
Who calls themselves Jews, Ambush?
Sorry, what does the word refurbished say? You said something about them being refurbished. What does it mean, please?
I said what?
You said the first before the blasphemy.
They're impoverished. It means poor. It means poor. Okay, poor.
Okay.
So the real Israelites would be poor. You understand? Okay. That's what it's talking about. The people over there today are not poor. They get billions of dollars every year. They are not poor people at all. They get, even in America, they get completely free health care. They have their own hospitals and they don't have to pay anything. But we have to pay co-pays. We have to pay for insurance. They don't have that problem. They don't worry about that. America gives them loans so they can build houses. They don't got to pay back those loans, right? They get loans, they get grants from the government, they get all type of money every year. We don't get that, okay? Keep reading the verse.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
Who are they?
The synagogue of Satan.
Ambush. What did it just call the people that are pretending to be Jews?
Synagogue of Satan. I don't think I got that right.
Yes, they are the church of Satan. Okay? They are not the real Jews. They are imposters. Okay?
So you said the real Israelites are biblically they are to be impoverished, which means they will be poor. But on the contrary, I think there's what is being called like a God will, like whereby God wants his people to be wealthy. So why are these two contradicting each other? If God wants his people to be wealthy, and this description is saying that one of the things that you would see from the real Israelites is that they are impoverished. So I want to get why that too is like, why is it like that? I want to
give me
realize it.
Reader. Luke 21 and verse 23.
Luke chapter 21 and verse 22. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled.
So the part that I want you to understand is that last part, is that all things must be fulfilled. Okay? The Bible says, you read Deuteronomy the 28th chapter, that the Israelites would be cursed for disobedience to God. One of those curses, let's read it. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 48.
Deuteronomy
Actually 43.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high.
So it says the strangers that are amongst us would get up very high. They would get up high economically, socially, financially, politically, in all aspects. They would supersede us. Okay, read.
And thou shalt come down very low.
And we would become very low. So they would be above us, and we would be below them. Read.
He shall lend to thee.
He shall do what?
He shall lend to thee.
So he shall give us financial backing when we need things. We have to go to him to request that those finances. If you need a loan for a house, if you need a loan to purchase a car, as a matter of fact, if you need to go through them to get permission to even build those things in the first place. Even if you own the land, you need permission from them to build things, and that's getting, whether it be a permit or you having to get approval for certain things. You understand? That's what it's talking about. You know.
And thou shalt not lend to him.
And we would not lend to him because we would not have the financial means to give them any type of funding. If we don't own banks, who owns all of the banks in Africa?
The ones at the top.
Okay, who are they?
Honestly, I don't think I know. I know the World Banks, but I don't know much about this aspect, the actual aspect.
Okay, so I'll tell you. All of the World Banks or the country banks or the Federal Reserves, they are all owned by the so-called Jewish people. They are owned by the people that are pretending to be God's chosen. Okay? Every last one of them. All right? Verse 48.
Verse 48. Therefore, shalt thou serve thine enemies, which
so
the
the
Lord...
Bible says we would have to serve our enemies. The enemies were the same strangers that we just read about in verse 43. Read.
Which which the Lord shall send against thee.
The Lord sends them against us because of our disobedience. Read.
And hunger.
When we are hungry, and even in a resource-rich continent, like Africa, you still have to go to your enemies for daily food. Right.
And in thirst.
And when you are thirsty, in the resource continent like Africa, instead of you being able to get the water that falls from the skies and the oceans, you need to go to the European, or the Asian, or, French is European. You got to go to the white man, you got to go to the Asian man, because they are the ones buying out Africa right now. Read.
And in nakedness.
And for the clothes on your back, in a resource-rich continent like Africa, you have to go see your oppressor. Read.
And in want of all things.
And you fill in the blank, Ambush. For whatever you need, you have to go see your oppressor. It doesn't matter how big or how small, your oppressor will own those things. Okay? Read.
And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck.
And those oppressors would put you in chains. That's what they did to us historically. They did that to our forefathers and our ancestors. You understand?
Yeah.
That's the Bible, and that's the Bible prophecy. Remember, in what we just read, it said all things had to be fulfilled. That's why you see us as being poor. Okay? Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So I would like to be enlightened more. What do you think? What's your perspective of the way one can break through, like as a people, as a community? What can we do to break through this? Yes, the deed has been done. Consequences, we are still having the results, getting the results of the consequences of our rebellions. But what is the solution? How can we get out of this, according to with your perspective?
May I answer this? Hold on, hang on. We'll come to you in a second, White. Hang on just a moment. Go to Revelations 22 and verse 14.
Revelation chapter 22 and verse 14. Blessed are they that do his commandments.
So the thing that got us cursed in the first place, Ambush, is that we did not keep the commandments of God. Okay? So in order for us to read the last part. I'm sorry. Read the next part.
That they may have right to the tree of life.
So that we may earn the tree of life, or eternal life, or the kingdom of heaven. Okay? In order to earn that, we have to do his commandments. Because not keeping the commandments is what had us cursed in the first place. Okay? So once we keep those commandments, once that time comes, read verse 3.
Verse 3. And there shall be no more curse.
And then we will not see the curses any longer. Okay? But we have to endure now because of our sins, because of our disobedience. The Lord wants to see in all of this wickedness today, who's going to keep my commandments, or who's going to continue to live evil and wickedly and then do everything I told you not to do. Read it again.
And there shall be no more curse.
And there will be no more curse. Read.
But the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it.
But in this kingdom, we're going to see the throne of God and the throne of the Lamb. Okay, we're going to see everlasting life. Okay, in order for us to get there, we have to do those commandments. In spite of everything you see happening today and around you, you got to lean on what God says to do and not what man says to do. You understand?
Just getting thrown into AP or AP, no, not AP, even geography. It didn't really work out for them too well.
Is it true, Zach, that they have Holocaust jokes?
Is it true that there are jokes about the Holocaust?
Yeah, like, do you guys joke about it, like amongst the Jewish community?
Yes, I think that there are Holocaust jokes.
Yeah, but why would you guys joke about the Holocaust?
mechanism that